there a little bit with pictures, but it looks like we are all sorted now. The stream powered by Dafabet, and the news this morning is that the quite dry in patches, but a bit of green grass as well. The opening batters, Ricardo Vasconcelos, who's on strike, and Emilio Gay at the non-striker's end, and taking the first over for the visitors, Arshdeep Singh, Kent's overseas player, in his second first-class game for the club, just his 9th first-class game overall. My name's Sam Keir, and alongside me, my co-commentator Dan Jazovic. Morning, Dan.
Morning, Sam. How are you?
Very well, very well.
Nice drive up this morning?
Do you know what, the best yet? Sunday morning, not a single stoppage. Happy days. Chance to flick through the paper when I got here. Just run you through the two sides. Northants, Ricardo Vasconcelos, Emilio Gay, who are out there in the middle at the moment. Australian overseas, Sam Whiteman. Returning skipper, Luke Proctor at number 4. He's back from injury, missed out on the last couple of championship games, which of course, last of which was over a month ago now, with the T20 that has taken place. Rob Keogh at 5. He's deemed fit after struggling a bit with a back injury in the last few T20 games. Saif Zabe at 6. Keeper McManus at 7. Tom Taylor at 8. Ben Sanderson at 9. Leg spinner Alex Russell at 10 on a pitch that I think both sides are anticipating may well turn for the spinners. And Jack White at 11. Kent Tawanda Muyeye, Ben Compton, Daniel Bell Drummond, Joe Denley, Jack Leaning captaining in the absence of Sam Billings, who has relinquished the Red Ball captaincy for Kent, for now at least. Sam Billings not playing. Jordan Cox at 6. He'll take the gloves, as he has done at various points through the season. Well, in the last few games actually, after Billings first relinquished the gloves and then his place, and now the captaincy. Joey Everson at 7. Hamidullah Kadri, the spin option for Kent. Wes Agar, Matt Quinn, and bowling now at the Lynn Wilson centre end, as I mentioned, the Indian overseas Arshdeep Singh. And he has started with a maiden over. It was a long time since we watched county championship cricket, Dan. Plenty of action in the T20, but obviously Northants having that week off whilst other teams played a couple of weeks ago.
It's a little bit strange, isn't it, Sam, to look out the window and see 13 players and 2 officials in whites with a red cricket ball and white sight screens. It's a change. It's a nice change. We are multi-format commentators, though, Sam. So we don't pick and choose. You know.
Do you find it hard switching from? You know, players say they find it hard switching from one discipline to the other. It's I had different pace, isn't it?
I had a chat with Ricardo during the T20 Blast, and I did ask that question, like, is it difficult to kind of go from one to the other? And he said, well, from Championship to Blast, it's not too bad.
Oh, and Emilio Gay is off the mark with a thick outside edge down to 3rd. Wes Agar, the Australian overseas, is opening the bowling from the David Capel end, and he'll be encouraged by that first delivery. Still got the talking of switching from one code to another, we've still got the Derbyshire Falcons Northamptonshire Steelback scorecard on our screen. Agar bowling to 4 slips. Sorry, Dan. Yeah.
No, and Ricardo just made the point that going the other way round is the more difficult challenge. So coming back to red ball cricket.
Yeah, which I can totally understand, in that suddenly you've got to have the discipline to not chase ones outside the off stump, whereas in T20 cricket that's exactly what you're meant to be doing. So I guess much easier to go up a gear than back down a gear.
Yeah, I think that is the exact thing. Northants had a good result, didn't they, though, in the Blast last time out at at, 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 victory up at Grace Road. So be looking at that for a bit of momentum to take them forward.
Wes Agar is Kent's leading wicket taker in the championship so far. He's got 16 wickets in his 5 matches, 8 bowling innings, 16 wickets at an average of just over 30.
No, he's been a good signing.
Yeah, and he was meant to only be here for those, well, for 4 games, as more runs through the third region. The region, soft hands from Emilio Gay, which means it shoots along the floor. Yeah, I think he was initially signed for 4 championship games, but he's now extended till the end of July. He played in that game that came during the blast, that famous game where Surrey chased 501 for victory against this Kent side. It's got to take a bit out of you as a team, hasn't it?
That'd be pretty demoralising. I don't think you ever think that your day's done or your job's finished, but I suspect to kind of set them that amount and then still come out on the wrong end of it, it must take a little bit. But then there's been a lot of T20 cricket in between. You forget about it quite quickly, don't you?
I think you have to. For both sides. Northamptonshire, of course, 10th out of 10 on 38 points. Kent, having played a game more, 10 points ahead of them in 9th on 48 points. You feel like if a side loses this game, as Gay pushes into the onside, come back for 3. The side that loses this game, if there is a side that loses this game, another from T20 is a draw possible.
Yeah.
You feel like they're in big trouble.
I think that would be a pretty assessment. 2 games, isn't it, for Northampton with this week, and I believe it's Middlesex at Lords next, isn't it? If memory serves me, Sam. I'm looking to you for. Let me double check.
I suppose something Kent will be is that they have now played so, which there's no 2 ways about it. Surrey are, for whatever reason, a bit of a juggernaut at the moment. So they've got those out the way. Northants, actually, as the way the fixtures fall, only have to play Surrey once, but still have to play them, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, it's obviously Kent today, and then Middlesex Lords on the 10th of July. Looks like the umpire's just having a little bit of cricket ball there.
Arshdeep's bowling also to 3 slips and 4 slips now, 4 conventional slips. Joe Denley was a bit wider, had a sort of gun tight next to Twanda Mieye. Aggressive field, 4 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid wicket, a squarish fine leg. As you'd expect at the start. New ball, it's a Kookaburra ball, isn't it, Dan?
It certainly is, Sam. Yeah, for this round and next, that was of Sir Andrew Strauss's recommendations post that catastrophic Ashes tour.
Shot. Emilio Gay times that perfectly through the onside, and the gentleman down in front of the Jackson Grundy does the fielding. He was the only man who was going to get anywhere near that. A glorious shot from Emilio Gay.
But yeah, as I was saying, I think there were several recommendations, weren't there, from Sir Andrew Strauss that Ashes. And this is probably the most interesting one.
Yorker from Singh.
Ironically, he's been going quite well since that Ashes tour, and we've spent time and effort investing into a report and a potential reform. All it needed was a new captain and a new coach, and it seemed to solve the problem. But the logic behind this is obviously to England seamers not having the pace available as a general rule, to a little bit of time using the Kookaburra ball to give them those skills to be more effective away from home.
Yeah, so for those that perhaps don't get quite so involved, the debate for touch cricket balls, the theory is that the Duke's, I think, is a handmade ball, and the Kookaburra machine-made ball, and it has a less pronounced seam, and the sort of general consensus is that it does less through the air and off the pitch than the Duke's ball. Is that right? All right, Dan?
Oh yeah, I've got some information here, Sam. But you are certainly providing that information. So it is the seam is the big difference, and I'll read this as it's kind of titled. All 6 rows of thread on the Duke's ball are stitched by hand, while only the central 2 rows of thread on the Kookaburra are hand stitched and hold the 2 halves of leather together. The rest of the rows on the Kookaburra are machine stitched vertically. The seam is also flatter on the Kookaburra than the Duke's. And the logic as to why the Duke's ball lasts a bit longer than the Kookaburra is the fact there are more rows of thread crisscrossing underneath the 2 halves of the leather. So not only does the Duke ball move off the seam, its shape and seam last longer than the Kookaburra. A hand-stitch pronounced thread create more tension and provide more support, allowing more off the seam. And there is more information.
That's really genuinely interesting. I didn't know that about the sort of extent of
seams and thread.
Yeah. No, very interesting. Thank you, Dan. And actually, you know, the first 3 overs, I don't think we've seen a ball really move off the straight. So, kind of backing up that folklore about the 2 different balls. A bit of cloud cover, and you just come in the last sort of 20 minutes, but it's high white cloud. Otherwise, a lovely warm day here at Wantage Road. Little bit of a cooling breeze. Edged and well taken by Tawanda Mayeye. Very good catch by the youngster. And well, Wes Agar will be very used to bowling with Kookaburra ball back in Australia. It's a good catch.
Really was, and the benefit for Kent there, isn't it, to give Agar the Kookaburra. As you said, he's going to be a guy going to be really used to bowling with that one, although he's not played that many first-class games, has he? But I think that's more the nature of the way that the domestic structure's set up in Australia, more so than anything else. But a good catch in the slips, and yeah, Vasconcelos, who has looked good, hasn't he, throughout this championship season so far, goes pretty early.
Yeah, it's kind of been feast or famine for the Northants opener. He's got a couple of 50s, batted well actually against Kent on very tricky conditions in the opening game of the season. That's Kent's only win of the campaign so far, but he's also had some low scores. Actually didn't get to see the replay of that delivery as to whether it did anything. Sam Whiteman is in at number 3, the Australian overseas player, just the only overseas in the Northants lineup at the moment, after a couple of Australian seamers earlier on. Chris Tremaine and Jordan Buckingham have been and gone. Yeah, I just wonder whether Agar pushed that ball across Vasconcelos, and I don't think it did a huge amount.
No, we've just got some technical gremlins at the moment, so we're just going to take an over off while we start our computer, and we will be back as soon as possible.
And we're back with you. Sorry for that slight interruption in comms. A few technical issues here up in the commentary box. I think the live stream computer had a big Saturday night, Dan. Sunday mornings is not used to being up this early.
It played a rain card, Sam. A few too many Jaeger bombs out on the... it obviously had a big 30 points yesterday, didn't it? And was out celebrating till the early hours this morning.
Rolled in at 10 to 11. You hopefully you've still had pitches during that over. A good one from Wes Agar as Gay is happy to let the ball go past his off stump. Some good carry actually from Agar. He's a tall, strong man, but this used wicket playing pretty true at the moment.
Yeah, it's been fair, hasn't it, so far? And I think Agar has generated some shape, hasn't he, with this Kookaburra as well?
Yeah, certainly more than Singh, who the left arm Arshdeep Singh has not managed to really get the ball to do anything as of yet. It's him bowling now. It's a nice shot from Sam Whiteman. He won't get 4. Sort of cautious push down the ground, and Joey Everson chases after it, does the fielding, and there's 2 runs.
Yeah, so both teams playing out and out spinners in the championship this game, and that was part of the review from Andrew Strauss. The ECB hopes the use of the Kookaburra ball, which is often used abroad and tends to move less, will test seam bowlers' skills more. It could also encourage captains to give more opportunities for spin bowlers who currently bowl just 22% of overs in England, the lowest of any domestic system.
Bit of seam movement there from Singh, coming back into the left-handed Sam Whiteman. Yeah, I like the theory, and it helps that we've had, well, best part of probably 6 weeks of pretty good sunshine in this part of the world.
Yeah, well, it was something that Australia employed, wasn't it, in the Sheffield Shield ahead of one of the Ashes tours. They used the Dukes for at least a round, if not two. So I don't think it's quite revolutionary thinking, but I think it's an interesting move anyway. It certainly adds a little bit more context and a little bit more to think and talk about to this round, these couple of rounds of the championship, doesn't it? Rather than just the traditional setup, which clearly there's nothing wrong with that traditional setup, but if that England test team are going to improve and the youngsters are going to develop.
And a second wicket to fall. This time it's Emilio Gay, once again caught in the slips. Ball a little bit back of a length, just perhaps got a little bigger than Gay had thought. Just held its line, and a regulation catch for Jack Leaning, the Kent stand-in skipper. Just sort of hung his bat out really, didn't he, Dan?
He did indeed. Sam, as you said, held its line, might have seemed away slightly, but nothing huge, and Emilio goes for 15.
Yeah, sorry, Dan.
No, I was going to say it's been a pretty tough county championship for Emilio so far, hasn't it? He's scored just what's he on now, 37, just shy of 50 runs throughout the season. He missed obviously the first few rounds through that knee injury that he picked up over the winter.
Yeah, well, I think this is his third game. He's now made 2 15s, but yeah, tricky after a very good campaign in 2022. Tricky start with that injury, and then a run of low scores for Emilio Gay. I think that's a classic example of where, having been playing T20 cricket, it's so difficult to be disciplined outside that off stump. He just it's a ball he probably could have left. Well, Luke Proctor comes in at number 4, the Northants skipper. From a Northamptonshire point of view, sadly from a Northamptonshire point of view, he's been in this position a fair few times already this season. The Northants batting not firing so far.
No.
Just 2 scores over 200.
Yeah, and he's another one of the Northamptonshire players that have found themselves on the sidelines this season through, that was a shoulder injury, wasn't he? Picked up down at Taunton, I think.
Bouncer from Archdeep, seemed very short, and Proctor will have nothing to do with that.
Must have been very close to being a wide, that, Sam. Certainly one for the over, but I think that was a long way over Luke Proctor's head.
They've been sharp in the slips so far this morning, Ken. Again, something you don't get a huge amount opportunity to do in T20 cricket, so Kent coaches, as a quick single is taken there. Well run by Luke Proctor to get off the mark. Yeah, Kent coaches will be pleased with the early catching from their slip cordon, Muyeye and Leaning, making no mistake. I think Muyeye's catch was excellent, actually, having to dive forward. The slips, it's not an easy thing to do off the seamer. So 5 overs of this first morning gone. Northamptonshire already 2 down, 20 for 2. Ricardo Vasconcelos for a duck, and Emilio Gay for 15 off just 16 balls, 8 of which were edges down through the third region, and indeed it was an edge into the slips that did for him.
It's brought out Sam Whiteman, though, who you would say has been the pick of the batters for Northants this season so far, wouldn't you?
He edges into the ground, Luke Proctor, and that'll bring him his first boundary. A productive area for Northants so far this morning.
Yeah, picked the gap well, didn't he? But yeah, Whiteman 324 runs this season, averaging 32 with a high score of 130 not out, which came down at Taunton. Stand-in skipper as well, isn't he, in Luke Proctor's absence? So very, very experienced cricketer. Someone that went past 5,000 first-class runs during this campaign as well.
Oh, and that's a decent ball from Wes Agar, who's getting ball, if not to move laterally, getting a little bit of lift from his tall action wide of the crease. Luke Proctor does well to whip his bat inside the line at the last moment and avoid nicking through to that Boyd Kent cordon. Don't forget, you can get in touch with the Northamptonshire County Cricket Club live stream powered by Daffabet. 2 ways to do that. The old-fashioned way.
Carrier pigeon.
No,
post.
PO box. No, email stream@nccc.co.uk, or you can get in touch via Twitter @NorthantsCCC. So 2 ways to get in touch. We would love to hear from you, whether you are a Northants fan or a Kent fan just joining us for this week. Very, very happy to have your company, and we'd love to hear from as many of you as possible. So once again, stream@ncc.co.uk. Oh, squared up. Shout for behind, but Rob Bailey unmoved. Squared Luke Proctor up. That's a good ball, but I think if anything it brushed the back leg.
Yeah, I think that just a bit of thigh pad on that on the way through. I can see why Kent were quite so excited though. It's to get Luke Proctor in that kind of position. I can fully understand why they got quite so excited about that one, but it must have been a bit of thigh pad on the way through to the slip cordon, which now possesses a wicket keeper and 5 Kent fielders.
Yeah, really good. Well, went for a few runs in his first over. He just found his line and length, Agar, but he's been right on the money since then, just probing away at the top of off stump, making sure that if there is any lateral movement, he'll make the most of it. Nothing through the air, is there?
Not so far. It might offer a little bit more, Sam, once they spend a bit of time working on it and get one side a bit roughed up. But as you say, so far it's been movement off the seam, and that's been pretty minuscule. It's Wes Agar's just come in and hit that line and hit that perfect length and just made it really, really difficult.
Sometimes a ball that does a little bit less, I wonder if that can actually benefit a bowler, as long as it's doing a little bit. So if it's swinging miles or seaming miles, then actually the batsman has to, or the bat has to do quite well to get an edge.
Yeah, I think so long as it's late as well. I think if it's swinging miles, then it tends to be swinging from the hand, doesn't it? You tend to get a little bit more time to actually watch the ball. But if any of the movement that comes off the pitch or through the air is late, then that's where it obviously becomes a lot more challenging for the batters at the crease. And I mean, they've got 2 very, very high quality operators with this new ball, haven't they? I'm sure most people watching would associate Arshdeep Singh with the Kings 11 Punjab in the IPL, but obviously a very, very good cricketer. I think he's only played about 8 first-class games.
Yeah, this is his 9th.
Full stop, yeah. Picked up 30 wickets now in 8 and a bit first-class games, which is a very, very good return. Obviously India with a bit of an ageing seam attack and injuries to Jasprit Bumrah.
He's clearly got an eye on, a test future. He's over here playing county cricket. It's great to see, actually. You sort of think, for a guy like him who's done so well in the IPL and now in the Indian white ball team, not as if there's a shortage of cash in that career, but he obviously wants to, to pursue the red ball game as well, and can only be a good thing for those of us that are concerned about the future of Test match cricket.
Absolutely, yeah.
He's given us a wide, actually.
Yeah, he's missed out on the India Test squad for the tour to the West Indies, which is in July. I think they've got two test matches out there this summer. So he's missed out on that one. Navdeep Saini is included, and he's playing in the Championship, I believe, this round. Did I say earlier that he's at Worcestershire?
He is,
Sam?
and he was at Kent last year. Played 2 games for Kent last year, I think. Yeah, he's been pretty up and down so far on this pitch with this ball. But other than that very wide delivery 2 balls ago, it's been pretty tidy. I guess, when you're playing in the Ranji Trophy and as a seamer, you've got to learn to bowl dry on some flat wickets.
Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully Sam Whiteman and Luke Proctor can absorb this pressure that Kent are applying this morning, and that Arshdeep Singh and Wes Agar have reaped the rewards from, picking up those 2 early wickets. Luke Proctor scored 141 for the second 11 last week up against Yorkshire, so he's in a bit of form.
Last ball of the 7th over. Other than the wide, no runs off that over.
Yeah, so 7 overs gone then, and 25 for 2 is the score, with Northamptonshire having won the toss and elected to bat first here at Wantage Road. That high cloud that you mentioned about 15 minutes ago, Sam, is still high, but it seems to be accumulating slightly. So it looks like it's coming up from the south, doesn't it? Stream powered by Dafabet, of course, and Wes Agar will continue from the David Capel end to captain Luke Proctor.
Just going back to the ball discussion, I was just thinking, what would this is only his 9th first-class game, but what would Arshdeep Singh be used to bowling with? And in the Ranji Trophy, they use a 3rd different type of ball, the SG, which, again, based on my quick Google, you've been very professional, Dan, and done a lot of research on this, but I just quickly Googled to find out what ball they used in Indian domestic and indeed Test cricket, and it's the SG ball, which is another hand-stitch ball. So he won't be used to it, the Kookaburra, either.
Bit of an appeal there, but Luke Proctor's got plenty of bat on that one, I think. Yeah, they certainly do, and I think from reading about it, I think it would be more similar to the Kookaburra than the Dukes in terms of pronunciation of the seam and things like that. So I don't think it's going to be completely alien, but it is going to be a new experience for him.
I love stuff like this, because in what other sport maybe some people were going, God, this is boring, but what other sport do you get, if the same game played with 3 different balls that actually have a big impact on how those individual games pan out?
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know what your views are on it, but I do feel that particularly at the highest level, I do feel that the Test cricket would be a better experience all round if there was a consistent throughout at the top. But
why do you think that, Dan?
I feel one in particular just offers more for the bowlers. That's left alone by Proctor.
Too much for the bowlers, you mean?
No, I think in areas of the world where it clearly is a struggle for seamers to take wickets, and in a world where we seem to constantly talk about it's a batter's game, it feels like we might be missing a trick.
The theory is, isn't it, that the handmade nature of a Dukes means it stands up to the coarser conditions of Australia, South Africa, India less well.
Yeah.
So you know, it would disintegrate. It would turn into, you know, the kind of thing that your dog brings in from a walk.
That 6 that you hit in 2003 that's been in the back of the hedge since then.
Well, it's another source of debate, and I think I'll respectfully disagree. I like the different, you know, the fact that to be at the top of your game, home and away, you've got to master these different balls. In Test cricket, part of the character, I like it. But I totally see your point. Yeah. Sometimes it is, like you say, when you're watching a high-scoring game where the ball's doing nothing, you're praying for a little bit of lateral movement.
Absolutely. So another maiden for Wes Agar. There, he's bowled. Is that 5 overs now? 5 overs, 4 overs, 1 for 9. With Arshdeep Singh to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Good choice of number for Arshdeep Singh. Strong. 99 on the back of his shirt. And
Nodded.
Sam Whiteman has left that one alone. That looked like that just started to tail in towards Sam Whiteman there, but moved away off the seam and through to the keeper with no harm done.
You're making George, our producer, hungry, Dan.
What have I done wrong?
Talking about 99s.
It's 11:30 in the morning,
Yeah,
George.
it is a hot day. And if you're going, George, Dan's fine, but I'll...
Full targeting the stumps and down the ground by Whiteman. That's very well played. The on drive, one of the prettiest shots in the book, and that's 4 for the Australian Sam Whiteman. The score moves to 29 for 2.
Yeah, I think there is a hint of in-swing to the left-hander from Arshdeep Singh. Maybe your point is, you know, you said about sometimes you have to get a bit of the lacquer off and just work on one side a bit. Be interesting to see how Arshdeep harnesses that.
And targeting the stumps again and flicked off the pads for Sam Whiteman. Fielded successfully in the end down at deep square, but Northampton will pick up 3. So 3 more added to the score into the 30s now. 32 for 2.
Yeah. 16 of each of... Well, 16 runs off each of the bowlers now. Half and half.
1 wicket each. 1 maiden each. It's all quite nice, this, isn't it?
Symmetrical,
for those with OCD when it comes to cricket statistics. It's the way to go. So Luke Proctor on strike. And that is defended into the leg side. Can I make an observation that you're very welcome to correct me on here?
This makes me nervous.
Well, previously, in previous rounds, I think we've seen Luke Proctor with a bit of a trigger across from leg stump, whereas he's still got that open stance with quite a crouch stance, but it doesn't appear, well, there isn't that trigger there at the moment. Or have I just made up the fact that there was a bit of a trigger across?
You've been paying more attention than me, Dan, but it's if it is true, it's a great observation. We'll have to ask him at the close.
to end Arshdeep's 5th over of the morning. So 10 done, 9 done, 32 for 2.
We've had our first emails of the morning, and who better to kick things off than a regular correspondent so far on the Northamptonshire live stream powered by Daft Bat, Mr. Ray Cook. Lovely to hear from you, Ray. Did email us a few times during the blast, but it's just no chance to read them out. He asked a big question for early on morning one, which I'll come on to.
Targeting those pads again. The two Kent bowlers have bowled very straight, haven't they, with this Kookaburra ball this morning, and Sam Whiteman's going to pick up a couple of runs there. Arshdeep Singh does the fielding.
Ray asks, what do you think our chances are of staying in Championship Division 1? There's been a noted gap between Northants and the teams above. I think it's key getting players back from injury. While injuries have been an issue for sure, I think Northamptonshire is starting to have everyone at their disposal. In fact, pretty sure, unless you can correct me, Dan, they've had a full squad to select from in this game. Josh Cobb has had a calf injury. I'm not quite sure on the status of that.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, I think, well, obviously there is a slot available for an overseas player that obviously was filled by Chris Tremaine so brilliantly at the start of the year, and then of course the youngster Jordan Buckingham following that. So there is I suppose a potential gap there, but Taylor, Sanderson and White, it's very straight again, and Sam Whiteman punches that one down the ground for 4 through mid-on. So 4 more for Sam Whiteman. He moves to 17.
And we're assuming Proctor will be able to bowl as well. Obviously, it was an upper body injury that kept him out.
Yeah.
But he's had a month off, basically.
Yeah. I mean, without stating the obvious, they've got to start winning some games, haven't they? And this is a really good opportunity against a team that find themselves in a similar position to get a positive result and pick up some good points.
Runs have been the real issue, haven't they?
Yeah.
Can't afford to, I think, bowled out under 100 3 times now.
Outside the off stump that time and left well alone. And I think the other thing as well for Northants, and in particular Jack White, he's taken 19 wickets so far this season at an average of 26.4. I think quite rightly so. There was that article written about being the unluckiest bloke in world cricket at that particular moment. So if he can bowl as well as what he did at the start of the year and have a little bit of a change of fortune there, then I think that's a huge bonus and benefit. That's left alone again.
And of course a fully fit Ben Sanderson, who has missed cricket this year, but had a brilliant blast with the new white Kookaburra, so maybe he'll be encouraged with the red Kookaburra as well. So, but of course the other thing, Jack White's taken those 19 wickets. A lot of the time he's only had 1 innings in a match, because is it 3 innings defeats now?
Without knowing, I wouldn't.
I think it is. So we had yes, Hampshire here, Nottinghamshire here, and Hampshire away were all innings defeats.
Straight again, and Whiteman punches that one down the ground. It's not going to go all the way this time. It's well fielded, and Sam Whiteman finishes the 10th over with a couple. So the score 40 for 2 off of 10. Barring the 2 openers going, the runs have been fairly flowing, haven't they? And I think a lot of that is to do with the fact that the Kent seamers are really having to target the stumps with the, I suppose, lack of assistance so far this morning with this new ball.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Agar definitely was, I think you probably saw a little bit of movement that Singh was getting the over before, and in that last over decided to start seeking that LBW against these two left-handers. The risk then, as you overpitch, the ball doesn't do it, and Sam Whiteman plays those lovely on drives, but
absolutely. So Arshdeep is continuing from the Lynn Wilson centre end. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 16 so far this morning. That's full again from the Indian international and fielded off his own bowling. Always going to be a challenge, isn't it, when you come up against a cricketer that you've never really seen before. I'm sure a lot of the Northants lads would have seen him on various bits of coverage of the IPL at points, but to actually face a guy for the first time, and I think Emilio Gay proved that point quite well when he faced up against Zaman Khan for Derbyshire, against Derbyshire in the week, didn't he? Short and over Luke Proctor's head.
He's got quite a classical action, classical left armers action. Some left armers kind of just doesn't look right, but actually he looks pretty orthodox in his delivery. He's quite a tall man. Bowler, as we've seen, a reasonably sharp bouncer.
Full and targeting those stumps again. Proctor tucks that one into the leg side. It's just going to be a couple. So it's 2 more added to the score. 42 for 2 now. Say that movement that was enough for Vasconcelos and Gay earlier this morning, at the moment just seems to have calmed down, doesn't it? It's going to be interesting, isn't it, to see how the two captains go about setting their fields and where they place their fielders, what plans they get their bowlers to bowl to, if, as expected, this Kookaburra ball does become quite tame and quite timid. And as I've said that, Luke Proctor has snicked off, caught behind off Arshdeep for 7, so 3 down now, Northamptonshire. Just drew him into that shot, didn't he? And another good catch by Jack Leaning in the slip cordon, targeting those stumps, having to bowl straight.
Yeah, I think that's the little bit of in-swing he's been getting has forced Luke Proctor to play at that, because he felt like he couldn't. It was a little bit wide of off stump, probably in the end didn't need to play at it, but because the ball's been tailing in, he's tried to cover that off stump and got the edge. It's good bowling actually from Arshdeep Singh, a bit of a setup.
Yeah, very disciplined from Arshdeep Singh. That will bring Rob Keogh to the crease. Rob Keogh, sponsored by New Gen IT. Scored that brilliant 100 against Kent in the reverse fixture earlier this season, which went unrewarded in the end, as Kent won that match up by 7 wickets. But 42 for 3, Rob Keogh joins Sam Whiteman at the crease. And it's been a very, very good start for Kent this morning, Sam.
Yeah, disciplined bowling, intelligent bowling from Singh there. Is the ball just tailing in slightly and then getting one to hold the line, showing his class there, Singh. And yeah, well supported by the slips as well. 3 out of 3. Kent will be absolutely delighted, having lost the toss, being asked to bowl first. Have Northants 3 down inside 11 overs.
Just pushed across Rob Keogh, who lets that one go through to the wicketkeeper. So Arshdeep Singh, successful over, finishes with a dot ball. He has bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 18 so far this morning. Some good catches in the cordon by the Kent fielders, and Northamptonshire find themselves 42 for 3 after 11 overs here at Wantage Road. And a change of bowling from the David Capel end. First change for Kent, Matt Quinn into the attack, replacing Wes Agar. 12 wickets so far this season for Matt Quinn, and I mentioned Rob Keogh's 100 earlier this season against Kent. Matt Quinn himself picked up 6 wickets in that fixture as well, and he starts short, and that's pulled by Sam Whiteman. It's going to be a couple, a little bit of a bit of a do-si-do, wasn't there, between Sam Whiteman and Rob Keogh in the middle, but they got through for 2.
Yeah, in the 4 games he's played, Matt Quinn's arguably been Kent's best seamer. Certainly the averages 12 wickets at 24.41. Tall man, extracts good bounce.
It's much fuller this time and defended by Sam Whiteman.
Concerning signs for Northampton after that month off from red ball cricket. Does feel a little bit like Groundhog Day in terms of repeat failure of the top order. I was just thinking about the toss and how easy a decision it would have been for Northampton to bat first. I said to you before we were discussing it, and I said, well, I think on a used pitch where they clearly think it's going to turn, you and the weather's good, you kind of add in the Kookaburra factor as well. You kind of, it's a bit of a no-brainer that you would bat first, but the difference is it gives the opposition a chance to get on top of you when you haven't played any red ball cricket for a month, whereas you could ease yourself in with the ball. I think you have to take the the positive option. Otherwise you're kind of admitting to yourselves that you're not up to it. But Kent certainly turned it into not a bad toss to lose. I don't know what your thoughts are there, Dan.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I think you look at the pitch, and as you said, it's a used pitch. You look at the fact that it was it still is a cracking day out there. It's hot, isn't it, today? And yeah, I think it's going to be one of those that you don't want to be batting fourth on it. Changing the field, Denley has moved to almost a short cover, silly cover. Is that?
Yeah, I think
that would be. So yeah, there has been a little bit of a change. They obviously feel that Sam Whiteman might just be pushing at the ball slightly, and I think that's a viable way to get him out. Drives this time, and then the thick inside edge goes out to mid-wicket for a dot ball. So Matt Quinn's first over goes for 2. Bit of luck there for Sam Whiteman. 44 for 3 off 12. The score. Rob Keogh yet to get off the mark, and Arshdeep Singh will continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. This will be his 7th over this morning. He's bowling to 4 slips, backward point, cover, mid on, and square leg, and a fine leg. That's down the leg side, and Rob Keogh is off the mark with a bit of a gift from Arshdeep Singh, first one of those that he's bowled this morning. Sam Whiteman gets up the other end. I have to say, Sam, it's quite difficult switching formats. I've got to be honest with you.
Commentary-wise?
Yeah.
Not just the players?
No. No, I'm feeling for them.
That's okay. Well, you can just ease yourself in, regain the rhythms.
Down the leg side again from Arshdeep Singh. And Sam Whiteman, I feel like he missed out on that one. I think you just need to see the shine off the new ball maybe in this morning session, and just get yourself back into the, as you say, the rhythm and the nuances of red ball cricket compared to the crash bang wallop that we've been used to over the last month and a bit.
Time at the crease, know where your off stump is.
Yeah, I think there's a great chance I've probably schnicked off already, Sam.
No, I don't think so.
That's beaten Sam Whiteman. Okay, he looks. It doesn't look like it's swing, Sam, from Arshdeep this morning. It just looks like he's getting the ball to wobble a little bit. That one there just looks like it's wobbled from the hands. It has seemed away from Sam Whiteman, but that movement's not massive, is it? As you said earlier this morning, and that has the ability to be as dangerous, if not more dangerous, than the lavish movement that we often see with the Dukes. It's a short ball, and that's gone over the top of Sam Whiteman. One for the over, signalled by the umpire.
Good effort from the Indian overseas. 7th over in the trot with a new ball. Certainly giving his all for his captain, Jack Leaning.
Bit of in-drift this time from Arshdeep, targeting the stumps. Sam Whiteman up to the task and defends that one into the leg side successfully for a dot ball. You could see the emotion from Arshdeep after that delivery, couldn't you, with the setup that he'd been trying to use on Sam Whiteman, and Arshdeep felt it very nearly worked. He's got one ball left then of his 7th over, 2 for 19 so far this morning. Short and punched into the offside by Whiteman. Rob Keogh will come back for 2. So 2 runs to finish Arshdeep's 7th over, 2 for 21 for the Indian overseas. Northamptonshire 47 for 3 off 13 overs, with Matt Quinn from the David Capel end.
Yeah, very good opening spell from Arshdeep Singh, and I don't think it's any huge surprise that Kent have decided to deploy their overseas options with 2 seam bowlers. It's definitely been an area in recent years they've struggled with to, well, either produce their own or sign big performers with from the seam bowling department. Of course, Michael Hogan came in from Glamorgan, the man who's in his 40s, not in the squad for this game, being rested. Grant Stewart also being rested. Nathan Gilchrist injured. I think he was the leading wicket taker for Kent in 2022. And Matt Quinn, who's bowling now, close behind him. They had 33 and 30 wickets respectively, but both certainly didn't play every game, had their injury struggles.
Yeah, and Joey Everson will be the 4th seamer, won't he? For Kent in this fixture.
Sorry.
Punched by Rob Keogh, and that's raced across the square through point. That's 4 for Rob Keogh. That's the first boundary for Keogh this morning, and that's the 50 for Northamptonshire.
Trademark Keogh on the playing it on the up, punching square through the offside. Seen that a few times.
51 for 3 of 13.2. I was just going to say, we've seen a fair few fourth seamers here at Wantage Road this summer that have had a pretty successful time of it, haven't we? Lyndon James stands out as a bowler that broke a big partnership. Ryan Higgins would be another one.
James Fuller,
yeah. Defended by Keogh. Great to see Rob Keogh playing. Missed out a couple of those T20s at the end with a back spasm. I think after quite an acrobatic bit of fielding in one of the Blast matches, which I misidentified him, Sam. I called him Freddie Heldrick, which I don't think he was particularly pleased with after quite a ridiculous bit of fielding at backward point. But it's nice to see him playing again. And that's targeting the stumps from Quinn, and Keogh has tucked that one into the leg side and will just have one. They thought about two, but it was well fielded in the end and restricted Keogh just to a single. So 5 off Matt Quinn's second over of the morning. Born in New Zealand. Holds a British passport, which is like absolute gold dust, isn't it, when it comes to being a professional cricketer? Given the opportunities that are available here in the UK for the guys and girls around the world. Sam Whiteman then on strike. Targeting those stumps again and defended to Joe Denley, who is fielding just off the cut strip, this time on the leg side for Sam Whiteman.
Yeah, they've seen how well Whiteman can play the on drive, the straight drive, so no great surprise to see Denley fielding there, and then your 2 men at mid off and mid on either side of him.
And tucked into the leg side for a single. So a single off the last ball of Matt Quinn's second over. 53 for 3 the score. Sam Whiteman on 24, Rob Keogh on 6. And Sam, you've got the next 30 minutes. I do have a question for you though.
Yes, please.
Well, I'm a big fan of a white floppy hat.
Oh yeah.
And I'm curious as to know what your thoughts are. Are you a county cap man, or are you a white floppy hat man?
Personally, I do like a wide brimmed. I think, generally speaking, I think fast bowlers wide brimmed, opening batters in the slips, county caps. I think it's the only thing to be seen in down at third man or fine leg.
It does feel as if you use some kind of generative AI software and you said, create me an image of a county cricketer. I don't think you'd be far away from Joe Denley at the moment.
Long sleeves.
Shades.
Yeah.
Wide brim.
Yeah. Joey Everson into the attack, as we were, the man we were just talking about a few moments ago. Kent's second leading wicket taker in the competition so far, with 13 scalps from his 7 games. He's played every game. Full to start with. And, yeah, those 13 wickets coming at an average of 38.84. But they say the sign of a good all-rounder is someone whose batting average is higher than their bowling average. Cut away by Whiteman, and there'll be a race between the ball and Hamadullah Kadri to the boundary, one which Kadri wins, and it is just 2 runs. And an early wicket would put Everson into good all-rounder status for the season. He's averaging 38.55, so very close to his bowling average with the bat. He's been excellent with the bat. 350s, top score of 99. Heartbreak. Though he does have I think at least one first-class century. Joe Everson is bowling to 2 slips, a deepish compared to conventional point, deepish backward point, although Kadri is walking in some distance. And just a bit of in-swing to the left-hander. So having started the field to the left-hander, and I'll start again to the right-handed Rob Keogh. 2 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and a long leg. I'm pretty sure is exactly the same field that he had to the left-hander. Straying onto leg stump, which Rob Keogh is happy to gobble up and just tuck down to Kadri at long leg, and they come back for an easy 2. Everson, probably having been spoiled by the Duke's ball, is hoping that leg stump line will create a bit of outswing to the right-hander, but so far it isn't. That's a little bit better on off stump. It's gun barrel straight though. And there is 5 runs off Joey Everson's opening over.
Had an email come in from Udan. Said, what do you think about the second overseas player? Will they recruit it, or does the team look better without the second overseas? And I think the simple response is that the club will keep their options and eyes open regarding recruitment, but obviously need to be the right fit for the squad. But we don't have any inside information as to who that might be.
No, but I think that's a really good point. As Quinn continues, there's no point bringing someone in for the sake of it. It's got to be the person that you feel is going to perform to the standards you want from an overseas player and perform the role you need to balance your squad. Interesting actually to see all these short-term signings and loan signings going on at the moment. We're sort of at that point in the season where people suddenly think, oh, actually we might need a spinner, especially after weather we've had. Dan Moriarty, the Surrey spinner, on loan at Yorkshire, is that right?
Yeah, it's a bit of silly season, isn't it, when it comes to player signings? As you say, Moriarty's gone to Yorkshire. Schwepson's been signed by Glamorgan. Navdeep Saini's at Worcestershire. Obviously, we heard the news earlier about Matt Parkinson's departure at the end of this season to come and join Kent for 2024. 3 big players leaving Leicestershire as well, with Chris Wright going down to the south coast at Hove, and Colin Ackerman and Callum Parkinson both heading north up to Durham.
But Matt Parkinson's gone to Durham on loan, has he, this season, before going to Kent? Is that right?
That is a very good question.
It gets a bit confusing, doesn't it, of who's playing for who? And then, did you mention Conor McCurr?
I didn't know.
He was at Kent, and now he's at Derbyshire. It's the way things are going. Maybe everyone can just be signed for Surrey and then just loaned out to the other team.
Well, Dan Lawrence, of course, as well. He's off from Essex, isn't he, to Surrey next season. They need some financial fair play involved, don't they?
off stump of the left-handed Sam Whiteman. Sam Whiteman will feel right at home, I think, on against this ball on what looks like a fairly flat track. That's not as much bounce as he's used to in the Wacker in Western Australia, where he plays his Shield cricket. Flicked off the legs, all the way for 4.
Yeah, so just the final point about Matt Parkinson. Obviously relevant because he's joining Kent next season. He was on loan at Durham. He last played for Durham on the 27th of April in the Championship game against Derbyshire. Returned to Lancashire for the Blast and last played against Durham in the Blast on the 2nd of June 2023. So that was his last game. I will just check the Durham scorecard and see whether he is playing, but
yeah, maybe I dreamt it, but I thought they'd re-signed him on loan again. But what all this does prove is that it is difficult to keep up with all the movements of players around the place. Joey Everson to bowl his second over from the Lynn Wilson centre end where we're situated.
Matt Parkinson is at Durham, so he is playing the Championship game for Durham against Leicestershire at Leicester. So to be on loan from Lancashire to Durham for 2023, but joining Kent for 2024. I mean, yeah, I think you can be forgiven if you've got yourself in a little bit of a pickle as to where people are.
Just straying a little too straight, Everson. Something Quinn did towards the end of the last over, and easy pickings for Sam Whiteman. Sorry, Rob Keogh, of course, on strike. Taking a single off that previous delivery. Yeah, let us know what you think about all the player movements. Kent fans, what do you think about Matt Parkinson joining your side next year? Tweet us at NorthamptonCCC. Or email us stream@nccc.co.uk. Also love to know where you're listening from, whether that is somewhere here in Northamptonshire, whether you're a Northants fan in exile, whether you're down in Kent cheering on your boys remotely. Maybe you're an Indian fan tuning in to see how your boy Arshdeep Singh has gone so far today. The answer is not bad at all. So we're desperate to open up that backward point region somewhere where he scores so many of his runs. Daniel Bell Drummond down on the boundary, been given a few tips.
In my day.
Uncovered wickets, mate. Another one of those lovely straight drives, but just about fielded by Arshdeep Singh. He's looked, not to put the mockers on him, but Sam Whiteman has looked very composed. Apparently he spent much of the last month in York, where I believe his dad lives.
Nice place to be in the world, isn't it?
You ever been to York?
I have several times, yeah.
I went once when I was a student.
Do you remember much of it?
I'll reveal how much of a nerd I am in a minute. No, we had a nice time in the evenings, but I did, I can't believe I'm about to say this, did get the chance to have a look around the National Railway Museum once I was there.
Fantastic. One of the many draws.
It's good. Yeah. You can sit in a Japanese bullet train. But you know, I made sure I did some studenty stuff as well.
No, it's a safe environment, Sam. And I'm sure there's plenty of people listening that have also been to that museum.
Udan, who emailed us earlier, says he's an Indian fan. Good to hear from you, Dan. Where exactly are you listening from? Are you an Indian fan here in the UK, or actually in India itself? Bit of carry from Matt Quinn using his height.
Just seen, Sam, out the commentary box, Hamidullah Kadri going through a few looseners. Don't know whether we're going to see a bit of spin for the first time quite early in the fixture.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to, not just here, but around the country, to see how spinners do this week, because we have, certainly in this half of the country, had such sunny weather for such a long time, and of course the big ball debate, kookaburra balls being used in this and the next round of championship games. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, certainly if we see Kadri with an exploratory bowl in the morning. It's all the rage, isn't it, in Test cricket now?
Yeah.
Nathan Lyon coming on in the 5th over or something like that.
Well, I think that was partly because Boland was having a sightseeing tour around Edgbaston, wasn't he, for most of that England first innings. There probably wasn't an area of the ground that a Scott Boland delivery didn't end up. What did he go at, about 7 and over, didn't he, I think, in that first
Yeah, well,
innings?
that was definitely, you know, if you're looking at the pros and cons of Bazball, that was definitely a pro of hitting Boland off his line and length. Quinn there is bang on his line and lengths, and Rob Keogh plays it with the respect. I knew people, the National Railway Museum's got people chatting, Dan.
I told you it would.
Come, my people. Alistair, who has been in touch before, says, "Hi Sam and Dan, thank you for the excellent commentary as always." Well, you're very welcome, Alistair. Thanks for joining us. I'm watching the stream from Durham as I pack up my uni flat and head home for the summer. Thanks for providing excellent distraction from my packing. Off the back foot, Rob Keogh pushed out towards the cover boundary, but Tuandamayeye catches up with the ball and they'll come back for 2. Alistair goes on to say, "I can also say that I've been to York on multiple occasions to see the National Railway Museum, and I can confirm that it is an excellent way of nerding out." What I like is that Alistair had the, unlike me who had to say, "Oh well, I did some studenty things as well." He's going that pure nerdery, and I support it. Alistair, thank you for getting in touch. I hope your packing's going well and you've had a good summer term at university. Let us know what you're studying and what your plans are for the summer.
Railway engineering.
Rob Keogh with a big stride down the track, and that's freeze frame that for a manual on how to play the forward defence. Another over goes by, 18 bowled, Northamptonshire 65 for 3, just recovering somewhat from the loss of 3 relatively early wickets. But these two, Whiteman and Keogh, have looked fairly untroubled since. The removal of Arshdeep Singh from the attack being a key factor, and Dan called it. Eagle-eyed Dan spotted Hamidullah Kadri warming up, and it will indeed be our first sighting, certainly not our last sighting on this dry, worn pitch, of spin.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this goes, Sam, won't it? It's, as we spoke about earlier, the fact that only 22% of the overs in the domestic red ball structure are bowled by spinners. It was a plan, wasn't it? And they were hoping that this Kookaburra experiment would see spinners come into these rounds a little bit more. Obviously, if it is successful, Joe Denley is about. He's got some leggies up his sleeve. So there are options. Obviously, Northants have got Alex Russell as an out-and-out leg spinner in the team, with Saif Zaib with some left arm tweakers, and Rob Keogh as well. So there's plenty of spin options on show, if of course this is as successful as what Andrew Strauss and the ECB are hoping for.
He's played 3 matches so far in the championship, Hamidullah Kadri just 3 wickets. But only 49 overs, which says it all really. Scored some runs against Surrey in Kent's last game. Too full to see if there's any spin there. Just drifting down the leg side. Tucked behind square for 1 by Sam Whiteman. Udan is listening from India. Oh well, great to have you with us, Udan. I think he's writing his messages in the subject line, so they're getting cut off. But I think he says it's not the first time Northants players. Ooh, and flighted by Kadri, and Keogh not quite sure what to do with that one. Quite full again. Yeah, just beat Keogh's bat and then turned a little bit away from off stump. That was too short and punished by Rob Keogh. Finding the gap in the offside. Just sat up and asked to be punched through that region. Yeah, I think he's saying it's not the first time these Northamptonshire players will have come across Arshdeep Singh. I think he's referring to the tour match last year, T20 tour match. Keogh goes back and finds the outside half of the bat, squirts down to third for 1, and he moves on to 12. Well, thanks for listening, Udan. Great to know that you are all the way over there in India tuning in. Hopefully enjoying the game and the coverage on this Northamptonshire County Cricket Club live stream powered by Daffabet. Kadri coming round the wicket to the left-hander. Just being told by the umpire to be careful where he follows through. Just ask him to move off the wicket. To keep an eye on these spinners trying to create a bit of rough outside the stumps.
What are you trying to say? But no, you're absolutely right. Arshdeep did play in that T20. He finished not out, having not faced the ball, and also picked up 2 wickets for 29, which included Josh Cobb and Freddie Heldrick.
So 6 off that Kadri over, including that 4 through the covers for Rob Keogh. And then there's Rob Keogh on strike to Matt Quinn, who's bowling from the David Capel end. Kent sticking with a attacking field, or certainly a tight field. Matt Quinn is bowling to 2 slips, a backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, forward square leg, and a fine leg. Joe Denley in conversation with Agar there. Quinn with a somewhat pigeon-toed approach to the crease. Doesn't look like the most efficient approach to the crease, but once he gets to his delivery stride, everything is in order, and his action is relatively pleasant, but some movement behind the bowler's arm. I think there's a lady in the upper deck of the Spencer Pavilion. Looks like taking someone's lunch order. 35 minutes until the break. As we mentioned earlier, a beautiful day here at Wantage Road, and the only thing better than joining us here on the stream would of course to be here in the ground yourselves. So if you are local, head on down. Beautiful day for watching cricket. Warm, sunny, but with a nice cooling breeze. If you can't make it, then we are of course delighted to have you here with us. Very grateful for your company. Great to have some correspondence already. Do join in with the chat. Let us know your thoughts on the early stages of this game. Rob Keogh not quite getting hold of that. A maiden for Matt Quinn, who just tied Rob Keogh down there with a probing line in length to the right-hander. And after that flurry of early wickets, a bit of calm over the last 45 minutes or so. Good to see some Kent fans in. There's one in the, I think that's the, Briggs and Forrester stand just to the right of us in our commentary position. He's brought the white horse of Kent with him, representing the men of Kent, or the Kentish men, whichever way, or whichever side of the Medway you hail from, as Kadri continues. No sign of any extravagant spin early on, not that you'd necessarily expect it. Kadri, a bowler that, it's not a massive spinner of the ball, but gets nice flight and dip. Drifting onto leg stump there and turned away. For Sam Whiteman, who's been very happy just to pick up ones and twos here.
Looked like that straightened a little bit when it pitched, Sam, like drift in towards Sam Whiteman from the arm and then just straightened as it pitched. But I think it probably was, so far from Kadri, it's just been a little bit too full, hasn't it?
Oh, and for a second I thought it'd been bowled, but it actually came back off of the keeper's pads. A reverse sweep from Rob Keogh. Kadri bowling extremely wide of the crease and sort of darting it in at an angle. Rob Keogh exposing his leg stump. It wasn't a million miles away. Well, out of nowhere, that sort of strange bit of cricket there. Kadri, I think, anticipated it and bowled much flatter. He's bowling very wide of the crease to the right-hander.
Yeah, that was quite a bold shot choice, wasn't it? I don't know. I'm not quite sure where that one came from. Don't mind it. I mean, it's a scoring option, isn't it? There's no fielder
Huge
down
gap
that way.
Yeah, game of cat and mouse developing between Kadri and Keogh. Kadri thinking hard about the angles he wants to bowl to the right-hander. Tucked away down to fine leg for 4 runs. Keogh taking advantage of that wide angle, the ball being pushed across his pads, and all he did there was put a bit of bat on it and help it on its sort of trajectory down towards the fine leg boundary. So 5 off that over from Kadri.
Matt Quinn will continue from the David Capel end with Sam Whiteman on strike. Currently 33 off 52. Rob Keogh 20 off 29. And Northamptonshire 76 for 3 after 21 overs this morning here at Wantage Road. This half an hour before lunch on day one. This Division 1 clash between Kent and Northamptonshire. And that's full and defended by Sam Whiteman. Look around the ground. It is warm out there. There is a, well, as you can see, a stiff breeze out there at the moment, which is keeping everybody nice and cool, I suspect. Defended once again. Been a good fight back from Northamptonshire, having lost those 2 early wickets, and then the wicket of Luke Proctor to Arshdeep Singh. And Matt Quinn targeting Sam Whiteman's off stump, trying to build the pressure, bowl in tandem and create a partnership with his spinning companion at the other end. Paul_Adam67, Kent supporter enjoying the match from home. Parkinson's a cracking bowler. Should be a great addition next season. Yeah, I think he is a fantastic signing for Kent. Left well alone by Sam Whiteman. As you can see on stream, on the screen even. If you do have any comments, feel free to ping them over on Twitter or send them to the email address. Keep Sam and I company throughout the afternoon on this stream, powered by Daffabet. Straight again from Matt Quinn, offering Sam Whiteman no width whatsoever. Change of angle then for the last ball of Matt Quinn's 6th over here from the David Capel end. Joe Denley still occupying that position at a silly mid-on. 2 slips now. And defended once again by Sam Whiteman. So a maiden, the second maiden for Matt Quinn this morning. 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 14. With Hamidullah Kadri continuing from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Short leg in place for Kadri with a first slip, player sweeping on either side. And first ball of the over is defended by Rob Keogh. Nice flight so far from Kadri this morning. Nice bit of drift as well. Outside edge from Rob Keogh, and that's racing away down to the deep third boundary, and it's going to be hauled back for a couple, so 2 more added to the score. Rob Keogh moves to 22. Considering the 3 wickets that have fallen, Northampton are going along at a nice 3.5 runs per over, so certainly not hanging about with the scoring rate this morning. Very full again from Kadri.
I think you're right about Kadri. He wants to give the ball a chance to spin, but at the moment he's just missing his lengths, isn't he? A little full, but he's getting flight and a little bit of dip on the ball. Occasional one like that.
Yeah, drop short. Rob Keogh punches that one through the gap in the offside and adds 4 to his tally for the day. He's 26 not out. Northamptonshire moved to 82 for 3. As you say, hasn't quite found the length yet, but it is going to be tough, isn't it? It's a day 1 pitch in this championship match. I know it's been used before with a couple of blast games, but there isn't going to be lavish assistance yet out there for the finger spinner. But that's where he will be looking to bowl with control and create the pressure that he's not been able to do so far this morning.
Yeah, those 2 that Keogh has punched through the covers have, I think, been deliberately flatter deliveries from Kadri, and I'm not sure he needs to do that at this stage. That's better.
Well bowled, good comeback. Change of angle for Kadri there, and that's just drifted across Rob Keogh. Arshdeep Singh going through a few aerobic exercises at mid-off. Shorter, and that's tucked into the leg side. It's found the gap. I think it's going to be cut off. It is indeed, so it's just going to be another couple added to the score. So that's 3 overs now for Kadri. They've gone for 19. And Rob Keogh's on 28, so Sam Whiteman will be on strike. And it looks like Joey Everson is going to replace Matt Quinn from the David Capel ends. Had a bit of a short blast, 2 over blast, didn't he, from the Lynn Wilson centre end this morning before being replaced by Hamadullah Kadri. So we'll have a look at Joey Everson from the other end. His 2 overs went for the 6 runs.
Did you read out Paul's tweet?
I did indeed.
Okay.
I did.
Great to hear from you, Paul. Talking of Kent fans, I must say thanks to a friend's father, a guy called Charlie Stokes, who he's a massive Kent fan and provided me with lots of info about the Kent side this season, and very nice man. So thank you for your time, Charlie, helping with my preparation for this game.
It's very full from Everson, almost Yorker length, dug out by Sam Whiteman. So what you're saying is, Sam, you've been called up to the Test arena a couple of times, and you've got so big time you've started to outsource your notes for the county championship.
I think you've got, when there's someone with first-hand knowledge, you've got to take advantage. I actually also spoke to another friend who's a big Kent fan who lives in Colombia.
Wow.
Yeah, so
appeal, but I don't think there's anything going.
You get the wider narrative from those guys, then you dig into the detail.
Yeah.
But yeah, Charlie and Richie, thank you very much to both of you for giving me the inside track on Kent's season so far. If you want to add your names to the list of Kent fans helping us out here, do get in touch.
Or if you want to join the Kent Supporters Club in Bogota, then obviously Sam can hook you up with that.
Yeah, any Kent fans listening in Colombia who want to make a friend, let me know.
Full again from Everson and dug out from Rob Keogh. It's going to be really interesting, Sam, I think, over the course of these 4 days, just to see what the plans are from the bowlers with this Kookaburra ball. Obviously, the logic is to create a little bit of difference and give seamers something else to think about and captains to potentially use spinners, but if it doesn't offer a great deal.
Yeah, and there's also the school of thought is how helpful to either side is a draw in this game. I mean, there's two schools of thoughts. You could say, whatever you do, don't lose against a relegation rival. But equally, is this a chance to take 16 plus bonuses off a relegation contender?
That's inside edge from Rob Keogh and into the leg side for just the single.
Of course, the game between these two sides here last year was a high-scoring draw.
Yeah, that was a massive draw, wasn't it?
Yeah. That was in July, wasn't it?
Absolute run fest.
Peak of the summer. That was when we were sort of getting into... Well, that was in the middle of that heat wave, wasn't it? Where it was 40 degrees. It's about 30 degrees today, but hopefully a bit more of an even contest between bat and ball. I mean, Kent certainly made early inroads, but things have certainly quietened down a bit in the second half of this morning session.
Tucked into the leg side from Whiteman, so that'll be another single added to the score. Say it's certainly been a tactic from Matt Quinn and that Joey Everson first over from the David Capel end to bowl very, very straight. And they will be looking for Hamadullah Kadri to gain a bit of control and a bit of confidence from the Lynn Wilson centre ends. Because at the point that the Northants batters don't have to take a risk against the seamers bowling straight, it becomes a little bit of an easier task for them.
It's an interesting thing about these signings that are announced in June, the year before they actually happen, is for someone like Kadri, how big a knock to his confidence is that when you know, well, actually, I'm basically being told we don't think we've got our spin bases covered. I suppose it could motivate him as well.
Yeah.
But you are suddenly thinking, oh, I'm playing for my. I suppose you're always playing for your place, but there's someone else coming in here in 10 months' time, 9 months' time.
Nice drift, nice shape from Kadri there, wasn't it, into Sam Whiteman, just attacking that off stump. No, I think it's a really valid point, Sam, and I guess the only person that would really be able to kind of answer that would obviously be Hamadullah. He's obviously a young lad. Parkinson's of no great age either, is he? And that's played into the offside. Unless, of course, this Kookaburra trial turns out to be the best thing ever and potentially 2 spinners are used in the county championship next season. Maybe Kent have got their eye on Matt Parkinson as being more of a white ball cricketer for them rather than all formats. I don't know. Changing the field again. Ben Compton's come out of slip into the leg side, so he's at mid-wicket. Denley's catching at mid-wicket as well. That's shorter from Kadri, but hit straight at Daniel Bell Drummond. Better over this from Kadri so far. Offers the width for Keogh to drive, but he can't beat the man at cover. So 25 overs done this morning, and the score is 88 for 3. Sam Whiteman 35, Rob Keogh 29. Hamadullah Kadri finished his 4th over, and he has gone none for 20 so far, with Joey Everson bowling from the David Capel end.
I mean, you look at the number of overs Kadri has bowled in his first-class seasons today, and it does highlight exactly that point you made about a lack of opportunities for English spinners. So people talk about spinners needing time to mature and develop, and they're not getting it really, are they? So apart from his debut season where he bowled 609 balls, so what's that, 101.3 overs, he hadn't bowled more than 469 deliveries in his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seasons since then. Bowled 605 balls, so just over 100 overs last year. Picked up 8 wickets at 52.75. So yeah, he's actually been probably more of a white ball bowler as well. I feel like Parkinson, they're selecting Parkinson to play all formats.
Very full again, and well fielded by Joe Denley. Well picked up, wasn't it?
Yeah, they've been sharp in the field, both their ground fielding and their catching, Kent.
Yeah.
Which is such an important factor when you're playing in batter-friendly conditions.
Width offered and cut by Sam Whiteman. It's going to be a single though. So one more added to the score.
Hamadullah Kadri spent his winter in Zimbabwe actually and did really well. 13 wickets at 21.3. Becoming a bit of a Kent trend. Ben Compton plays first-class cricket in Zimbabwe in his winters. Obviously told Hamadullah Kadri it was a nice place to spend the winter, which I can imagine is well the case.
Defended there by Rob Keogh. So 13 minutes to go before the lunch break here on day 1 at Wantage Road. Been a very good fight back by Northamptonshire so far, hasn't it, in this morning session?
Yeah, and I think the 3 that have lost their wickets will be probably slightly disappointed in the fashion that they did.
Cut away by Keogh, and that's going to be 4 past Arshdeep Singh. 4 more added to the score, and Northamptonshire moved to 93. Rob Keogh into the 30s, nicely put away off the bowling of Joey Everson. And the 50 partnership for these two, Sam Whiteman contributing 17, Rob Keogh the 33. That's 90 balls for that 50-run partnership, and an hour as well. And a good finish for Joey Everson. Finishes with a dot ball.
Does play that shot well, Rob Keogh, doesn't he? That sort of square drive. Seen him play it a couple of times, and like I said earlier, it's sort of a bit of a trademark, isn't it, that?
Certainly is. Certainly is. 26 overs done. Hamadullah Kadri is going to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. I wonder whether there would be a temptation to give Wes Agar a blast from this end before lunch, or potentially go back to Arshdeep Singh. It's a bit of turn that time. It's definitely straightening a touch from Kadri, particularly to Sam Whiteman. I don't know whether these kookaburras might be a little bit more susceptible to reverse swing as the innings goes on. But that's obviously something that we will, well, we'll look forward to finding out, won't we? Tucked into the leg side. Sam Whiteman will be looking for 2. Just settles on 1 though. So Rob Keogh be on strike. 94 now, the score. And driven this time by Rob Keogh. I've got some more fun information about Dukes and kookaburras, Sam, but I think I'll save that till after lunch.
Keep them wanting more.
I think so. I don't want to eat all my sweeties on the morning session. Left alone by Rob Keogh. You're like one of those kids in the back seat of a car. Get to the end of the road and they've gone, "Mum, I've eaten all my sweets."
Yeah, that was me.
Are we there yet?
Still me. I can't have them in the house.
Swept by Rob Keogh for a single out to deep square. So 2 runs off Kadri's 5th over. 5 bowled, none for 22. 95 for 3 after 27. 9 minutes, and Wes Agar is going to come back into the attack, replacing Joey Everson from the David Capel end. So a blast for the Aussie overseas before lunch. I thought he was the pick of the bowlers out of the 2 this morning, Sam, between him and Arshdeep. I know Arshdeep's picked up the extra wicket, but I was very impressed by Wes Agar. I've also spotted Joe Denley waving his arms about, but I don't know whether we're going to see him have a go before lunch as well. Full from Agar. Good carry though from the Australian quick.
I thought Agar's 2nd, 3rd and 4th overs were excellent. It's a bit loose to start with, and then he got a bit sort of leg stumpy in the 5th over. But yeah, I agree. He was getting a good bit of carry off a length. What would be your, if you're going on a long drive, Dan, what would be your confectionery of choice?
That is a top question. It's left alone from Rob Keogh. I'll be completely honest, I'm a bit of a Haribo fiend.
Which one?
The ones in the red bag.
Star Mix? Super Mix?
Yes, those ones.
Yeah, with the little men.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like those.
Yeah, big fan of those. Yourself?
Yeah, I do like the Super Mix. I like a minstrel. If it's not too hot in the car, you don't want melted chocolate.
Left alone. Good line from Wes Agar. No, there's nowhere to hide, is there, from melted chocolate on a car journey?
Yeah, probably more of a winter choice. Chocolate.
Very good leave by Rob Keogh there. Wes Agar bowling that 4th/5th stump line. Massive benefit, isn't it, for Kent to have a guy like Wes Agar in the team, who obviously has spent a career bowling with this red kookaburra. And that's cut away by Rob Keogh. That's 4 more added to the score. Northamptonshire moved to 99 for 3. Rob Keogh 38 off 50. He's just overtaken his batting partner, Sam Whiteman, who's on 37. So any advancements on those?
I don't know how to describe them, but are they called chocolate limes? You know what I mean by that?
I have no
idea. It's like
idea.
a boiled lime sweet with a chocolate inner. which gets round the melted chocolate factor, and also they last a while if you suck on them.
Defended. Good reply from Wes Agar. I can safely say, Sam, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
Check them out. Stop at Toddington on the way home.
About £9.50 for the for the pleasure.
Yeah, two reasons I like a sort of a boiled sweet when driving is you don't just, it's not just in out, because that's the danger if I have Haribo. Also, you don't have to take your hand off the wheel too often because they last a good, very much safety first.
Shorter from Agar, and didn't quite get up, did it, that one? But well defended by Rob Keogh. So Agar's over back before lunch went for 4. He has bowled 6 overs, 1 for 28, and Northamptonshire are on 99. And I think I might be 2 for 2, Sam, because Joe Denley's just removed the wide brim cap, and we're going to see a bit of leg spin from the Lynn Wilson centre end this morning. So something else for Sam Whiteman and Rob Keogh to come up against.
Yes, Jack Leaning certainly
He is going through his sweets quite quickly this morning,
yeah,
isn't
exactly.
he?
But it's, I think you just never know. You might suddenly see one of these guys get the ball to grip and just puts a bit of doubt in the batter's mind. Just see really how much there is for the spinner in this pitch. Both Kadri and Denley with that first ball have been prone to over pitch as Northamptonshire's 100 comes up in the 29th over.
Cut away out to deep point for a single. There's a bit of turn on offer, isn't there, Sam? But I think most of it so far from the spinners from the Lynn Wilson centre end has been through the air. It's been drift more so than turn off the pitch. It's well bowled and well defended by Rob Keogh.
Yeah, it's as you'd expect on day one. It's sort of slow turn, isn't it? It's not ragging.
That's flighted and fielded in the covers, keeping that down to a dot ball. Defended again. Certainly giving it chance. Joe Denley, isn't he? Offering plenty of flight. Looks like there's some good revs on the ball as it's going down as well. And that is swept down towards the fielder. A deep backward square, so it'll be a single to finish Joe Denley's first over. It's gone for 4, and Northamptonshire are 103 for 3 after 29. The massive benefit of having a few overs of spin before lunch is getting the overs in, Sam.
Yeah, it's an excellent point, and actually that would be the number one byproduct of more spin in English cricket is over rates would get a lot better. Yeah, 30 overs in a session, which is what we're going to get. Seen that so far this season.
So Wes Agar. Oh, it's a bit of shape after that's past the stumps there, Sam. Don't know whether you just spotted that. It's come back quite a long way as that's gone past Rob Keogh. He's left that alone. It's going to be encouraging signs, isn't it, for Wes Agar and the Kent captain, that there is a bit of life left in this Kookaburra ball. pushed into the offside by Rob Keogh for a single. So Wes Agar seems to be extracting a little bit out of this Kookaburra, this 29 over old Kookaburra ball. Sam Whiteman on strike. And that is gone. Caught behind. Fantastic catch in the cordon once again. And Sam Whiteman has done a lot of the hard work and unfortunately has to go for 40. So Northamptonshire 104 for 4. And that, I believe, will be lunch on the fall of the wicket of Sam Whiteman. He's done so well to build that partnership.
He'll be furious with himself. I mean, actually, that's where you see Agar's height and bounce coming into play. It was wide and short, but just got up a little bit more than Whiteman had thought, and flew to Jack Leaning in the slips, and he took a good catch.
He did indeed. So 29.3 overs done this morning, bowled by Kent, and bowled very well by Kent. Having lost the toss and been put into the field, and they've got Northamptonshire to 104 for 4. It was building nicely for Northamptonshire, and it felt as though that was getting a bit more to an even session, but I think that last wicket there, Sam, 4 down now for Northamptonshire, has definitely swung the favour back towards Kent. So Vasconcelos went for 0, bowled Wes Agar, caught Muyeye. Emilio Gay went for 15, bowled Arshdeep Singh, caught Jack Leaning. Sam Whiteman, as we've just seen, gone for 40, bowled Wes Agar, caught Jack Leaning. And Luke Proctor, the captain, bowled Arshdeep Singh for 7, caught by that man, Jack Leaning again. Time for a bit of lunch, I think, then, Sam.
Yeah, well, after what looked like a sort of quiet end to the session, Kent will go in, cock a hoop, and they'll enjoy their lunch. Definitely their session, having been asked to field first. We'll be back in 40 minutes.
Lovely job. That's full and targeting those stumps of safe save straight away from Wes Agart. Wes Agart, 2 wickets then so far today for Kent. And he's got this over just to finish off. So 2 balls left in his over on this stream, powered by Daffabet. Welcome back, Sam.
Thanks, Dan. You have a nice lunch?
Lovely, mate. How was yours?
Not too bad. Quite healthy.
Pleased to hear it.
Vegetable-centric.
Full again and targeting those stumps. Defended into the leg side by Safe Sabe. And another rebuilding phase and opportunity then required for Northants in this afternoon session here at Wantage Road. Arshdeep Singh, I think, was doing some looseners up at mid-on, so I suspect he will take the first over after lunch from the Lynn Wilson centre end. He, the other successful Kent bowler, with 2 wickets to his name so far today as well. And that completes a successful over for Wes Agart. He's bowled 7 now, 2 for 29 for the Australian, and 104 for 4 after 30 for Northamptonshire. It's been a... You'd say Kent have had the better of the day so far. They've picked up 4 wickets, 3 with the new ball to include Luke Proctor, a soft one before lunch from Sam Whiteman. But in a positive for Northamptonshire, they've gone about scoring these runs at a fairly decent rate. I mean, it's 3.5 now. It's been up at nearly nearer 4s at points. So you've been able to score.
I think it's a really good batting wicket. Nothing wrong with the runs total. I just think Kent will be delighted to have Northamptonshire 4 down in the morning session, having been asked to bowl. And I don't think we've seen anything that suggests it's, you know, with the ball or the pitch, that the bowlers have had much going for them.
No, really well fielded there, wasn't it? In the gully to save that to a single. I think there might have been a celebration somewhere amongst the ground, but I think that was very much a crowd catch, wasn't it? It's been good in there, Tawanda Maliere.
Very good. Great catch to get rid of Ricardo Vasconcelos, which you'd probably say is the one dismissal where the batter could say a good ball got me out, rather than me giving the bowler a bit something.
Very full from Arshdeep Singh. Rob Keogh gleefully accepted the invitation to play that one into the offside, and he picks up his first run after lunch.
Yeah, Rob Keogh's been impressive actually. He's got that. Well, we always say he's one of the best at knowing which balls to play, which to defend or to leave alone, and he's played some of those glorious square drives, which anyone who watches Northamptonshire a lot will be very familiar with. So I think he's got that balance right. Do you agree that probably Vasconcelos, the other 3 were probably a bit of a T20 hangover, with not just being happy to leave the ball outside the off stump?
Yeah, I mean, Emilio Gay, 15 off 16. We know he's a busy cricketer. There were a couple of shots, weren't there, that went through that deep third region. Luke Proctor got drawn into a shot that, looking back on it, didn't need to play, but easy to say at the time, isn't it? And Safe Save is off the mark. They will look for 2, and they will get 2.
Yeah, the thing you said about Proctor is that actually that was some quality bowling from Singh, who'd been getting it to tail in, and whilst in hindsight Proctor could have left it alone outside off stump, he was conscious of that the ball had been just tailing into him slightly, and I think that lured him into playing that ball. So actually I'd probably put Proctor with Vasconcelos as someone who maybe was bowled out. 200 for 2 at lunch, I think it would have been fairly even Stevens, you know?
Yes, I agree. down the leg side. An appeal for caught behind, but I think that's come off Safe Sabe's thigh pad. Can't believe it. Big appeals. They thought they had their man. But I think... I don't know. It's difficult to see from that angle. The umpire wasn't interested regardless, but I don't know whether that's overly optimistic by Kent or whether they were.
Well, Arshdeep didn't go up for it at all, did he? Or sort of
joined in, didn't he?
Yeah, joined in is a very good way of putting it.
That's left alone. So Arshdeep completes his first over after lunch. It's gone for 3, and I think that was encouraging signs for Kent to see that this Kookaburra ball is still swinging about. Arshdeep getting a little bit of movement back into the left-handed Safe Sabe. So Wes Agar will continue from the David Capel end. I think these two have been brilliant this morning. Sam, both Agar and Arshdeep, like really earning their crust as the Kent overseas players.
Yeah, I agree. And actually, it was the introduction of Agar right on the stroke of lunch that brought that wicket. And prior to that, when it had been Everson, Kadri, Denley and Quinn bowling, things had looked more comfortable, hadn't they?
They had indeed.
I think a lot of that is actually psychological.
Yep, driven square by Rob Keogh. He's going to pick up another one.
It's actually, you know, it's not as if they've been particularly deadly, these two. I just think, you know, the stature as new ball overseas players must get in batters' heads. And probably the quantity of bad balls they bowl as well. We saw Everson a little bit leg-sidey. Quinn bowled well, I thought.
Yep.
And Kadri just kind of missed his lengths. As a batter, you know you're going to get something to hit. Whereas by and large, these two, Agar and Arshdeep, have given the batters very little. Agar had one, I think his first and his 5th over were a bit loose, but other than that, he's been superb.
Yeah, he certainly has. It's so important, isn't it, for the overseas cricketers to come into the team and into the squads and provide real value for the counties. Obviously, from a Northamptonshire perspective, Chris Tremaine did brilliantly well, didn't he, with his first 3 games of the season for Northamptonshire. And that has beaten Safe Sabe. Bit of movement away, I think, this time off the pitch from Wes Agar. Drew Safe Sabe into the drive.
You know it's a good ball when the bowler just keeps on running. Look how far down the track Agar gets here. Yeah, I'll just keep going, I think.
Yeah.
Beauty.
The follow through. The follow through. Nah, it was a lovely delivery, wasn't it, from Wes Agar. Slightly unfair, isn't it, the fact that he's bowled his career with a red Kookaburra and he's turned up for the 2 red Kookaburra games for Kent, but well run by the Northants pair. Safe Sabe just dropping that one into the offside.
Spot anything of note on your walk around the ground at lunch, Dan?
Particularly just how warm it was.
Yeah,
Sam.
even in the shade.
Yeah, it's the breeze is quite nice. I think that's kind of taken the edge off it slightly, but it's still a very warm day here at Wantage Road, isn't it? I'm surprised the queue for the ice cream van isn't longer than what it is.
Well, it was quite long when I walked past at lunch.
It's cut this time by Rob Keogh, and he picks up another one. He's doing really well, isn't he, at the moment? Just to rotate strike, to pick up those ones where he can. I haven't quite seen Alex down in the queue yet, but maybe that's coming this afternoon.
No, I reckon I wouldn't mind mine at about 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're listening, Alex.
If he's got any sense, he isn't going to be listening to us too, is he?
Well, perhaps George, the producer, can relay a message George, just if you just let us know that you've done that, that'd be great. Doing my best, gents, he says. Don't have to join the wave of industrial action there.
Cut away, and that's going to be 4 for Safe Save. Lovely shot to finish the over. 4 added to the score for Northamptonshire, and Safe Save moves to 7. Nice shot.
He scored 57 not out in that second innings of the innings defeat away at Hampshire. That's his first half century of the championship season, but he's got a couple of 30s, a couple of 20s, and that seems, you know, he hasn't made that big score, but I actually think he's probably looked the most proactive and I was going to say confident, but someone who, you know, is confident in what they're doing with the bat. And you feel like a big score for Safe Save isn't a million miles away. Lots of starts, really busy batting, quick singles, finding the gaps, dropping into the vacant areas.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a tough ask, isn't it, against Agar and Arshdeep. It's left well alone by Rob Keogh, but as we saw, and as you said earlier in this afternoon's session, Sam, is obviously if can get through these two, then it did appear to become considerably easier against Matt Quinn, Joey Everson, Hamidullah Kadri and Joe Denley as well.
Yeah, as you'd expect in any sort of bowling out, there's a reason that you have your 2 strike bowlers take the new ball, and that's part of the game, is absorbing the pressure and then picking off the kind of 3rd, 4th, 5th seamer. And that's where a good spinner really makes a difference, because then they play that holding role, don't they? So.
Yeah. Left alone again. Bowling with good pace. Arshdeep was good carry through to the wicket-keeper Cox.
I spotted a few people who'd come up to support Kent. Some family having a picnic on one of the picnic benches over there with Kent sun hats on, making the most of a beautifully sunny Sunday, supporting their team.
It's invited Rob Keogh into the drive, straight through to the wicket-keeper. Fortunately, no bat on it. Arshdeep very, very intelligently just getting closer and closer and inviting the drive from Rob Keogh, having had 2 slightly wider ones that he's left alone the 2 balls before. 114 for 4.
With that almost, because he's bowling quite wide of the crease, the left armour angling into the right-handed cue, but that seemed to sort of then straighten, didn't it?
Yeah, and that is punched into the offside, and that's going to be 4 for Rob Keogh. Nicely played off the back foot, guided past backward point. It's 118 now on the board, and Rob Keogh moves to 47.
He plays that shot so well. We've seen it 2 or 3 times already in this innings. Just that transfer of weight onto the front foot at the right moment to a ball that isn't that full. Wonderful to watch. Reminds me a little bit of Matt Pryor at his pomp. Remember those kind of square drives?
Dot ball come back from Arshdeep. Well, I don't think he's going to be upset with that comparison, Sam.
I don't know what Rob Keogh's keeping's like, but
Do a job.
certainly a good fielder in the ring. Got a tweet from Andy in, looking around the championship scores. He says seems to be a number of counties 3 or 4 wickets down at lunch in what you'd imagine are perfect batting conditions. Could this be the Kookaburra ball trial? Players rusty in the longer form after a block of blast cricket, or just coincidence? I think the last 2 probably more than the first. You'd have thought the Kookaburra ball would make it easier to bat, as we were discussing, thanks to Dan's great research. But I think, you know, identifying the switch from, or the changing down of gears from last batting to championship batting is definitely a factor. It's not uncommon to see 3 or 4 wickets down in the morning session of championship games, is it?
No, not at all. I do think it's got to be more so about that change of format. It has to be. It's been so dominated, the calendar, hasn't it, by T20 cricket over the last 6 weeks, that to suddenly go back down to first and second gear, that's a rare loosener from Wes Agar, and Safe Save tucks that one into the leg side. It's not going to go all the way, but they are going to pick up 3. Fielded in the end down at deep mid wicket. But yeah, I think it's completely valid point. I think it's a coincidence. Would be my guess.
Thanks for getting in touch, Andy. Great to hear from people watching and listening. Don't forget the ways to do that on Twitter @NorthantsCCC or on email stream@nccc.co.uk, and we'd love to hear from you.
It's defended up to mid-on time from Rob Keogh. Someone's found something funny out there on the effects mic. Just heard that one come through. I'm sure it was an absolute corker of a joke, Sam.
Yeah, there's actually not that many people at this end of the ground because there's no shade before you get to the football stand. It's only the real sun worshippers that are out in the Jackson Grundy and the Briggs and Forrester. Few in the ComSafe, but otherwise everyone finding some shade. And we had our lunch sitting in the shade in the Turner.
Off the back foot this time, punched into the offside and attacked by Daniel Bell Drummond, keeps it down to a single. So Rob Keogh moves to 48.
And it was roasting even in the shade up the top of the Turner. I think the wind has died a little bit as well. But whatever's tickled that particular spectator is
still going.
Yeah.
And again, defended by Safe. I feel like I'm missing out, Sam.
Yeah. Get them on comms. Oh, what a scene. What a lovely scene. People enjoying fine weather, fine cricket. All ages.
Something nice and cold in a plastic cup there as well. Why not? Shorter from Agar. Bit of confusion there from Keogh and Safe. Keogh rightly turned him down, and it was a no ball in fact from Wes Agar. So he's going to have to bowl that one again.
You spent some time in the nets with Safe Save, didn't you, Dan? Recently?
I did indeed. I did. Firstly, he's a really, really cracking lad. And it's just such a privilege to get kind of up close and personal to these lads that are that good at this sport. Defended to Gully.
And that was for your YouTube channel?
It was indeed, yeah. So the first kind of cricket video that's gone out on there post relaunch. And yeah, Safe was kind enough to give up a bit of his time. Obviously, he got some elite level coaching from the experience as well. I was there with the dog stick, because that's what all kind of coaches in the trade call it. My ECB level 2 coaching badge from about 6 years ago coming into good stead. Defended again to finish that Wes Agar over. So 34 overs gone, 124 for 4. I feel like I can talk a bit more confidently about it now he's not on strike. But no, any of the lads that I've had an opportunity to work with, it is genuinely such a privilege to be kind of so close to them being quite so good. And you probably don't realise the talent that the guys possess until you are 22 yards away from the business end. Arshdeep Singh to continue, and that is cut out to deep points. That'll just be a single, and Rob Keogh moves to 49. He's 49 off 71 balls. Safe save, 10 off 16. Had you watched much of Arshdeep throughout the IPL, Sam? I know we don't get the best coverage of the Ranji Trophy in the UK. It's cut away, backward a point by Safe Save, but that's going to run away. That's going to be 4 more added to the score.
Yeah, a fair amount, and actually gets the white ball to swing quite a lot, doesn't he?
He does indeed, yeah. He was one of the guys that I looked at in the Kent squad, and not to discredit any of the other ones, but one that I think naturally I was really quite excited to see and curious to see how he went with the red ball, and I've genuinely really enjoyed watching him work so far in this game.
Sort of, for an English reference point, he sort of does a similar role to Sam Curran, doesn't he? Up top, but also can bowl some overs at the death as well, and
yeah,
he's a bit taller.
He is a little bit taller, but that might not be the hardest job in the world. Much fuller that time from Arshdeep, not allowing Safe Save to play him off the back foot.
Yeah, I have to say I haven't watched any Ranji Trophy live stream. Maybe we can get a gig in the winter.
Left well alone, but shaped back in towards off stump and well taken by the wicket keeper. Yeah, you never know. A trip out to Bengaluru or something like that. Shorter this time, and Safe just tucks that one off his hip. Down to fine leg for a single. Rob Keogh will face the last ball of the Arshdeep Singh over. Is it worth going around the grounds, Sam? A little bit of an update.
Yeah.
Through the divisions. We haven't done that so far today, and
yeah, given that Andy gave a bit of a teaser saying there'd been a few wickets this morning.
That's what prompted me. We might have Hamadullah Kadri getting a little bit loose at deep point, so we might be seeing a bit of spin in the not too distant future. And that's 50 for Rob Keogh. Well batted, Rob. 50 off 72 balls, 96 minutes, including 7 fours, and a very important innings for the Northants batter, and one that his team very much needed. A good opportunity to turn that 50 into a big score here indeed at Wantage Road. 131 for 4 after 35.
Yeah, well batted Rob Keogh. He started the season well with 100 against Kent at Canterbury and 75 not out against Middlesex. The one game that Northants have won so far this year, but since then Yeah, really struggled with the bat, so good to see him. He's looked great actually from ball one. But he'll need to go on and make a big score here, you feel? Yeah, so going round the ground, starting at the Aegeus Bowl, where Middlesex are playing Hampshire. Middlesex, of course, in 8th place in Division 1, above these two sides, Kent and Northamptonshire. Well, Hampshire won the toss and elected to bat, and they are 99 for 4. James Vince, top scorer, but he's out. 35 he made. 2 wickets for Josh De Cares, of course, Mike Atherton's son, with his leggies. At the Oval, Lancashire 119 for 4. Dane Vilas 39 and out. 3 wickets for Sean Abbott. Another bowler who will be very familiar with bowling with a red kookaburra. At Chelmsford, Essex won the toss and chose to bat against Warwickshire, and they're going nicely. Essex 145 for 2. Tom Wesley 69 not out, and Dan Lawrence, soon to be of Surrey, 59 not out. And in the other game in Division 1 at Taunton, Somerset in all sorts of bother against Nottinghamshire. Somerset 125 for 7, and Brett Hutton has 3 for 27. Brett Hutton obviously made light work of Northants, as did Dane Patterson here early in the season. He's got 2 for, and Matt Carter has also got 2 for. So
who won the toss at Taunton?
Somerset chose to bat. So
wow.
I think everyone has chosen to bat in this round, given I think the fairly universal sunny conditions and the myth. Oh no, Surrey chose to field.
Okay.
At the Oval, so everyone in all the 4 other games, the side winning the toss is elected to bat first.
Short from Agar, and Safe Zabe safely underneath that one through to the wicketkeeper, Cox. I wonder, it's odd, isn't it? Like, as you said, cracking weather around the country. We've got this cricket ball that supposedly does less than what we've seen, or what we're used to seeing with the Dukes that's normally used, and yet there's teams out there, and Northants being no exception, being 4 down, just finding it a little bit tough going.
Just adds weight to the change of format theory, doesn't it?
Yeah. Defended again up to mid-off, that time by Safe Zabe. The boss man Alex has chimed in with some stats, and he's confirmed that that's Rob Keogh's 18th first class 50, and he has 15 hundreds to go with that, and he's followed it with hell of a conversion rate.
Yeah, he's not wrong. 33 scores of 50 or more, 15 of which are hundreds.
Safe Zabe leaves the last Wes Agar ball well alone. So that is 36 overs done. 132 for 4. Looks like a change of batting utensils for Safe Zabe there. Obviously didn't fancy the one that he was using.
Batting utensils, I like that.
Yeah.
Otherwise known as a bat.
Also known as a bat. Instruments, batting instruments. Batting equipment. And we are indeed going to see the change of bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. The finger spinner Hamidullah Kadri is going to come back into the attack. He will be bowling to Rob Keogh. First up, this stream, of course, powered by Daffabet here at Wantage Road. Hopefully, wherever you're listening to it, you're enjoying it. There are ways of means of getting in contact with us if you would like to share your thoughts on day one so far, either via Twitter at NorthamptonCCC or via email, which is stream@nccc.co.uk. Be great to hear from you. Keep us company through the afternoon. Always good fun to find out where people are listening in from as well. Don't have to give full addresses and postcodes, just a general area. It's driven down the ground by Rob Keogh, straight back to the bowler. But always nice, isn't it, to just see how far the Northants net is being cast.
Yeah, we've had people from all over watching, haven't we? Trying to remember from previous games.
Very full again from Kadri. Rob Keogh settles on a single. We have indeed.
The Dordogne we had.
Yep. Oh, that was the Conkers champion, wasn't it?
I think Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
Australia. We had Chris Tremaine's uncle.
We did indeed.
We never heard from Jordan Buckingham's uncle.
We didn't, did we? No. That's disappointing. It's defended by Safe. Am I completely losing the plot, or is there a bit of a brass band type thing going on through the effects mic? I don't know where it is.
It's great, isn't it?
Very full indeed from Hamidullah Kadri, and he got away with that one. Wes Agar did the fielding and spared his blushes there.
Yeah, a real summer fete vibe around the county ground.
I'd like them to do a lap of the ground if they are in fact a marching band. Could become problematic if they're a stationary band. Better that time from Kadri.
Yeah, Kadri, when the ball he tosses up, he does seem to overpitch, doesn't he? Does play a lot of white ball cricket, and I think perhaps more used to darting it in. See, again, tosses that one up and it's full. But he also will be aware that he's here to exploit what everyone is telling everyone is spinner friendly conditions, or become spinner friendly conditions, and so there's sort of an onus to bowl like a attacking red ball spinner rather than a defensive white ball spinner. But again, they do it so little, quite difficult just to switch in and out of those modes. We talk about the batters having to switch from T20 mode, but white ball spinners who darted in suddenly having to toss it up.
Absolutely. And speaking of switches, Arshdeep Singh has switched ends. He's going to have a go from the David Capel end, replacing Wes Agar. So Wes Agar so far today, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wickets for 43. And being replaced by Arshdeep, who's bowled 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 35. And Rob Keogh is on strike. And Rob Keogh again does brilliantly well to get himself off strike. Looking to be proactive, busy, rotate the strike with his partner Safe Zabe, who is in the process of starting his innings off. They obviously felt that the David Capel end offered potentially a little bit more. I felt Wes Agar got a little bit more out of the pitch from the David Capel end, didn't he, than what Arshdeep was able to from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Arshdeep obviously getting the movement through the air though, and that again has tailed into Safe Zabe's off stump and defended into the offside. What's the ground in South Africa? Is it Cape Town with the big brass bands, or is it Johannesburg?
Yeah, one of the two. Centurion. Now I'm not sure which one it is, but I know exactly where you mean it, and it's a constant backdrop, isn't it?
Yeah,
I like it a lot.
Getting those vibes down the leg side this time, and that'll be a leg bye added to the score.
And of course, a sole trumpeter at England games.
Yep.
The Barmy Army. But these guys are giving it some welly. We've got no idea where they're based. But it's full of gusto.
Yeah. So I think the brass band in South Africa is based out of Port Elizabeth.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there would need to be a fairly stiff breeze to be carrying the the noise across from PE. It's defended into the offside by Rob Keogh. He's on 53 off 77. Short from Arshdeep Singh, pulled away from Rob Keogh. He finds the gap, he adds 4 to the total. He moves to 57. The score moves to 139 for 4. Well directed bouncer, straight at the badge, wasn't it, of Rob Keogh's helmet. But Keogh up to the task and splits the fielders down on the leg side boundary and picks up 4.
Really well played hook shot, kept his eye on the ball all the way, stayed on top of it. Great shot.
And the last ball of Arshdeep's over from the David Capel end is left well alone. So 135 for 4, 38 overs gone. And I've overstayed my welcome there by a few minutes. I was obviously getting carried away, Sam, but it's over to you.
Really good start to the afternoon session for Northamptonshire. They have added 35 runs now in just over half an hour, 35 minutes of play. Look, as Dan has described, both Keogh and Zabe looking busy, full of intention, but also disciplined outside the off stump. Kadri operating with a slip and a leg slip, and that's nicely played by Safe Save, but Joey Everson runs round from mid-off and does the fielding. Just 1 run.
Let me know when you've settled into your stint, Sam, and I can talk to you about Greece.
To the right-handed Keogh, just a slip. Compton comes out into short mid-wicket. Rob Keogh thought about sweeping that one, changed his mind and went for the conventional forward press in the end. Five men on the onside. Again, just rotating the strike nicely, these two, picking up ones and finding the gaps. Ben Compton being kept busy as the strike rotates between his positions at leg slip with a helmet on to Safe Save and short mid-wicket to Rob Keogh. Go on then, Dan.
So, why does the Duke's cricket ball swing more than the Kookaburra? So, Greece is the answer, and well, not the musical, unfortunately, for
it's a better length from Kadri, but just lent on by Zabe.
for those fans. So grease is applied to the leather during tanning in the manufacturing process of the Duke's ball. And that, I don't know whether you've noticed, Sam, but it does rain quite a bit in England. So therefore the grease adds a layer of protection from the water. This same grease isn't applied to the Kookaburra and the SG because it doesn't rain as much during the cricket season in India and in Australia. So the grease is part of the reason as to why it makes that Duke's cricket ball darker. So they'd be visibly darker compared to the Kookaburra. Kookaburra would be a lot of a much more of a brighter red than the Dukes. Also a bit softer as well. And obviously the conditions in the UK aren't as abrasive, so therefore the condition of the ball just stays a bit better for longer, which is the point that you made earlier this morning, wasn't it?
I never knew that about the grease. That is very interesting. We're learning a lot today, thanks to your research, Dan. Thank you. Left Alone by Rob Keogh. Arshdeep Singh sort of angles his run towards the crease, running towards the umpire as it were, and then just uses that angle to generate a little bit of nip off the seam. A few clouds make their way across the ground, a bit of shadow on the outfield. Yeah, so he runs in, and then the angle of the arm, the ball heads into the right-hander, and he's just trying to get it to nip away, but for all the reasons explained earlier by Dan, the Kookaburra ball less likely to move off its less pronounced seam.
I've been provided some information about the band as well, Sam.
Oh yeah?
I have, yeah. So it's come from Cricket Drew on Twitter.
Outside half of the bat, Joey Everson gets down, ensures there's no run.
And it's part of Bands in the Park 2023, and it's at the Abington Park Bandstand, and they've got a summer schedule. So from the 16th of April through to the 24th of September, between 2 and 5 o'clock, they've got bands on all the way through the summer. And the 25th of June is the Northampton Concert Band in Abington Park. So they finish at 5 o'clock, and it's free admission at Wantage Road after tea, if I'm correct. So therefore, what I'm getting to here is finish at 5 o'clock, wander over the road with the instruments, position yourself potentially in the ComSafe stand. There's a few seats in that area of the ground at the moment, and provide some brass bands backdrop to the county cricket today.
Yeah, I think as the camera shows, that would be a perfect location for them. Well, I'm all for that. Be like bringing is it called St George's in Port Elizabeth?
Yeah, it is indeed.
That'll run away for 4. Rob Keogh being particularly effective through the covers today. Again on the back foot, just punching. Nice shot. Looking very, very accomplished.
Yeah, nicely timed, wasn't it? I think proving the fact so far there's not really been any demons in this pitch at all, has there?
No, and Rob Keogh's been brilliant on length. Anything fractionally short, and that's the shot he loves to play, isn't it? That sort of back foot square drive or punch. Shouts for 2 from Rob Keogh, but we'll make do with just one, with Joe Denley belying his senior status with pacey manoeuvre across the outfield. Yeah, well, bands in the park sounds good. Who needs Glastonbury, right?
Exactly. Bands in Wantage Road later this afternoon, if I get my wish.
$148 for 4, 40 overs bowled. Abdullah Kadri continues with his off spin. And gone. No, not gone. There were 2 noises, which I thought were bat and keeper's gloves, but umpire Lloyd having none of it. I think it was bat on ground in the end. It's a tempting length, a slightly better length from Kadri. It's taken a few overs find that length. Drift through the air, but Keogh gets most of that one, comes back for 2. 150 up for Northamptonshire. And this partnership now worth 46. $50 partnership earlier between Keogh and Whiteman. Whiteman was out for 40. That's better length again from Kadri, just dragging Rob Keogh forward. Wind getting up once again.
It's a hurricane going on out there.
And that is the 50 partnership. Rob Keogh cuts Kadri for 4, and these two have batted really nicely together, putting on 50 since lunch. Sam Whiteman going with the final ball of the morning session, and Saib has picked up where he left off in terms of supporting Rob Keogh. Rob Keogh 30 of the 50-run partnership, Saib 17. That's come in good time, just 69 balls.
It's been really proactive, hasn't it, Sam, between the two of them, looking to rotate the strike, put a bit of pressure back on Kent. They started the afternoon session, didn't they, with their 2 overseas, a pack slip cordon again. But these two have just helped turn the tide slightly on this game at the moment.
The wind playing havoc. Wes Agar's hat flying off. Abdullah Kadri had to abort his run-up during his last over when umpire Lloyd, I think his wide-brimmed sun hat was in danger of flying off, but the wind is certainly getting up now. It's interesting, Kadri to the right-hander, tossing that ball up. You did see the ball sort of go with the wind almost. It was the ball that Keogh cut, but it almost got caught in the wind and pushed it outside the off stump. It'd be a test to see whether Kadri can harness that or whether it becomes something he has to battle against. Arshdeep Singh in his 3rd over of this spell. Yeah, you can see there on the pictures the flags getting a bit of a battering from this. I always get my east and west. This is a westerly wind, right, coming from the west.
The southwest, yeah. It wouldn't be a day of county championship cricket though at Wantage Road, would it, if it wasn't blowing an absolute hoolie
Yeah, it does seem when the sun's out
this season.
Good Yorker from Singh, but equally well dug out by Rob Keogh, who dances round his bat as he jams down on it. Arshdeep Singh operating with 2 slips, a gully, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg, and a long leg. Again, indicating that, hoping he might be able to get it swinging into the right-hander with a bit of help from that westerly wind, that strong westerly wind. A bit of protection on the onside. That's cut out to Joey Everson on the deep backward point boundary. I missed him out on my fielding positions, didn't I?
You did.
He's cut off by I've got a restricted view.
Well, that's because you didn't pay to get in, Sam. Sam's in the cheap seat, so he...
Yeah, so anything happening in the far west of the ground, don't ask me.
Nah, he was tucked away, wasn't he, round the corner from you?
Arshdeep Singh coming over the wicket to the left-hander. Save, who lets that one go through to the keeper. Jordan Cox keeping wicket, I think, for the 4th game in a row. Sam Billings, who had obviously relinquished his IPL gig to focus on red ball cricket, take the gloves for Kent, and sadly for Billings it hasn't gone to plan, and he's now, well, firstly relinquished the gloves, then kind of left himself out of the last game and indeed this game, and has also relinquished the red ball captaincy. Jack Leaning taking over, so not an easy season for Sam Billings, who of course as recently as Edgbaston last year against India was England's test wicket keeper. Just shows you how quickly people's fortunes can change.
He obviously had that fantastic story, didn't he, in the winter of 21-22, of that call up for the Ashes squad that just came, well, it was about 90 minutes in time, wasn't it, I think, before he was going to board a plane home, and had a 9-hour drive from Brisbane to Sydney to meet up with the test squad.
Honing in on the stumps, Arshdeep Singh, but again this pitch offering very little for the bowlers, which makes Kent's efforts to take 4 wickets so far a pretty good one, having been asked to bowl first. But one thing a bowler has to do in these circumstances is be disciplined, and that's what Arshdeep Singh has done. Just plugging away. Protecting himself square of the wicket, behind square on the onside for the ball that tails into the right-hander, or he hopes tails into the right-hander. We did see a little bit of swing, not extravagant, but a little bit earlier on before lunch, but it's been pretty straight up and down for the Indians since.
That movement might well have been with the assistance of that breeze as well, Sam.
Definitely.
As opposed to kind of real orthodox swing.
Yeah, it is extremely strong, that wind. Sombrero, is that right? No, the umbrellas, parasols above the
Well, we got there eventually.
Yeah, the picnic benches in front of the, swept by Zaid very nicely indeed for 4 runs. He's so good on those cross-batted shots, both conventional and reverse. And he was onto that like a flash. Big empty acreage behind the man at deep square leg. Be interesting to see how long it is before that gap is plugged, because Save does like to play that shot against the spinner. He's of course playing against the spin when he plays that shot to the off spinner, but as we've been talking about, the ball is drifting down the leg side with that wind. Camera's taking a battering. With the wind, that's the moving camera is our esteemed colleague Ben, who does a great job. I imagine he's feeling weather beaten up there, but the static cameras behind the arm are on a sort of on a pole really, and so they do get, here you go, a little bit of, certainly plenty of lateral movement for the cameras, if not for the bowlers. And this time Keogh sweeps. There is a man out there at Deep backward square. So he'll take 1 and keep the strike. 7 off Kadri's over. He has none for 41 from his 9 overs, so a little expensive as drinks are brought out.
Yeah, it's been a good session, hasn't it, so far for Northamptonshire? Is it 59 runs added? Was it 104 for 4?
Yeah.
Between these two, they've batted very well, haven't they? Ahmadullah Kadri struggling to apply the pressure that would be required from the finger spinner. A bit of a regroup there whilst drinks are taken. Still in a very good position though, Kent. 4 down for 163 they've got Northamptonshire. But I think they will be slightly worried, this partnership between Safe Sabe and Rob Keogh has built quite so quickly. And I think I've just seen someone launch a water bottle out to, I think it's Justin Broad doing 12th man duty. And I'm not sure there's much contents left in the water bottle after it's been launched from the Northants dressing room.
Tell you what, the test match at Trent Bridge is developing into a fantastic game. Australia leading by 206, and they're now 6 down in their second innings. 196 for 6.
So what does that give them a lead of?
I just said that. 206.
Sorry, I wasn't listening.
206 run lead. 4 second innings wickets in hand, and they were 151 for 2, and they're now 196 for 6. Sophie Eccleston 2 wickets, Lauren Filer 2 early wickets, and Kate Cross 2 wickets. Game on. Could be a thriller.
It's building that way, isn't it? The England will be very excited about the prospect of chasing, say, 250 odd to win that game.
Annabelle Sutherland is not out on 15. She, of course, scored a brilliant 137 not out from number 8 in the first innings, so still plenty of batting to get rid of from an England point of view, as we have a change of bowling at the David Capel end. The seamers rotating at that end of the ground, and this time Matt Quinn, who bowled well without looking particularly threatening, certainly very tidily for his 6 over spell earlier on. He has 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 14. So we're sort of in that territory of bowling dry and saying to the batter, well, can you avoid making a mistake? His field, 1 slip, a backward point, more even of a sort of deep gully, cover, mid-off, mid-on, man catching straight on the onside, and then a short mid-wicket as a misfield brings a single, deep backward square and a long leg. We shall see how that changes now. We have the left-handed Safe Sabe on strike, and to Safe Sabe we'll have 2 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, conventional mid-wicket, and long leg. So the catcher comes out of silly mid into second slip to the left-hander. Short ball. Safe Sabe ducks under. Slightly more cloud cover than we had first thing this morning. as of yet, no sign that that is making any difference to how the ball is behaving through the air. Too windy, you would say, and probably the Kookaburra factor. Set off for a quick single. Denley has a shy at the stumps, but I think Rob Keogh was long home, and actually Tuanda Muyeye misfields, backing up, and Say calls Rob Keogh through for a second run, which he had to get a bit of a move on because he had run hard. He was well in from Denley's throw, but it did mean he was a long way past the stumps when he turned around and saw Safe Zabe almost completing the second run. So I think Rob Keogh probably ran about 4 there. Punched off the back foot. Long chase for Kadri. Out into the offside. There's 2 runs. There is a man down at long leg Tuanda Muyeye in case Zabe takes on the short ball. Ball for the one he tucks off his legs. 5 off the over from Matt Quinn. You are watching live pictures from the county ground, Northampton, powered by Daffabet, with me, Sam Keir, and Dan Jadzovics. Northamptonshire are rebuilding nicely after losing 4 wickets in the morning session. Safe Zabe and Rob Keogh have added 64 for the 5th wicket, taking Northants to 168 for 4 after 44 overs. The overs racing by. We've had spin from one end for probably all but an hour of the match so far, maybe an hour and 15 minutes. But as of yet, Hamidullah Kadri has not really managed to extract much from the pitch with this Kookaburra ball, which is being used for this and the next round of championship matches. And just going down, I think. Look at the replay here. I think with the off-spinners, action starts very wide of the crease. Pitch is outside as well. Not much going for that. Rob Keogh, with that run, goes past his 2nd highest score of the season. He started the season with 100 against Kent in the defeat at Canterbury, and then made 75 not out against Middlesex in the win against Middlesex in the 2nd game. He's had, well, he's enjoyed batting against Kent so far this season. Hamadullah Kadri with a field or ring of fielders on the offside. Oh, and he's bowled him. Hamadullah Kadri has the breakthrough, bowling Saif Zaib, who gave himself room, looking to manoeuvre it into the offside. But the ball went on with the arm and clipped the top of middle and off. Saif Zaib goes for 26, and just when Northamptonshire are starting to get a foothold back in the game, Kent have been able to break the partnership. I think that drifted in with the arm in the wind and then did turn slightly. It was possibly not quite short enough for Zaib to play the shot, and he'll be mightily disappointed because he'd looked totally untroubled. And actually not a bad ball from Hamadullah Kadri, probably the first one he's got to turn a little bit. That was one that drifted in and turned away. It was a good ball.
That's a huge shame, isn't it, Sam?
Depends which side you're on, but yeah.
Well, I know what side I'm on. I know what side my bread's buttered on here at Wantage Road. But that partnership was building really nicely between the two of them.
Yeah, you just feel with a pitch that looks like there's plenty of runs on, that, you know, sort of 50, 60, 70 partnerships, you're going to need certainly one that is bigger than that. And having look totally untroubled for the first hour after lunch, somewhat out of nowhere, Northants have lost their 5th wicket, and that brings Lewis McManus, who's played a big part obviously in the blast but was out injured for the last couple of championship games. A long time ago now, he had a finger injury. He's back fit and fighting. Biffed a few big ones in the blast, but he'll be doing playing a supporting role, certainly to start with here, with Rob Keogh unbeaten on 76 at the other end.
Yeah, he picked that injury up. That was against Hampshire here, wasn't it? That delivery from James Fuller that wrapped him on the gloves, I think. If memory serves me right. So 169 for 5. The score, having had 45 overs of cricket here at Wantage Road on day 1. Matt Quinn, he's bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 19 so far today, and he will continue for Kent from the David Capel end. Rob Keogh, that man is 76 not out, and he is on strike. We've got a second slip, we've got a fielder at short mid on, we've got a catcher at short mid wicket. So Matt Quinn's going to be targeting the stumps and the body of Rob Keogh and just seeing if he can bring those fielders that are lurking on the leg side into play. And I think that type of field, Sam, proves exactly that there really isn't that much movement going on either through the air or off the seam. And to have Northamptonshire 5 down on a day where we've seen quite so kind of funky fields set by Jack Leaning, they must be incredibly happy with their work so far.
So with your brass band in the in Abington Park, would you have any requests you'd like to hear them belt out once they get into the ground?
God, do you know what? My brass band music knowledge isn't particularly strong, Sam.
No, they'll play anything you want. Anything with a bit of brass in it, a bit of ska.
Honestly, I'd leave that to the experts. I don't feel qualified enough to tell them what I would want them to play. Have you got? It kind of feels like a loaded question.
No,
Like,
not at all.
I wondered
Just,
whether
you were so taken by them, and they were coming. You wanted them to pop in. I thought maybe you'd
Yeah.
have a playlist for them.
No, I just felt it was going to be a nice kind of whimsical addition to this afternoon's play. That's all. Defended into the offside, that time by Rob Keogh. He's been miserly in his 7.5 overs so far today, as Matt Quinn just going for the 19 runs. And another player is added close in on the leg side. Square leg, who's just in front of the square leg umpire. It's defended again by Rob Keogh. Just another rebuilding moment, isn't it, for Northamptonshire here now? 5 down with 169 runs on the board.
Yeah, just as, like we were saying, just as the momentum, or they get a grip in the game, Kent have managed to take a wicket at that crucial time, which they'll be delighted with. The wind is really getting up now. That's why you've got those kind of 3 men short on the onside, hoping that ball goes with the wind, and it just puts Rob Keogh off his timing, and he pops one up. So far he's not really looked like doing that, and has played scored most of his runs through the offside.
Yeah, that square drive that you've mentioned a couple of times has been sublime so far, hasn't it, for Rob Keogh? So Hamadullah Kadri, who picks up the wicket of Safe Zabe in his last over, will carry on from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and he'll be bowling to wicketkeeper Lewis McManus. Short leg and a first slip. It's flighted and turned round the corner, and had short leg interested for a short while, but Lewis McManus is off the mark. He's opened his account for his afternoon's activities here in Northampton. Bit of cloud cover on its way up from the south, just building, but I don't think it's going to hang around for very long with the strength of the breeze that it's being blown over with. Ben Compton in with a helmet, catching it short mid-wicket. And half fielded by Muyeye in the leg side, and Rob Keogh gets himself off strike and down to the non-strikers end. What is that? Do you know the weather forecast for the next
Yes, I
3 or 4 days?
I think it's much cooler tomorrow, still reasonably sunny, and then I think it gets a bit greyer, potential for some rain on Wednesday as well. So you'd have thought, this wind is a bit of a wild card, but weather-wise today, again, another reason why I think teams are largely choosing to bat first.
Oh, that's an absolute jaffa from Hamadullah Kadri. Lewis McManus tries to defend it and pops it up to the man, short leg. Just turn that one round the corner off his pad, and it's ballooned up, and Northamptonshire find themselves 6 down now for 171. Wicketkeeper McManus has to go for 1. So the man that struggled before lunch to apply the pressure has come back after the break, and he's picked up 2 wickets in his second spell. Been a much improved performance after lunch, hasn't it, Sam, from Hamadullah Kadri?
Definitely, he's just found that length. Both those deliveries, which have taken wickets, Zabe and McManus, much better lengths. I think Lewis McManus got trapped a little bit on the crease there, and then was kind of having to play round his pad, wasn't he?
Yeah. Certainly was. Tom Taylor, the new man in for Northamptonshire. He's going to join Rob Keogh, who's 77 not out. Tom Taylor, sponsored by Smooth FM. As I say, 6 down now for Northamptonshire.
And actually, it will be challenging for batters when you've got the wind is really, really strong now. I don't know if we can get a shot of the parasols or even the trees over on the sort of Wellingborough Road side of the ground. It's blowing a gale, and so with a spinner that's tossing it up, but then turning it and then getting caught in the wind and blowing on from leg to off for the right-hander, but then spinning in, could be quite tricky. So if he can get his lengths right, which he is at the moment, then Kadri could be a handful.
Yeah, drift away and turn back in is a decent combination, isn't it?
Yes, you hear that a lot in club cricket, don't you? Wow, he was getting it to drift away and then turn back in, or drift in and turn away, and you think, yeah, right. But these boys take him a bit more seriously.
Yeah. End of the over. Successful over for Kent and Hamadullah Kadri. He picked up the wicket of Lewis McManus. He's now bowled 11 overs, 2 for 44, and Northamptonshire 171 for 6. I think a lot of the turn that arrives in club cricket, though, Sam, is usually because of the dandelions and the daisies and whatever else that you tend to find in the 22 yards of cricket pitch, depending on where you are around the country, more so than the skill of the bowler. But obviously an absolutely cracking pitch prepared by Craig Harvey and his team here at Wantage Road.
Come on, you can.
Oh my word, I think we're about to take off here, Sam. Gonna be doing our best Mary Poppins impressions.
Well, I was we might see Ben, the cameraman, fly across the ground.
And that is that trademark shot that we've seen today from Rob Keogh. Just worked down towards backward point for a single. So Tom Taylor will face up against Matt Quinn for the first time today. The fielders make their way back in from the boundary edge to put a bit of pressure on the new man. Tom Taylor scored 90 runs so far this season. He's another one of the Northants players that missed a couple of rounds of cricket. He missed the ones at the start, didn't he, through an injury. High score of 53. Matt Quinn's I think he's just rolled his fingers across that one, and that's just shaped back in towards Tom Taylor. Conscious effort when the ball's not doing much to bowl straight, bring the stumps into play.
Well, Jack Leaning, he's sort of gone for that umbrella field, hasn't he, that was in place when Ollie Robinson bowled Usman Khawaja in the test match, certainly on the onside. 3 men.
Straight to Joe Denley at a short square leg. So we've got a short square leg, a short mid wicket, a short mid on. Almost an orthodox mid on as well. Mid off, short cover, backward point, first slip. And I suspect there is a fielder, which I think is Daniel Bell Drummond, lurking at fine leg as well. As you say, an incredibly attacking field from Jack Leaning and Kent this afternoon. Defended again by Tom Taylor. They're in a position now, though, Northamptonshire, Sam, where do you dig in? Do you counter-attack? 172 for 6 doesn't sound like it's enough, does it? On a
No, I think
on a pitch that's looked this good.
well short. Well, I think you've got to support whilst Rob Keogh's there. You've got to do everything you can to give him as much time to bat as possible. You know, he's scoring at a strike rate of nearly 70 without really taking any risks. He's been playing a different game really to, well, apart from a safe save, and well, Sam Whiteman, a safe save, looked totally at ease, but momentary lapse of concentration for both of them really. I think unforced errors, to use a sort of tennis analogy, could come back to haunt Northamptonshire. But as Geoffrey Boycott says, you don't know how good a pitch it is until both sides have battled on it, but it does look a good batting pitch.
Short from Matt Quinn and pulled from Tom Taylor. That's going to beat Daniel Bell-Drummond down at fine leg, and Tom Taylor's going to pick up 4. He's going to get himself off the mark with a boundary, and I'm sure you heard through the effects mic the disgruntled Matt Quinn is disappointed that he gave that freebie for Tom Taylor. 176 for 6 now the score. All manner of Geoffrey Boycott quotes you could have pulled out. I was stick a rhubarb and
yeah, 1 brings 2, or add 2 onto the score.
Yeah.
The one I love from Boycott was in the 2005 Ashes when McGrath bowls Flintoff or Vaughan off a no ball. Bad luck, you Aussies, bad luck. Michael Slater, calm down, Geoffrey.
Yeah, he wasn't the most complimentary about Gautam Gambhir either, was he? Hamidullah Kadri to continue. That's swept from Rob Keogh, powerfully swept in front of square, and Rob Keogh is going to pick up another 4, and he's going to move to 82 and takes the score to 180 with him. That's a wonderful shot, powerfully struck. The fielder on the boundary is behind square, and Rob Keogh's placed that exactly where he's needed to. Swept again, this time straight to the fielder, so it'll be a single for Rob Keogh. He moves to 83, apologies. Tom Taylor will be on strike with, as you said, Sam, that ball drifting away from Tom Taylor and then turning back in. It's going to be a handful. Does look like our static camera from this end has had one too many blue Smarties at lunchtime, doesn't it? And it's blue Smarties, a couple of Panda Pops, and it's having a right old go of it up on the gantry.
Yeah, those E numbers. We've been talking a lot about sweets today, haven't we, Adam?
We have actually, yeah. Shorter from Kadri, but played back down the ground, straight back to the bowler. Yeah, if it's not been ice creams, it's been Haribos, and if it's not been Haribos, it's been blue Smarties. Leg slip in play now then as well, so a first slip, a leg slip and a short leg, really applying the pressure. Now are Kent. Tom Taylor advances down the ground and defends that one back to Hamidullah Kadri. Defended into the offside. So 5 off the over. 49 overs gone. 181 for 6 the score. Rob Keogh on 83 and Tom Taylor on 4. I think is that Ben Compton there doing a bit of shadow batting at the David Capel end. Obviously thinks his turn to bat isn't that far away. Getting his eye in. Matt Quinn is going to continue as Wes Agar loses his hat. It's quite a peculiar day with the temperature outside, yet with the gale force winds blowing across the ground at the same time. And Rob Keogh gets himself off strike with a single out to Arshdeep Singh. Cut back in from Matt Quinn. Tom Taylor defended that one with no harm done. That field the same as the previous over for Kent. Straight again from Matt Quinn. Ball again. Tom Taylor doing well here to absorb the pressure and support his teammate Rob Keogh. He's batted brilliantly for 84 so far today. That's an appeal for LBW, but missing leg stump. Umpire not interested in the slightest, and encouraging signs for Kent that that movement is still available. But that one doing a bit too much. Could be a short ball coming up. Joe Denley has just dropped out to a deeper square leg, so we could have a short ball here from Matt Quinn. See what Tom Taylor does. It isn't. It's full. It's outside the off stump, and it's a dot ball to finish the over. So just one run coming from the 50th. It's 182 for 6. Matt Quinn has bowled 10 overs, 3 maidens, none for 25, and Hamidullah Qadri will continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end, having bowled brilliantly post-lunch. Potentially Joey Everson is getting loose to have a bowl from the David Capel end. But Rob Keogh will face up against Hamidullah Qadri. Sweepers on either side, one at deep backward square, one at deep point. Punched into the leg side for a dot ball, fielded by Muyeye. Operating with a first slip with that drift away from Rob Keogh. That's played towards Joe Denley at cover. 84 off 118 for Keogh as he pulls away on that one. short from Kadri and punched out to the fielder at deep point for a single. So Rob Keogh moves to 85 as the fielders converge on Tom Taylor. Short leg puts the helmet back on. Arshdeep at a kind of a short 45. And defended into the offside from Tom Taylor. 4 off 17 now for Taylor. I think there's definitely an element of a supporting role for Rob Keogh, but certainly going to need to look to score when the opportunity arises, and that is short by Kadri, and a one bounce 4 from Tom Taylor. So the opportunity did arise, and he did look to score, and he successfully did so.
Like he heard you, Dan.
I think we've seen a few instances in the county championship here so far this season, Sam, where you've watched a batter go out in the lower middle order, and you've watched them and you've thought, I don't really know what it is you're trying to do at the moment. So I think it is still important for 8, 9, 10 to obviously support Rob Keogh, but still look to score when the opportunity is right. Tom Taylor uses his feet this time and plays it down towards Wes Agar.
Yeah, and Kent have obviously decided they want to keep Tom Taylor on strike, particularly when Kadri's bowling, and so with the ball turning from off to leg, they've packed that onside field, because what Tom Taylor would like to do, I think in an ideal world, is get off strike and give Rob Keogh as much as possible, but they're making it hard for him to do that, which is why Tom Taylor, I think, probably was thinking, well, okay, I'll go over the top. Certainly with that drag down, which got the treatment it deserved, but also using his feet in that last delivery, trying to hit back down the ground, as if to say, well, you can have your field up, but then I'll just go over the top, which then maybe pushes them back, and then you can nudge for one and take that sort of proactive supporting role that you mentioned.
Yeah, absolutely. Wes Agar is back into the attack. So far today he's bowled 10 overs, 2 for 43. That included the wickets of Vasconcelos and Sam Whiteman, the one to fall on the stroke of lunch. So the Aussie overseas comes back into the attack for Jack Leaning. And I might be wrong, Sam, but I think your mate from Colombia might have been in touch. If not, it will be a remarkable coincidence.
I've just seen that, yeah.
Short from Agar, and Keogh pushes that one through the covers for a couple. He moves to 87.
Yeah, email from Teddy Dyson Payton. It says, my name is Teddy Dyson Payton. I've just turned 1 and I live in Colombia with my mummy and daddy. I'm a massive Kent fan, and my daddy tells me about his friend PCS, who I think is the biggest diehard Kent fan I know. My question is, now, getting serious for a minute, my question now is, now that Jack Leaning is Kent captain, what sort of approach is he taking to captaincy, and do you think he is rotating his bowlers well? Good to hear from you, Teddy, and I imagine Richard at the other end of the keyboard.
It's an absolute jaffa from Wes Agar, and left well alone in the end from Rob Keogh. It's come back a long way, hasn't it? We've seen that from Agar this afternoon with this older ball, that he has still been able to get that movement off the seam. So what do you think about Jack Leaning's captaincy then, Sam?
Well, you can't argue with 189 for 6, having been asked to
edge this time through the gap, and Rob Keogh picks up another boundary. He moves into the 90s, 91 off 122. Outstretched. Jack Leaning couldn't pick that one up. No way. It carried. But the dive to save the 4 was to no avail. So Keogh into the 90s.
In terms of rotating his bowlers, as Tawanda Muyeye goes on a wild goose chase for his cap, which was blown off, and then tried to elude him, but he has managed to get it back on his head. It's kind of dictated by the conditions, isn't it? You know, you spinner with the off spinner with that wind.
And a big play and miss from Rob Keogh that time. That's the first moment, I think, looking back at this 91, that Rob Keogh's put together so far of a real loose shot from the Northamptonshire batter.
Not a dissimilar ball that got Sam Whiteman. A sort of back of a length ball that just got a little big. Rob Keogh manages to avoid getting bat on it. Yeah, and then rotating the seams at the other end where they seem to have had the most impact. Tailing it into the right-hander.
Full that time from Agar and defended down the ground at Arshdeep Singh. Yeah, I think they'll be very, very happy, won't they, that Hamidullah's been a much more reliable quantity post-lunch than what he was beforehand, which is given Jack Leaning the opportunity to rotate his seamers from the David Capel end this afternoon.
Yeah, well, it's, you know, obviously why he's been picked. In the first innings, you're asked to hold an end, but yeah, since lunch he's taken advantage of that west to east wind.
Attacking the pads again from Wes Agar. It's a dot ball to finish. So 11 overs then, 2 for 49, 193 for 6. Rob Keogh 91 and Tom Taylor is 8 off 19 balls.
Well, I'd be interested to hear what you think, Teddy, about what you've seen of Jack Leaning's captaincy. You think of the game so far. Obviously, early morning in Colombia, but what better way to start a Sunday morning in Bogota than tuning into the Northamptonshire County Cricket Club live stream powered by Dafabet. Hamidullah Kadri starting his 14th over from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. 2 for 54, both those wickets in this spell since lunch.
Quite remarkable, the strength of that breeze out there. Appreciate you can see the cameras wobbling on the stream, but when you can feel the box that you're sat in just wobble under your feet, it's it just highlights. And we're not in kind of a plinth of a commentary box, are we? We're in quite a substantial building here in the Lynn Wilson Centre end.
Beats the man, and 4 runs. Nice shot from Tom Taylor. Rocked back and punched through the mid-on region. Joey Everson was always losing that battle.
Yeah, picked the gap nicely, didn't he? Threaded it between Muyeye and Joey Everson on the leg side. Shorter ball from Kadri, wasn't it? And almost with the fielders and with the field where they are, it was almost a hit it wherever you want kind of ball, wasn't it? Australia are 7 down, Sam. 233 for 7, so lead by 243.
What do you think England will deem? What will they be happy with to chase?
Still plenty of time, which I think is the most exciting bit of it. 300 starts looking really unappealing, doesn't it?
Especially with the quality of their bowling attack, not least Alana King, the leg spinner, on a day 5 wicket, which has been baked under the sun. 4 off that over, that punch down the ground by Tom Taylor. He's on 12, Rob Keogh on 91. Tom Taylor playing this quite well. He's saying, well, if you're going to have the field up, then when the opportunity presents itself, I'll take advantage of that rather than getting bogged down. The run's ticking over. Partnership worth 26 now. Rob Keogh just 9 away from his second 100 of the season. 16th of his first class career. Earlier on, our big boss man Alex was saying that his conversion rate is pretty special. When he went to his 18th 50 in first class cricket to go with 1500s, well, Alex is 9 runs away from being spot on about that conversion rate, and it will become, should he get there, 1600s, 1750s, which is remarkable. And Rob Keogh's, I think, shown the way to approach these conditions is, you know, you can bed in. There's nothing there for the bowlers unless you give it to them. Certainly the seamers start to see a hint of turn, and it could have been a very different story for Northamptonshire if, you know, one of Whiteman or Zabe had converted what were very positive starts, untroubled starts, into significant scores. Where's Agar plugging away from the David Capel end? He's into his 12th over, 2 for 50 so far. You know, the run rates, as well as Agar has bowled, still going at over 4 and over, which just shows that, well, Northamptonshire have been scoring at 3.7 and over throughout the innings. It's just the 6 wickets which will be of some concern to them. Just dug out by Tom Taylor. He's hoping to unfurl his cover drive, but managed to jam down the toe end of the bat just in time, as this replay will show us. Two slips for Tom Taylor, facing Wes Agar, backward point, mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on, 2 men catching at silly mid on, and 2 silly mid ons really, or 1 silly mid on and a very short mid wicket, and a man at long leg. And 200 is up for Northamptonshire in the 54th over. The Cinch football stand definitely proving one of the more popular places to sit for supporters today. You're in the shade, but also you've got a nice back of the terrace, back wall to stop the wind from battering you, whereas everywhere else you're somewhat exposed. So, we've just seen one of the parasols on the picnic table in front of the electric scoreboard has finally blown inside out. It's a miracle it hasn't happened before, so whoever provides the parasols to Northamptonshire County Cricket Club can be very proud of their workmanship, because I'm amazed that it's taken until 3:25 for the parasol to finally turn inside out. Maybe at the end of the over Ben will get a shot of that, but
that looks fairly knackered now.
Yeah, I think that might be terminal for that particular parasol. Ooh, and that one tails in with the wind. Rob Keogh gets bat on it, squirts it down to fine leg for 2.
Yeah,
Excuse me, Tom Taylor, of course, was the batter facing then. There we go. That is game over for that particular parasol, and I think that man is just wiping away a tear because his shade has been. He had the perfect spot, or maybe his lager got knocked over, and he's wiping it from his face.
Hopefully, receipts were kept for the parasols.
I'm not sure. I think the manufacturer would say, well, there is a limit to what these can withstand. More like a windsock now.
I don't think we needed that to tell you that it was pretty breezy and it was blowing from the southwest, but
yeah, visual proof. Kadri continues. So 9.5 overs until the tea break. So even with a spinner operating most of the day from one end, tea will be past the 3:40 nominal time. Kadri just getting into a nice rhythm now.
Yeah, well, that run rate's just dropping, isn't it? Over by over. It was 6.3, wasn't it? I think after about 3 or 4 overs from him today. It's dropped all the way down to 4.
Reverse sweep. Keogh looking to access the acreage behind the man at slip, or square of the man at slip, but not getting anything on it. I don't quite know what Jordan Cox was appealing for. It didn't seem to hit anything. I think that was pitching and indeed missing leg stump. Only really Kadri that went up. Keogh taking a leg stump guard. Yeah, that was pitched well outside leg stump. Might have been hitting leg stump, but of course irrelevant once the ball's pitched outside leg stump. Oh, they're all taking turns to appeal for hopeful LBW shouts, the Kent fielders. Raced through that over Hamadullah Kadri. A maiden for him. That was a leg bye off the final delivery, which means Rob Keogh keeps the strike. He's on 92 off 132.
Tell you what, that Northampton employee needs to be a bit careful that he doesn't lift that broken umbrella a little bit too high and ends up, well, in Leicestershire, I think, is probably the next county, isn't it? Oh, we've got a chat with some badges now.
So it looks like news footage. You know when there's a hurricane in Florida.
Hurricane Edna.
Yeah, or I don't know who could we name the hurricane owner, but certainly had one victim, and that is the parasol, the Steelback's parasol.
I'm sure the chap with the badges and the sign writing on his shirt will be the man to fix it.
Well, it's been removed by the maintenance team.
That's what happens when you get too rowdy here at Wantage Road. Stewards escort you out of the building. You're here to be a parasol, son. Steady yourself.
Edged, dropped just short of Jack Leaning, who throws his head back in exasperation. Soft hands from Rob Keogh. Genuine edge. Ball angled in to the right-hander, and then just a hint of movement away, which finds the edge, but it was always going straight down. Not a million miles away from carrying, but encouragement for Wes Agar. Oh, shout for LBW! Which continues for some time, but Rob Bailey is having none of it. Let's have a look at this again.
Jordan Cox can't believe it.
height or maybe the line saving him. Just hitting him outside the line. That's pretty close.
Maybe.
Well, the appeal went on and on and on, and like you say, Jordan Cox, the wicket-keeper, couldn't believe it. It's tight.
It is very tight.
Benefit of the doubt, I think, on impact, would you say, Dan?
Yeah, just outside the line maybe. But I can certainly see why the Kent fielders were quite so enthusiastic about that LBW appeal, that's for sure. Thought Jordan Cox's theatrics behind the stumps was added value. I was a big fan of that. I liked it a lot.
Left well alone this time. Arshdeep Singh went and had a long word with Rob Bailey, and I don't think Rob Bailey saw the funny side in the same way that Arshdeep Singh did. His arms were crossed. He looked straight ahead as if to say, please go away.
Good celeb appeal by Wes Agar as well, wasn't it?
Well, he was
the full 22 yards.
That's exactly what it was. No ball. Agar overstepping for the first time today. I think it was Agar that overstepped earlier, was it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I believe so. I'm sure that breeze isn't going to make it any easier when you're attacking the crease. Being pushed and buffeted off your run.
And Kent giving, other than the no ball, giving nothing away, not making Rob Keogh, not giving him 100, that's for sure. Again, tailing in with the wind, and Rob Keogh jams down on it.
I've really enjoyed watching Wes Agar bowl today from a cricket fan's perspective. It's someone that I hadn't really seen a great deal of, mostly in the Big Bash for the Adelaide Strikers, I think is where he is at the moment. When you look into it, he has played 2 ODIs for Australia against the West Indies, I believe, in Barbados. But not a huge amount of first-class cricket. I think this is only his 30th, maybe his 31st.
Yeah.
But I think he's done an absolutely brilliant job, and obviously 16 wickets for Kent this year as well. 18 now, isn't it?
Quick single. Comfortably achieved in the end. Ben Compton had a shy at the non-striker's end, but Tom Taylor had set off quickly, and that gives Rob Keogh the strike. That's intelligent from Tom Taylor. He was running to the danger end once the ball had been played the way it had been, and he made sure he was down there, and by the time Ben Compton had done the fielding, Rob Keogh was safe at the non-striker's end. So gives Rob Keogh his 93rd run and keeps him on strike. Yeah, well, you know, Agar and Arshdeep Singh, it just the appeal of county cricket to people who are making a fair living in the franchise leagues. Just shows you that the ambition, that, you know, the pinnacle of the game for a lot of players is still red ball cricket. You hear a lot of Australians talk about it's been a sort of lifelong ambition to play county cricket, even Indians, you know, and you think about what's on offer if you're a good Indian cricketer, but there's still appeal of the heritage, and I think also, you know, the competitiveness of county cricket that attracts top level overseas players. Kadri has suddenly become reasonably metronomic in just putting it on a spot. I think he's tossing it up a little less, getting some good revs on the ball, bowling a little bit quicker, and I think it's working better for him rather than what he was doing at the start, which was really trying to flight it. He's a ball away from back-to-back maidens. But Rob Keogh makes sure that doesn't happen with a wonderful reverse sweep, which races away for 4 behind square, and that takes him to 97 and within a shot of his 16th first-class 100. Good way to finish the over. One thing about being metronomic is that the batter knows where it's going to come, and with that premeditated reverse sweep, he absolutely nailed it.
Yeah, he's attempted that 3 or 4 times, hasn't he, today? Not successful before that previous shot, but obviously that shot there highlighting just how strong of an option it is for Rob Keogh. Whether that gives Jack Leaning something to think about with regards to field placements or not, we'll obviously see in the next over. But yeah, absolutely crunched it, didn't he, behind point.
And Tom Taylor manages to find a single with the first ball of Wes Agar's over, bringing Rob Keogh back onto strike. Just as an aside, Northamptonshire passed 200 for just the 3rd time in the championship this season. Do you think they are, at the moment, some way light of where they thought they would want to be on this pitch in these conditions with this ball? But these two batting nicely together, partnership now worth 40, I think. Gone on 97. Heartbreak for Rob Keogh. It was full, it was straight, it tailed in. And Rob Keogh played around it, and he's gone for 97. Well, it's happened all game, just when the momentum is shifting back to Northamptonshire. Kent managed to rustle up a wicket out of somewhere, and that was pretty straight, full and straight. And the former Northamptonshire player, Rob Bailey, had little hesitation in raising his finger, but the end of a fine innings from Rob Keogh, Dan.
Yeah, gutting for Rob and gutting for Northamptonshire. And the fans here in the ground giving him a very healthy round of applause as he makes his way off the field, but to fall 3 short of what would have been a very well-made and well-deserved 100 as well, I think, is tough. He's done very well, and he's been a huge part of putting Northamptonshire in the position that they are in. Without those runs, that scorecard would be looking pretty sorry for itself.
Yeah, and actually have to give some credit to Kent bowlers and to, in fact, Jack Leaning's captaincy. We had that question about his captaincy, but the runs had dried up. Obviously, there's that reverse sweep off Kadri's last ball in his previous over, as we see the dismissal again. Sharp in swing, actually.
Yeah, he's bowled a few of those, hasn't he, this afternoon, Wes Agar? A little bit shorter of a length. You tend to see that movement a little bit better, don't you? You see it a little bit more extravagant. But he's certainly bowled really well, and genuinely has been really impressive to watch today here at Wantage Road.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, you know, drying up the runs and the field placing set by Jack Leaning, they just made it hard for Rob Keogh to kick on from 90 to 100. But that was a good ball that Rob Keogh was sizing up to whip through the onside. But he was played all round it in the end. And he goes for 97 to go with scores earlier in the season of, I think, 115, 116 against Kent in the reverse fixture, 75 not out against Middlesex. Ben Sanderson is the new man. He's off the mark straight away with a quick single into the offside. Interesting to see how Tom Taylor approaches things now, because I don't want to do them a disservice. We saw Ben Sanderson play a brilliant reverse scoop for 4 in the was it 4 or 6?
I think it was 4
4,
off
yeah.
Salman Khan, wasn't it?
Yeah, in the blast a couple of days or a few days ago. So he can hold a bat, but 9, 10, 11 for Northants today not full of runs, you would say?
No, I think you would be.
I'm trying to be polite, but
I think you are. I think you're doing very well, and I think you've summed it up pretty successfully. I think so. Wes Agar, that moves him to 19 wickets for this season, and if my research and stats and everything else is correct, I think he's 3 wickets away from 100 first-class wickets now.
Great intel.
In his 30th/31st first-class game, which I think a lot of people would be pretty happy with those kind of numbers.
Cut away by Tom Taylor. Too short from Wes Agar, and he let out a grunt of frustration. The gimme for Tom Taylor, who got on top of it well, used his height and his wrists, and it's a long walk past the covers for Daniel Bell Drummond to fetch the ball. Not many fielders out in the deep now. Not looking too far ahead, but I'll be really interested to see how Jack White and Ben Sanderson, how using a Kookaburra ball affects their... Maybe they'll suddenly realise what they've been wasting their time with the Dukes all and they'll move to Australia. Northamptonshire fans can hope. Not the moving to Australia.
I was about to say, wishing them away. Well, that's where Jack White was rediscovered, wasn't it, in Australia? Right, yeah. So he would have been using the Kookaburra in whatever form of grade cricket he would have played out there. I got a feeling Ben Sanderson might have spent a bit of time out in Australia as well. Most English cricketers have spent seasons and winters in Australia, haven't they? I mean, if you're given the opportunity to not be here during November, December, January, February, I think most people would bite your hand off for that chance. But it is, as you said, Sam, it's going to be interesting to see what Northamptonshire do now, what approach they take with regards to the rest of this innings. Tom Taylor, you would say, is definitely the more accomplished of batters left. 216 for 7 on a day like today against the ball that we're led to believe doesn't do quite as much, you would say would be a disappointing score. But when you look around the rest of the scores in the championship, barring, I think, one, it possibly is about par.
Amadullah Kadri into the 12th over of his post-prandial spell. th overall. Ben Sanderson looking to work him into the onside, full of risk, as we've seen. Just the danger of playing in front of your pad, and it's better. Excitable noises from Ben Compton at short leg under the helmet there, waiting for one to pop up off the inside edge onto Ben Sanderson's pad. Tossed up, and a single for Ben Sanderson deprives Amadullah Kadri of a maiden. 1 from the over.
Yeah, so that innings of Rob Keogh, just to go through his stats for this season now, 7 matches, 12 innings, 2 not outs, 374 runs with the best of 116 not out, which obviously you mentioned coming against Kent earlier this year and averaging 37.4 now in the championship.
Yeah, well, the blast came at the best time for Rob Keogh, didn't it? Because he'd had a terrible run of form. I mean, he wasn't alone amongst Northamptonshire's batters, but after starting so well, he would have felt incredibly frustrated. But he's put that right today with a fine innings. He'll have just be devastated that he couldn't turn it into 3 figures, or indeed go on and add a few more to this Northamptonshire total. Bowled him! Full, straight, more in swing, leg stump. Clipped by Wes Agar, and Ben Sanderson goes. He's looking pretty lethal now, Wes Agar, with this moving ball. I just wondered, Dan, you mentioned reverse earlier. That's tailing in late, isn't it?
I think it's going to be really, really difficult for us to see, isn't it? From the angles that we've got.
Just, you know what I mean? That it's got that look of the late swing you get when the ball starts reversing.
Yeah.
But either way, it's highly skillful, and it's done for Rob Keogh and now Ben Sanderson in successive Wes Agar overs, and he's got 4 for 63.
Yeah, looks like Jack White is next, so he's had a promotion.
Yeah, maybe says all you need to know about how Alex Russell's batting is currently. He's a young man. Seniority for Jack White allowing him to trump him in the order. And Wes Agar in with a very good shout of Kent's first 5-wicket haul of the season.
Yeah, and I think he deserves it, Sam, as well. So he's bowled. I think he's bowled absolutely fantastically. I think he's been the pick of the Kent bowlers. I think positively, he's only really managed 5 or 6 overs in a spell, so he might not have many more left in this spell after lunch, but I'm sure he's going to be desperate for his 99th and then his 100th first-class wicket if he can pick up the remaining 2.
Oh, and Jack White does well to get his bat down on that. Yeah, 4 players have taken 4 wickets so far in this championship season in an innings for Kent. Matt Quinn with 4 for 25 against Northants at Canterbury in Kent's only win of the season so far. Joey Everson took 4 for 62 in that same match. Arafat Bhuiyan took 4 for 65 on his first-class debut against Surrey at the Oval. That's 4 big wickets, wasn't it? Smith, Pope, Folkes and Jacks, I think.
Yep.
And Wes Agar 4 for 60 at Lords against Middlesex. He now has 4 for 63 and will be hunting a first 5-fer in English first-class cricket. And like Dan says, he looks great value for it.
Yeah, he certainly does. I think Kent will be looking and exploring all options of keeping Wes Agar at the club for as long as possible. I know you said that they extended his deal once already this year. I think I'd be fairly tempted to see whether that could be extended again.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, he's here until the start of the Royal London Cup, as Jack White flirts with that one out of stump. I should say one-day cup. Don't think it's a Royal London one-day cup anymore. But yeah, for the championship run-in, well, even for the one-day cup, he's certainly, we know him as a very accomplished white ball bowler. Just shows you, I think I'm right in saying this, the reason someone like Chris Tremaine could only come for 3 games was because he hadn't played international cricket.
Gotcha.
And so just shows you the value of having played those 2 ODIs. He now is eligible for that visa.
Yep.
Which allows him to stay. Bowled him! And that is 5 for Wes Agar. A well-deserved 5-wicket haul for the Australian. And he has certainly, with his last 3 wickets, subscribed to the old adage of, if you miss, I hit. And that's exactly what he's done. Full, straight, bit of movement through the air. Oh yeah, play that, Jack. That is a Jaffa. Top of off stump. Pitching on middle. and swinging late, and that would have got batters much higher up in the order.
I was just about to say, Sam, I think that would get out several batters. That was an absolute peach from Wes Agar, and he's doing incredibly well here at the moment, isn't he, to get through this Northamptonshire tail as quick as he possibly can. Alex Russell will be the last man for Northamptonshire. He'll come out to the middle to join Tom Taylor, who will be desperately trying to get on strike, won't he? But Alex Russell has got a fired up Wes Agar to survive a delivery from.
Yeah. Wicket, ... wicket in this over. A third 5-wicket haul of Wes Agar's career in just his 30th first-class match. 99 first-class wickets, as Dan worked out earlier. So, could well take his 100th first-class wicket should he pick up the last of Northamptonshire batters here. Ooh, and not much going for that, but you can see how pumped up he is.
As an optimistic appeal. It was an optimistic appeal, wasn't it, from Wes Agar, but one I think he's earned over the last couple of overs, and that is an absolute jaffer served up for Jack White.
You know, if you know those computer games, cricket computer games, that's one where you've really sort of hit the dial just right, haven't you?
Yeah, you've wiggled the stick in just the right manner to.
An absolute beauty.
Everything's gone green, and it's whipped off the top of off peg.
Extravagant, late movement. Well, there'll be some encouragement as well for Northamptonshire seamers, that if you can try and keep the run scoring down early on, just get that ball a little older, and then we're seeing it start to move. So it'll be interesting to see how Northants approach their field settings, their bowling. Reverse sweep, shout for LBW, not out, much to Wes Agar's delight, I'm sure. A man on 99 first-class wickets and within one of a career best return. Don't know what's wrong with that. I think probably adjudged to have pitched outside, but it looked pretty adjacent to me.
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, that has drifted a long way from outside leg stump.
Yeah.
So the standing umpire might have decided that was going past to miss off.
Tom Taylor down the ground. Desperate for two to get back on strike, but Joey Everson is quick across the turf down at long on. And the field comes up with just 3 balls of the over bowled to try and see if they can get all 3 of those at Alex Russell in just his second first-class appearance. He made his debut against Hampshire at the Aegeus. Didn't actually get to bowl that much because of it being an innings win for Hampshire. Well played by Alex Russell, well forward, smothering the ball from Hamidullah Qadri. 1 to come in the over, and Qadri switches to over the wicket, looking for that magic ball which drifts past the nose of Alex Russell before turning back in towards him. Solid defence from Alex Russell. And Dan mentioned the sort of 5-over spells from Wes Agar. This will be his 6th over, assuming he bowls it. You feel it's you would feel that it'd be pretty hard to get the ball out of his hand at the moment. But get the ball out of his hand they have. So sticking to their rigid plan of well, I guess why risk an injury, or if the bowler said actually starting to feel it, you've got someone else who can do a pretty good job in Arshdeep Singh. I think maybe Arshdeep Singh has seen what the ball started to do and said, actually, I fancy adding to my 2 wickets. Yes, 2 wickets so far.
Yeah, not a bad replacement, is he?
Slapped straight back down the ground by Tom Taylor. He certainly didn't middle it. It was sort of toe-y sounding.
I think that was nearly an outrageous caught and bowled, Sam, I think.
What, did he get a hand to it?
I think so.
Cool. I mean...
It was nearly absolutely outrageous. Did very well to save it going for 4, didn't he?
Yeah.
Stick a mitt up there, and that's one of those ones that, well, sometimes they stick, don't they?
Sort of Peter Schmeichel-esque, wasn't it? Tipped it around the post. Yep. Well, Tom Taylor gets 2 then instead of 4. And again, Tom Taylor swinging from the hip. This time, one bounce through to Wes Agar at mid-off. Tom Taylor is not going to die wondering here. I think he'll want as much of the strike as possible, and he's going to see if he can just add a few bonus runs to what looks like an under par total for his team. Toe edge onto pad as Tom Taylor looks to deposit that into Wantage Road. Field spread somewhat now for Tom Taylor. 3 men on the onside in catching positions for the slog, you'd say.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to matter if he gets hold of it, mind you, where the fielders are.
Oh, dug that one out very well, and Arshdeep Singh has a shy at the stumps, but Alex Russell gets down the other end with 2 balls of the over left to face.
I think that might have been pretty close if that had been a direct hit. These two haven't exactly, they've not run hard, have they, so far in their partnership? The one down the ground from Tom Taylor in the previous over off Hamadullah Kadri, when potentially looking for 2 to keep Tom Taylor on strike, was the right thing to do. That first run was not run hard whatsoever. Outfielders circling in like vultures, aren't they now?
Yeah. Russell up to the job from the penultimate over of the delivery, as you can't see on the static camera, but Alex Russell has plenty of company round the bat. Man at short leg, short mid wicket, conventional mid on, shortish extra cover. The one man slightly deeper is Daniel Bell Drummond at backward point, and then gully, slip and leg slip. George, our director, managing to give you a little glimpse there of the fairly crowded square, and that wasn't a million miles away from either crashing into off stump or finding a little tickle off a somewhat tardy leave from Alex Russell, but he survives, brings Tom Taylor back onto strike, and Hamadullah Kadri is going to toss a couple up and say to Tom Taylor, see if you can clear my 3N on the rope on the onside, deep square leg, cow corner, and long on, and that has beaten everything and gone for 4 byes. It was sort of darted in outside the off stump. Tom Taylor ran past it, and it went through the legs of Jordan Cox for 4 useful runs to the Northamptonshire total, 4 byes. Tossed up, Taylor down the track and whacked for 4. Wes Agar is quite wide in this kind of floating mid-off position, and that was hit quite straight by Tom Taylor. Uses his feet nicely and straight down the ground for a 1 bounce 4. So 8 off the first 2 balls of the over, a useful addition to the total. Down the track again, thick outside edge, and it just spins across the turf for no run.
He's a dangerous player in this situation, isn't he, Sam? We've had the pleasure of watching him in the Blast this season. He's picked up a couple of really aggressive 40s down the order. I
Yeah.
suspect, given the licence, he's probably not the bloke you'd want to be bowling to.
Gets plenty of that, but there is a man out on the deep cover point boundary, and as you would expect, the Kent fielders come in when Alex Russell is on strike. He's got another 2 balls to face. I don't think he'll be trying to go over the top, although certainly be entertaining. Doing his job, just getting behind that one. Yeah, you almost feel a bit for Tom Taylor, how much he'd love to come in with scoreboard reading 350 for 6 rather than 180 for 6, whatever it was. Because you feel like he could be such a dangerous player against a tired attack and when the bat's dominating. But a bit of spin there from Kadri. Should be encouragement for Alex Russell and Rob Keogh.
It was 171 for 6 when McManus departed.
Tom Taylor, 28 of 45. Alex Russell doing a very good job at seeing off the balls he's being asked to face. Big swing from Tom Taylor, but gets nowhere near it. Yeah, I was just thinking that obviously we can't hear the conversations that go out in the middle, but if I was my captain, I definitely would have wanted another over from Wes Agar there.
Yeah.
You know, unless, who knows why, if you're saying actually I'm cooked, or there's some unspoken agreement about how many overs he'll bowl in a spell, but the way he was getting the ball to move and how accurate he was, you'd have thought, well, you could just clean up the tail here, whereas if Northampton add another 30. Reverse scoop from Tom Taylor, and that will be 4 runs. Bit of T20 innovation. Wasn't many nights ago that's exactly what was going on here, and well, Arshdeep Singh will have seen that before, but probably only in white ball cricket.
Yeah, I suppose we spoke, didn't we, about the fact that it's difficult for the batters to transition from T20 back to first-class cricket, but in this situation, that's a huge benefit and a massive positive for the batter that's in a position that has to be aggressive, and actually, well, I've been practicing this for the last 6-7 weeks.
Yeah, he played that really nicely, and he does it again. This time, Wes Agar will come round and keep it to 2. But good stuff from Tom Taylor. Just shows how useful a batter he is. Got all the shots. You know, it's not as if he's just coming out and trying to smoke it into cow corner.
Well, he tried that the over before, didn't he, against Arshdeep, and wasn't successful that time. I think that over, with all the huff and puff from Tom Taylor, I think only went for 1 run. So he's obviously decided to use the pace from Arshdeep available. Obviously Arshdeep's got a fair few T20 tricks up his sleeve, so I wonder whether, if he thinks Tom Taylor's going to do this, we might see a slower ball. If anything, I think it might have been quicker.
Yeah, effort ball on off stump. It's been an entertaining session. I mean, when you take the sort of state of the game out of it, what have we had? 132 runs, 6 wickets, 5 wickets, and just when those partnerships were building for Northamptonshire, Kent manages to break those partnerships, and it's meant that they're, you would say, well on top. But it's not as if their batting has fired this season so far. It's up in the air, but safely. Was it up in the air? I totally lost track of the ball. Anyway,
He's safe nonetheless.
Safe nonetheless, and just a single.
Yeah, you're right. It's been an entertaining and an interesting session. It doesn't half feel like a long time ago that we were talking about the Rob Keogh safe save 60 or 50 run partnership that had turned up in about 40 minutes after lunch.
Yeah, and again, doesn't matter how much cricket I watch, I can never get the regulations about tea right. But I think because we're 9 down, we carry on after this, because there'll be 32 overs remaining after this delivery, and I believe because Northampton 9 down, you get some extra time, but I don't know how much.
Well, I've just seen the umpires of the uniform signal of carry on with the
nice
with the I don't even know what signal that, the roll of the wrist, is that the right way to describe? I don't really know. I guess
the way to describe it is if you saw a football manager indicating a substitution, they do it with both hands.
Yes.
But this is the umpires doing it with one hand.
Yeah.
Like a wheel rolling round. But we all knew what it meant, which is more time to come.
Precisely.
So Tom Taylor and Alex Russell doing well for this 10th wicket partnership, which is now worth 20, none of which have come from Alex Russell. And unsurprisingly, Tom Taylor, despite playing that nicely down to the man at a long on, turns down the single. Getting a long stint here, Dan.
I can take over if you like.
Well, I don't mind.
It's a bit of a funny time, isn't it?
Down the track, has to reach for it, and straight down Wes Agar's throat. And on cue, that ends my stint, and indeed the Northamptonshire innings. Tom Taylor goes for an enterprising 35 of 52 deliveries, and clever bowling actually from Kadri, who, knowing that Taylor wants to use his feet, just puts it out well wide, and so Tom Taylor has to reach for it and therefore doesn't get all of it despite his long levers. So Northamptonshire 237 all out, and you would say, Dan, some way short of what you would expect to be a pass score.
Yeah, I think they'll be really disappointed. They've won the toss on what looked like an absolutely cracking day to have a bat, didn't it? It was hot, there was no cloud in the sky, it was against this Kookaburra ball that, as we've spoken about many times, isn't supposed to do as much as the Dukes. And I think a lot like the other counties around the country that have found themselves in a similar situation, they thought it was going to be runs aplenty. It has not been the case, because Kent have bowled very, very well indeed, led brilliantly by their overseas Wes Agar, who picked up 5 for 63. I think that has been...
Yeah, that's tea.
It has been tea. So we'll take a little bit of a break, shall we?
Yeah, I'll just quickly run through the card for those who perhaps haven't been here all day. Ricardo Vasconcelos caught Miyeye, bowled Agar for a duck. Emilio Gay caught Jack Leaning, bowled Arshdeep Singh for 15. Luke Proctor was the third man to go, caught Leaning, bowled Singh for 7. Sam Whiteman, who looked totally untroubled for his 40, then edged Wes Agar to slip Jack Leaning behind for 40 on the stroke of lunch. Saif Zaib put on a 50 partnership with Rob Keogh in good time after lunch, but he was bowled by Hamidullah Kadri, trying to give himself room, for 26. Lewis McManus caught Compton, bowled Kadri for 1. Ben Sanderson bowled Agar for 2. Jack White bowled Agar for a duck. And the final wicket to fall was, sorry, I've missed Rob Keogh for his brilliant 97. He was LBW to Agar. That was the 7th wicket to fall. And then it was Sanderson bowled Agar for 2. Jack White bowled Agar for 0. And Tom Taylor, the last man to go, for 35, caught Agar, bowled Kadri, leaving Alex Russell not out for 0. And the star of the show for Kent, Wes Agar, 5 for 63, 2 for Arshdeep Singh, and 3 in the end for Hamidullah Kadri, who found his lengths after lunch. We'll have a short break and be back for the evening session.
day one of this county championship fixture. Kent will open the batting with Tawanda Muyeye and Ben Compton, with Ben Sanderson with the new ball from the David Capel end. 4 slips for Northamptonshire: Vasconcelos, Gay, Taylor and Zabe. Whiteman at backward point. Keogh at mid-off. Proctor mid-on. I suspect Jack White is at fine leg with Alex Russell at square. And that's half an appeal from the slip cordon straight away. No interest from Ben Sanderson at all. I think it was a bit high. Welcome back, Sam.
Hiya, Dan. I'll tell you what, it is seriously warm out there and seriously windy. You know what it reminded me of is, you know, when you get off a plane in a hot country and the wind is whipping across the open apron of the airfield.
Yeah.
But it's a hot wind.
Shape from Sanderson, but Muyeye is off the mark with a single into the offside. Now, I think you've described that quite well. You're exactly right. It kind of, you step off the aeroplane, it kind of hits you, doesn't it? But we have had an ice cream, which was delicious. So thank you, George, for putting the yards in to get those recovered.
Bad news is, for Northamptonshire fans, that's the budget for the overseas player gone.
How many ice creams did you have? I only had one. But yeah, the Galoni's van doing a roaring trade this afternoon.
It was delicious. Thank you very much to Alex for fronting up, and for the guys, Ben and George, for going and fetching.
A welcome treat. I think most of my ice cream was over George's hands, mind you, but it's defended by Ben Compton. I think that just confirms your point of it being quite warm outside.
Yeah. Ben Compton, Kent's top scorer in the championship this year. Not had quite the success he had last year, but then that would be asking something, wouldn't it?
Certainly would. Did he have 1,000 runs before the end of May last year, didn't he, I think?
Yeah, he's started the season unbelievably well.
One of those real kind of, well, I don't want to, a limpet style batter, just prepared to bat and bat and bat and bat.
Which on this wicket
might be exactly what you need.
Yeah. He's not going to give it, he rarely gives it away, does he? I think he'll be hoping to camp in for the long haul.
Down the leg side, and well stopped by McManus in the end.
Of course, scored 100 in the reverse fixture, opening game of the season, and at that point I think everyone thought, well, especially when he then got 88 against Warwickshire the week after, is this guy going to do what he did last year? And it's fallen away a little bit since then. Still top of the charts for Kent, at least 462 runs at 38.5. That 100 and 350s.
Yeah, well, it was last summer, wasn't it, that there was that real, well, I don't know how close that call-up actually was, but there was a real kind of vocal argument for a call-up to that test team, wasn't there, last summer, with the success that he'd had in the county championship. Obviously it didn't happen last year for him, and you'd say that the way he goes about scoring his runs, you would say that he wouldn't be the next cab off the rank, so to speak, if England were to look for an opening batter. Potentially they would look back to Alex Lees, but Jack White is going to bowl from, well, his Lynn Wilson centre end. He's going to partner up with Ben Sanderson, that new ball partnership that's been so successful for Northamptonshire over recent years. Do you see, I mean, Northamptonshire will be desperate to bag themselves a couple of quick wickets, similar to what Kent did at the top. Do you see Kent just being a little bit more watchful, maybe, than what Northamptonshire were during their first innings?
Well, they've had their own batting woes this season. They're probably not quite as bad as Northamptonshire. I think what Northamptonshire have to avoid doing is searching for wickets. Don't think it's that kind of wicket, or those kind of conditions where you're going to be able to conjure up the magic ball. I think you've just got to be boring, you know, bowl dry, as they say, and force the batsman to make a mistake, which we saw on a couple of occasions happen with.
Width on offer from Jack White, and Muyeye pushes that one through the offside, beats Sam Whiteman, picks up his first boundary of the afternoon, and Kent move to 5. It's a bit of a gift from Jack White, and Muyeye, well, played that where he wanted to, really, didn't he?
Yeah, he didn't have to do much with that one. Bit of a half tracker at no great pace, and Muyeye just put bat on it and off it raced.
Fuller this time, and Muyeye beats the fielder. I think Luke Proctor's going to drag that one back just about. So it saves his team 1, and Muyeye picks up 3. It's a little bit of a ginger chase from Rob Keogh.
Yeah, I was going to say, Luke Proctor either was making a point, saying, right, well, if you're not going to get it, I will, or Rob Keogh is feeling a bit stiff, which is fair enough after batting for a long time, and he did come into this game with little concern over his back, which had kept him out of the T20 side in the last couple of games.
Free entry, Sam, after tea here at Wantage Road in the Championship. So if you are nearby and you fancy some late afternoon sunshine and some cricket, then there's one place to come. Maybe your Sunday afternoon cricket match finished a bit prematurely and you've got some overs left in you, and you kind of feel like, oh, I fancy a bit of Northamptonshire versus Kent, then get yourself into the ground and find yourself a pocket out of the wind, and I'm sure you're going to have an absolutely cracking evening watching some cricket. Jack White to Ben Compton, yet to get off the mark. And that is a genuine edge from Compton, and it beats the diving Safe Zabe. Jack White kicks the turf, and Ben Compton gets himself off the mark with an outside edge down to deep third. It's quite a long way from that, wasn't he, Safe Zabe? And I'm not convinced it carried either. But he's drawn Ben Compton into that shot, so that'll be encouraging signs for Jack White.
It's former Players' Day here at Wantage Road. They've been invited, being entertained downstairs in the hospitality boxes of the Lynn Wilson Centre.
Fantastic. Who have you seen?
Nick Cook, and he even took the time to stroll out and say hello to the umpires at tea. Of course, Rob Bailey is out there umpiring, so hopefully they'll save a sandwich for Rob Bailey in the former players function downstairs. But I did hear a few sighs when I walked past the room on the stroke just after tea had been called. A few sort of resigned sighs at what they'd seen, and perhaps that's the best clue of them all as to the consensus as to the batting performance or batting total.
Driven beautifully by Muyeye, square of point, picks up another boundary. He's 12 off 6 at the moment. Kent 16 for no loss.
Interesting how close the 4 slip fielders are. I think this is a pitch that doesn't have a huge amount of carry in it. And of course Ben Sanderson not bowling at any great pace. And of course the Kookaburra ball perhaps doing a bit less off the seam, which is Ben Sanderson's big weapon.
Yeah, defended this time.
I think that's why Wes Agar ended up being the most successful of Kent's bowlers, is that extra height, and you'd probably say he was the quickest on show. Certainly the ball that got Whiteman lifted a little bit off a length.
Yeah, he was mighty impressive, wasn't he? Earlier on today with the new ball and then the later one as well. That is straighter from Sanderson. That's Alex Russell there doing the fielding on the leg side. Stream powered by Daffabet here at Wantage Road. Ways and means of getting in contact with us here in the commentary box, if you would like to, of course. There's no obligation to do so, but you can do on Twitter at NorthantsCCC, or if you'd like to email us in stream@nccc.co.uk. And you can share your comments and thoughts and questions, and, well, where you are in the world, because that's always quite fun, isn't it? Keep Sam and I going for these 26.2 overs remaining in the day here at Northampton.
Would you like some tea time-ish scores?
Oh, yes, please.
So at Southampton, where Middlesex are the visitors against Hampshire, Hampshire won the toss and chose to bat. They are 213 for 4 off 72 overs. Nick Gubbins, who scored 100 here earlier in the season, 75 not out. Liam Dawson, who must have been pretty close to an England call-up recently, 63 not out, reminding that he can bat just as well as he can bowl.
Left well alone. The last ball of Ben Sanderson's second over, 16 for no loss.
It's tea at the Oval, where Surrey, having won the toss and asked Lancashire to bat, the only side in Division 1 winning the toss and fielding. Lancashire 236 for 7 off 64. Phil Salt 56 not out at number 6, and 3 wickets for Sean Abbott. They've recovered from 119 for 5 to 236 for 7. At Chelmsford, Essex winning the toss and choosing to bat against Warwickshire, 280 for 3, 100 for Tom Wesley before he was dismissed for 114. And Dan Lawrence is 117 not out. And at Taunton, Somerset were dismissed, having won the toss and elected to bat for just 163. 5 wickets for Brett Hutton.
Oh, it's an absolute peach from Jack White. Draws Ben Compton into a shot. Goes past the outside edge through to the wicketkeeper Lewis McManus.
And Nottinghamshire, in reply, are 46 for 1. Hasib Hamid, the man to go for a 19-ball duck. Matt Henry with the wicket. And in the Test match, having been set 268 for victory, England are 6 for 0 in their second innings, needing a further 262. So Australia bowled out for 257 in their second innings, giving them a lead of 267. So that's a pretty good job by England, given where they were earlier in the day. Let's have a look who took the wickets in the end. Five for Sophie Eccleston, which is no great surprise. So that could be a thriller, don't you think, Dan?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds... Well, there should be a result. I don't think they're going to get any weather now or tomorrow up at Trent Bridge, so everything is shaping towards a result, and that's going to be huge, isn't it, for the rest of that series? Because I think, if I'm right in saying, I think it's 4 points for the win, which obviously, with ODIs and T20s to come afterwards, 4 points is, well, it's a decent starting spot. Defended by Compton to Luke Proctor.
So for those that may not be aware, the Women's Ashes is played multi-format. So 1 test match underway at Trent Bridge, and then ODIs and T20s. And you think you get 2 points for a win in white ball games and 4 for a win in the test match. So it gives you a good start to the series if you can get that win under your belt. And, well, impossible to say which way that's going to go. Definitely worth keeping an eye on, which we will do over the next day or so.
Jack White targeting that 4th stump line at Ben Compton, who's 4 off 13.
Band still going strong in Abington Park.
Yeah, well, they've got 16 minutes to go.
This is the finale. And then they can come and entertain us here, right, Dan?
I mean, that's what I'm hoping for. Tucked into the leg side for no run, but there's a bit more room down by the picnic tables now that parasol has been dismantled, isn't there? So you can fit a full... I mean, I don't even know how many people complete the brass band, to be honest. That would be a perfect
location for them. Yeah, all the parasols are down now. And in fact, the benches have... There's one man still sitting at the picnic benches, probably in the worst spot for the wind, but pretty good view of the cricket as Ben, our hardy camera person, zooms in on the man with his soft drink. Usually beers down there, certainly in T20, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. Down on was it Sunset Boulevard down that way?
That's what I've been calling it. Yeah.
Dubbed it.
Oh, we did have some glorious sunny evenings during the blast, so it felt apt. Certainly nights in the past where not much sun setting, but this year it's been glorious.
Yeah, the blast was weather-wise. With the blast, it was cracking up here, wasn't it? The championship, really, with the exception of this day, has been a fairly gloomy affair with regards to weather, hasn't it? I mean, what game was it that we had the boating lake appear on the outfield?
Oh yeah.
How many times we're going to say Ben Compton defends that delivery into the offside during this innings. 4 off 14 now for the Kent opener.
Still 4 men keeping Lewis McManus company in the cordon. Wonder how long that will last. Certainly not seen much lateral movement. Not the kind we're used to from these 2 opening bowlers.
And that's gone into the pads of Ben Compton, but off the inside edge of the bat. Half an appeal from the slip cordon again. But a good line.
Hint of movement in as well.
A touch, isn't there? A touch. Nothing extravagant. They've spread slightly the slip cordon. Saib's gone from kind of a 4th slip to a gully, hasn't he? But other than that, the personnel has remained unchanged. And that is gone. Ben Sanderson beats the defence of Ben Compton, and Northants get their first 17 for 1. And who has been the mainstay of a Kent Championship innings, Ben Compton, is on his way back to the pavilion for 4. That is a remarkable delivery to get through that gap, so much so that I didn't even see it get through that gap, Sam.
Yeah, it's just gone on with the arm, hasn't it? And it's a Jaffa.
I think that's just taken the bail.
Yeah, fantastic, and a huge wicket for Northamptonshire, because even in, hasn't scored quite as heavily as he did last year, but Ben Compton has been the leading run scorer, and there's certainly been some frailties in the Kent middle order. So by getting rid of Compton early, especially when Zach Crawley was the second highest run scorer for Kent before this game, but he's of course up with England, just a glimmer of hope for the Northamptonshire. I think that, I don't know, Dan, watching that replay, just gone on with the arm, hasn't it? And it's just beaten the defence.
Yeah, I think so. I think Compton might have been a little bit late on it.
Yeah.
And it's quite literally the perfect delivery, as it has hit the very, very top of off stump. But as I say, the gap between bat and pad for Compton, was almost non-existent. I'm kind of questioning myself as to whether the ball did actually get through that gap.
No, it definitely did.
But anyway, 17 for 1.
And I think Sanderson is saying to Rob Bailey, that's exactly what happened. It's just gone on with the arm.
Daniel Bell-Drummond is the new man at the crease, joining Tawanda Muyeye.
Yeah, Daniel Bell-Drummond has had a fantastic vitality blast. I think he's the top run scorer in the whole competition. Scored 100 on Friday night. So he'll be full of confidence. He scored a 50 against Surrey in that famous game where Surrey chased 501. But before that, he'd had a really bad championship season, to the point that he was left out for Muyeye earlier in the season. Obviously, with Crawley up with England, Bell-Drummond's come back in. But I'm sure he'll be full of confidence after that blast campaign. Obviously, different formats, but still same human being.
Yeah,
runs are runs.
Yeah. I mean, 100 in a T20 game, it's safe to say you're seeing them quite well. Change of field. Safe save under the lid at short leg. So he's gone from a gully to a short leg that's just in front of square. So it could be a quite uncharacteristic short ball from Ben Sanderson. It is shorter. It didn't really get up, did it, at all? The line was wrong, and Bell-Drummond's just pushed that back to Luke Proctor.
Yeah, 190 runs in 9 innings for Daniel Bell-Drummond so far this championship campaign. Of course, 59 of those coming in his last innings in championship cricket. Did get a duck in the first innings against Surrey, so certainly not been in great red ball form.
And he's beaten the outside edge to finish Ben Sanderson's third over. He gets the breakthrough. He's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 6, and Kent a 17 for 1 after 5. Ball's just starting to do a little bit extra, wasn't it, in that Ben Sanderson over? And there's been no one better this year to extract the movement here at Wantage Road than Jack White. So be looking to Jack White to back up his opening bowler.
Yeah, it's kind of following the same pattern, this Kookaburra ball, as we saw in the first innings, where it did very little when it's brand new, a little bit for a few overs, maybe between overs kind of 5 and 15, and then sort of started to do not much again. And then when it got to 50 overs old, started to hoop round corners for Wes Agar. So it'll be interesting to see whether that's a similar pattern. And also it's interesting to see at what point the spinners come on, because they came on early, or relatively early, for Kent.
They did indeed. Jack White targeting the stumps of Tawanda Muyeye, and that's defended back down the ground. I suppose Kent have got the benefit of having seen that Kookaburra ball earlier on today, so they might be in a position where they kind of think, well, we'll see through this period of time when it starts to go, and then we'll be able to attack a little bit more. Straight again from Jack White. Just the single. Alex Russell does well to keep that down to 1. Good delivery from Jack White there. I suppose Northamptonshire have got the benefit of having that fourth seamer, haven't they, out there in Luke Proctor, who has a real knack of breaking those partnerships if required. Left well alone.
Yeah, and he bowls just that bit, well, quite significantly quicker than the rest of the attack. Just wonder if his skiddy extra pace might be the point of difference that Northamptonshire can take advantage of.
He's got a quick arm, hasn't he? Very quick arm indeed.
And it's not a pitch where the ball necessarily is coming on that well. So who knows whether he could cause a few problems just kissing the surface.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see. Alex Russell will be, you know, great opportunity for him as well. Young spinner playing just his second first-class game, but I think Rob Keogh will probably have a lot of overs to bowl as well.
Well, as I say,
Well,
I saw him up the other end, the over before, giving his back a really good stretch out.
that's a good point, which I'd totally put out of my mind. Yeah, if he is fit to bowl.
It's a really, really challenging line from Jack White in this over so far, giving Bell Drummond absolutely nothing in this over. But yeah, he's a handy operator, isn't he, Rob Keogh, with the ball? So if required, I think he'll be somebody that Luke Proctor would want to lean on, but at the same time, you would hope that Alex Russell gets that opportunity to do a lot of the heavy lifting as the frontline spinner in this team.
Yeah. I think he would, well, he and his captain would have wanted a few more runs behind him. You know, wrist spinners, regardless of how experienced they are, by their very nature, unless you're Shane Warne, you know, prone to the odd loose delivery, and it might be that with only 237 on the board, Luke Proctor feels a little nervous about, we said already, how important it's going to be to sort of be boring and tight with your bowling, which so far the seamers have been excellent. You don't want to be giving free runs away when you've underscored, as it were.
No, not at all.
Might even, if Rob Keogh is struggling, we might even see some finger spin from Safe Zabe, I guess.
Yeah, and I think that would be a strong option if required. Just a comment on Ben Compton and how important of a wicket that was for Northamptonshire. That's a nice bit of tail in from Ben Sanderson, but left well alone from Muyeye. So since 2017-18, and this is on the Intelligent Cricket stats provider, Ben Compton has scored 415 runs against Northamptonshire at an average of 103.8.
Yeah.
So to pick him up for 4 is, well, it doesn't really need saying, does it, Dan, to be completely honest with you?
Yes, really good point.
But it's a great achievement for Northamptonshire to get him so cheaply.
Yeah, he scored 140 here last year. 68, I think, at Canterbury last year, and of course 100 in the first game between these two sides on the first round of the championship this year. So yeah, really good point. This is great, isn't it, from Sanderson, giving nothing away.
Yeah, both of these guys have just settled in, haven't they, on that third, fourth stump line. That little bit of tail that this Kookaburra is offering the seamers. I think we saw really early, didn't we, the seamers from Kent elected to bowl very straight indeed. And I think probably with the benefit of having a Wes Agar in your team, someone that's quite used to this type of cricket ball, the Steelbacks have been quick learnt Steelbacks. I told you earlier it was difficult switching between formats. Northamptonshire County Cricket Club they're quick learners, and they've seen what's been effective from Kent, and they've adopted those plans. The Steelbacks. I'll be taken out back and disposed of before long. Short, cut away by Muyeye, and that's 4 more added to Kent's score. 22 for 1. Muyeye's got 18 of those. Nice little trigger across onto off stump, and Sanderson dropping in length.
Made a lovely sound off the bat, didn't it?
Yeah, getting the line wrong and duly punished by the Kent opener.
Really exciting young player to under Muyeye. This is his 4th game of the campaign.
Width offered again from Ben Sanderson. Bit more shape on that one, I thought. And a dot ball to finish his 4th over. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 10. And after 7, Kent are 22 for 1. Muyeye 18 off 20, and Bell Drummond yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, Twenda Muyeye, 22 years old. Start the season with an incredible run of scores in the second 11. 300s, 290s in 7 innings, and Kent's head coach Matt Walker described it as the definition of knocking down the door. So he came in, and in his 3 games so far, he has made 192 runs at an average of 32. Top score of 79 against Surrey at the Oval.
Sam, I hope that wasn't one of the past Northamptonshire players stood up behind the bowler's arm then.
Is that what the umpire was waving, was he? Yeah. Yeah, that would be very poor form.
It would. It is usually... It's usually the people that are associated with the cricket club that are normally the ones that are causing the kerfuffle, though. Now, how many times do you see the staff in the high-vis vests that are completely oblivious to the fact that they're walking in front of the sight screen?
And just tailing in ever so slightly. Jack White started this over well with good line and length. Yeah, well, then I always think, if you love cricket, you wouldn't go and be a steward at cricket, would you? Because the temptation to turn around and watch, you've got to have your back turned. So I sometimes feel like I understand why it's often the people in the high vis, because they're probably not there for the cricket. Yeah, short, wide, 4. It was a gimme for Daniel Bell Drummond, and he gets off the mark with cut shot for 4. Just a couple of balls from Jack White in this innings so far which have not hit the money and been swatted away.
Just waited for the bad one, haven't they, so far? Scoring at 3.5 runs and over without taking a risk at the moment, Kent.
Yeah, and with the field up, you can, once you've beaten the infield, it's 4 all the way. Northants persisting with 3 slips and a man at short leg. Who is it under the helmet?
That's safe.
A safe save under the helmet at short leg for these ones that are just tailing in, hoping that the batters nick one onto their pad and balloons up. It's a good comeback from Jack White. Get a little bit of extra lift. But well left by Daniel Bell Drummond, who had his off stump well and truly covered.
He's a quality player, isn't he? Beryl Drummond. One of those guys, again, that kind of feels like he's been around for a long, long time. I know he's gone past 7,500 first-class runs this summer.
Tails in again, and it's Rob Keogh who somewhat gingerly dives to do the fielding, but he does that successfully in the end. 4 off the over, 26 for 1 off 8.
Yeah, he signed his first pro contract when he was 17 years old, Daniel Beryl Drummond.
Well, there was a time in the sort of mid-2010s where, you know, he was being talked about as an England player. Never really quite exploited the consistency of runs.
I think he has played England Lions, though, hasn't he?
Yeah, for sure. I think he might have captained England Lions.
Scored 100 against Australia at 21 years old in 2015. Up against the likes of Mitch Johnson. And then got his England Lions call up later that year.
Oh, and genuine player miss from Tawanda Muyeye. Just to keep the slips interested, the 3 slips. That'll probably buy them a bit more time up close and personal behind the batter. And Ben Sanderson has not really bowled a bad ball so far. He's picked up that crucial wicket of Ben Compton. How Northants would love him to pick up a second before the end of his opening spell. The band are still going in Abington Park. They've gone past their 5 PM cut-off. The good people of Abington are obviously enjoying it so much.
Yeah, playing past the curfew. Hopefully they don't get in trouble.
Yeah, playing an encore for the adoring fans. Glastonbury, they're pretty strict about the cut-offs, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, that normally is more like 11 o'clock at night, though, isn't it, rather than 5 o'clock in the afternoon?
Well, it is a Sunday.
True. True.
But I think I was reading in the paper, Lana Del Rey, who was headlining the other stage, couldn't play her big hit or her biggest hit because she'd gone past the cut-off, so she wasn't able to come back and play video games.
Was that at the end of the evening, was it?
Yeah, so she was headlining on the other stage whilst Guns N' Roses were on the pyramid stage. Again, just a little bit of swing from Ben Sanderson away from the right-handed Muyeye.
Surely when you get to kind of being that big and important, you can just do what you want, can't you?
The council noise abatement, they don't care how many number 1 hits you've had. 11 o'clock means 11 o'clock, Lana. Yeah, but it's my biggest hit. Well, you should have thought about that.
Yeah.
5 dots in a row from Sanderson. 6 makes it a maiden. His first of the innings. 1 for 10 from his 5 overs so far. Please do get in touch. Still got at least 22 overs of, well, 22 overs. We will go past the 6 o'clock cut-off. Do get in touch with us here on the Northamptonshire County Cricket Club live stream powered by Daffabet. And you can do that in 2 ways. Twitter at NorthampCCC or direct to the studio via email stream@nccc.co.uk. Give us your thoughts on the game so far. How many short of a pass score in Northamptonshire? Are they short of a pass score? We certainly speculated that they are up here, having won the toss. Let us know your thoughts. Any Kent fans, we would love to hear your thoughts as well. Or any other thoughts you've had about cricket or life in general as Tom Taylor enters the attack. Hits on the pad. Shout for LBW, no interest, and an indication from the umpire Lloyd that it was just sliding down, and I think he's spot on.
Yeah, it wasn't the most convincing of appeals, was it, from the Northamptonshire fielders, but an encouraging sign from Tom Taylor first up, beating Beryl Drummond and wrapping him on the pads.
Yeah, encouraging start for Tom Taylor after his little cameo with the bat. Just an extra yard of pace from the right armour.
I think you would have to say, Sam, that 237 is below par.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not saying that Northamptonshire can't put some of the same pain on Kent that they suffered themselves with the bat earlier today, but I don't think there'll be many in the Northamptonshire dressing room will be pleased with 237 all out.
That's certainly been our view up here. But let us know what you think. Tell us where you're watching from, what else you're doing whilst you've got the stream on in the background. Whether you feel Lana Del Rey should have been allowed to play her biggest hit. All topics welcome here on the Northamptonshire County Cricket Club live stream, powered by Daffabet.
I can't see many people kicking someone like Virat Kohli out the nets just because it's closing time, can you?
And a shout of catch it from somewhere, but no interest from the people that mattered. Bowler, keeper, crucially umpires. I think it's good. It doesn't matter who you are, rules are rules.
Get back in your box.
And Daniel Beryl Drummond takes a single off the last ball of the over. That's the only run to come off Tom Taylor's opening over. A good solid start from the all-rounder.
Do you think we'll see spin from the Lynn Wilson centre end for Northamptonshire like we did for Kent? They've got the bigger boundary, haven't they, to work with, certainly to the right-hander.
I suppose it's whether Luke Proctor takes the same view as Jack Leaning, which is that you want whichever way the ball is turning, the wind to then be blowing against that to get the drift, in which case the leg spin of Russell would be from the David Capel end. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see, and also whether we see spin tonight. Sanderson continuing.
Yeah, I think that. So looking at Daniel Beryl Drummond at the moment and looking at that boundary down towards the coffee van underneath the floodlight, that is quite a small hit, isn't it? And I think it would be a fairly brave move to give your young spinner that boundary as their protection.
With the wind blowing that way as well.
Yeah, exactly.
The other way of looking at it is if you put a man out there and say to Beryl Drummond, all right, well, if it's a short boundary and the wind's going that way, go over the top. I mean, it's early in the piece. It would, be a bold move from a batter willing to do that early doors, but then it is a young spinner playing their second game and in the age of baseball kind of thing. you look to do, as Saif Zaib is brilliant there at short leg. Diving stop and then flicks it towards Daniel Bell-Drummond's stumps, and he was going to have to hurry to get back. He looked to set off for a run, and I think he'd have been safe, but it would have been tight. Excellent work from Saif Zaib under the helmet at short leg.
Yeah, he was kept interested, wasn't he, Bell-Drummond, there as he returned to his ground.
Set off for a quick single this time, and Rob Keogh with a tumbling stop, looking somewhat less agile than Saif Zaib. Yeah, it was. He'd actually played the shot quite nicely, the ball, before Bell-Drummond. I think he thought, well, I've beaten the man close in at short leg, but Saif Zaib had stopped it well, and wasn't far off having Daniel Bell-Drummond in a bit of trouble. Pulled by Mayeye, a short ball from Sanderson out to Alex Russell at deep square leg. Interesting, the differing fields for these two batters. When Bell-Drummond is on strike, Russell comes up from deep square leg. Misfield, and almost a mix-up between Bell-Drummond and Mayeye. No run. Yeah, bringing the short leg in when Bell-Drummond's on strike, and Russell up and taking the short leg out and pushing Alex Russell back. And I wonder if that's because they think that Mayeye is prone to playing the hook and the pull. We did see a short ball from Sanderson, so that's one to watch.
Yeah, and it comes as a bit more of a surprise, doesn't it, from Ben Sanderson than most others. It certainly isn't his strongest suit, and I think therefore the batters are probably less likely to expect it.
Yeah, and actually there are two men out in the deep to Mayeye when the bowling is from Tom Taylor at this end as well, so they obviously feel that he's prone to taking on the short ball. Done their research, or James maybe, the Northampton analyst, has done his research and said just worth posting a couple of men out, banging in the odd short one to Wanda Mayeye. At the moment, Tom Taylor is bowling length, doing it very nicely. Came through the Sussex system. Wanda Mayeye went to Eastbourne College, so obviously out towards the Kent border, and obviously snapped up by Kent from under Sussex's noses. I know Sussex were disappointed to lose him, but I think the coaches or the masters in charge at Eastbourne College are former Kent players. I can't remember who they are. And that's a glorious shot from Mayeye. Beautiful cover drive for four. Big stride and just lent on the delivery.
Yeah, Tom Taylor just offering a little bit of width there, wasn't he? And Mayeye's put that away really nicely. He's looked very, very good this evening, hasn't he? Very good indeed. A tweet coming from Jill Rowland, and I'm guessing from a Kent fan's perspective, just reflecting on a fixture schedule that has Daniel Bell-Drummond scoring 100 in the Blast on Friday and batting in a 4-day match just 2 days later. We ask a lot of our players.
There's a lot of cricket as Mayeye guides this down to third, and thanks to some committed fielding, it's kept to just 2.
It's an interesting job, isn't it, being a county cricketer, obviously sitting here with absolutely no knowledge of this whatsoever, but it's an incredibly jam-packed schedule and calendar for about 5 months of the year.
Back on the money this time, Tom Taylor.
So if you were to pro-rata that across 12 months, which I appreciate a lot, go out to Australia and play club cricket during the winter, but if you were to pro-rata it across the full 12 months, it possibly isn't as busy as what it would be. But I do agree with you. I mean, it's jam-packed, and it does baffle me somewhat, the fact that Kent have still got 2 blast games to play and Northants have still got 1 more at the end of just one hanging on blast game up at Lancashire.
Yeah,
for Northants.
that is a bit odd, isn't it?
Because Kent will finish here potentially on Wednesday and then travel back to Canterbury for Friday for a T20 game against Sussex, and then on Sunday travel down to Taunton to play Somerset in the Blast on the Sunday, with obviously another round of county championship fixtures starting the week after that.
Yeah, well, there is a lot of cricket to squeeze into those 5 or 6 months, as you say, Dan, and I think having, when you've got 4 formats as well, that adds to the congestion. And that's, you were talking about Strauss's review earlier, that was something he was trying to address. And of course, you can't please everyone, so something has to give. But at the moment it's sort of an uneasy truce between the formats, and the byproduct is the players have to play a lot, and they have to play different formats in sort of quick succession. Jack White is switching to the David Capel end, having bowled 4 overs from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. It's interesting that starting to see a repeat of what Kent were doing, with rotating their seamers at the David Capel end. I just wonder whether Tom Taylor might be followed by some spin. If it isn't, Luke Proctor. Just dug out by Daniel Bell-Drummond, and he's timed that very nicely indeed. Just jammed the bat down, but came out of the middle of the bat and just rolled away really for 4. Pure timing.
Yeah, just over pitch, wasn't it, from Jack White, who's been expensive in these 4 overs so far this evening. He's gone for 20.
Oh, and just managed to get some bat on that before pad Bell-Drummond. There was a bit of excitement from Jack White. Ray's been in touch again, who thinks it is an under-par score. He's watching from Watford. We did get your last email, Ray. Thank you. We didn't quite get time to start the debate, but we will save it for an opportune moment. Ray goes on to say there are quite a few Northants fans in Watford and Hemel Hempstead area. I'll be going to the Middlesex away game on the 10th of July at Old Merchant Taylor's, Croxley Green, not far from me. We'll also be up at Wantage Road for some of the 50 over games. We'll be in the Spencer Pavilion, and he hopes to see us soon. Well, look forward to meeting you, Ray. Thanks very much for being one of our top contributors. And Ray has sent a headshot so we know what he looks like. So thank you, Ray. Dan is doing the I won't be here for the 50 over games, but I'm sure Dan will come and say hello, especially now he knows what you look like. What you look like.
What are you doing then?
I'm working in the 100.
You're never going to be allowed back in this ground again, Sam. Ray's going to be retracting his offer for wanting to meet you now.
Well, you can spend
now he's got wind of that.
Well, he'll have plenty of time to spend with you during the. Maybe he can come up on comms.
That's fine by me.
Oh, and Daniel Bell-Drummond gets away with one there. It was a bit of a loose shot. Alex Russell comes round and does the fielding at fine leg. But an inside edge down to fine leg. Not that far from knocking leg stump over. And Jack White is furious that he hasn't got anything from that particular passage of play. Another over goes by. 41 for 1 after 13.
Yeah, Northants were 3 down by this stage, weren't they? 3 for 42, having lost Vasconcelos, Gay and Proctor off the 10.5 overs.
Having just seen that shot from Beldrum, that will encourage Northamptonshire. That's a bit of a loose shot that, well, the kind of ill discipline that brought a few of Northampton's wickets. So but when you're Jack White, the luck, those inside edges tend to go down to the boundary rather than into the stumps. Oh, and Taylor gets one to zip past Maye's outside edge. That wasn't far away from being an edge.
Not at all. Got everybody interested, didn't it? Including yourself, Sam, in the commentary seat.
Well, it angled in, and then I think it did just nip away.
Update from Trent Bridge. England are 55 for 1. Tammy Beaumont's gone for 22 this time. So unable to replicate her first innings mammoth score. So England need 213 runs to win. Obviously Australia need those 9 wickets in that Ashes test.
Good start to the over from Tom Taylor. 2 dots. Not far away from Mie's outside edge. Straighter this time and well fielded by skipper Luke Proctor in at mid wicket. Make sure there's no run, and if those dots add up. If this was a T20, then Joe Gardner, our co-commentator, would get excited, wouldn't she? 3 dots. Joe over the other side of the ground today, commentating on BBC Radio Northampton. So I wonder if she's saying that exact thing now. 3 dots.
3 dots and something happens.
I suppose it's slightly different in Championship cricket. This is good stuff from Tom Taylor.
Yeah, I think you might be looking at more about 12, 15,
3
18,
maidens, maybe.
Yeah, I think it might take a little bit more than 3 dot balls.
And thank you, George. Just sent us a message on some technical matters, but all noted over here. I think it's working okay. But yeah, an important message. Thank you. Mayeye on the pull. 1 out to Alex Russell. Gets him off strike for the final delivery of the over. Good to see Ray in his steel-back shirt as well in that photo he sent us.
Absolutely, yeah, rocking the
One Day Cup shirt, isn't it?
Yeah. Ready for the trip up the M1. And
Alex Russell is quick in from the boundary there, just making sure it's only 1 run. 2 off the over, 2 singles off the final 2 balls of the over. Daniel Bell-Drummond is 13 not out. Tawanda Mayeye is 26 not out. Kent are 43 for 1, trailing by 194 after Northants were earlier bowled out for 237. Got an email from John. John Stephen. Good afternoon from Poznan in Poland. Agree with your thoughts. And Ray from Watford that Northants are under par, although Kent's batting has been fragile to say the least this season. enjoying the chat. Best regards, John, a Glaswegian Kent fan living in Poland. Well, thanks for getting in touch, John. You're our first... Oh, no, we've had a couple of Kent correspondents, but certainly the first from Poland today.
Certainly today, yeah. I want to say there might have been one at some point else.
Oh, and a shout for a caught behind. Dan likes it, but Rob Bailey does not think that was... maybe flicked the top of the pad, but it was a ball that came in to the right-handed Bell Drummond, and that's exactly what happened. It came off the top of the pad, didn't it?
Yeah, I assume it must have done.
Jack White was very excited.
It sounded quite audible through the effects mic, Sam. I think that's why I got slightly excited by it.
Well, Kent have bowled well in the opening overs of this innings. Lovely shot from Daniel Bell Drummond. Pure timing once again, leaning on that ball, beating the outstretched dive of Jack White. And once it had done that, it was 4 all the way. Glorious shot.
Yeah, cracking shot. It's hard. Yeah, it's hard to say, isn't it? Like from the cameras that we've got. As I say, it sounded like a big noise through the effects mic, which obviously is situated quite a long way from the middle. That's why I think I got a little bit excited by that one. Not that it really matters, because the umpire said not out. And that's how cricket works, isn't it, Sam?
Exactly.
Play to the whistle and all that.
Look in the book, as a clubby would say. Or look on the PC or Play Cricket live score, as it would be now, right?
It depends how. Not all grounds, I don't think, have access to suitable internet connections for that kind of technology.
Pushed through the covers by Bell Drummond. He will get 2 this time as Sam Whiteman chases down the ball. Two balls left in Jack White's 6th over. I do wonder if we'll see any spin before the close. You think it'd be worth just having a look from this David Capel, from this Lynn Wilson centre end. Runs just coming a little easier in the last couple of overs. Straight again from Bell Drummond, but there is a man out there on the long leg boundary, and that single brings up Kent's 50 in 14.5 overs. Partnership of 33 with Ben Compton going for 4 when the score was 17.
Yeah, we haven't seen Alex Russell. He's kind of tucked out of sight of us, isn't he, down at fine leg, so I couldn't comment as to whether he's been warming up at all.
Yeah, my guess would be, assuming he's fully fit, is that Proctor would have a burst, but maybe from the David Capel end, and maybe it'll be spin that follows Tom Taylor, but we shall see.
Well, it isn't going to be this over, because Tom Taylor is going to carry on. He's bowled 3 overs for 9 so far. Jack White created opportunities, but has been expensive this afternoon. He's gone for 30 off those 6 overs, which included a maiden. Tom Taylor will be bowling to Tawanda Muyeye. And Muyeye has punched that one through the covers, beats the dive from Alex Russell, and he picks up another 4. He moves into the 30s. He's 31 off 40 now. The Kent opener every shot he's played in aggression has been a real statement, hasn't it? A very good start to Kent's first innings, chipping away at that subpar Northamptonshire 237. Beau Drummond has quietly moved on to 20 off 35 as well. Short ball from Taylor, and it's gone up. There's a chance, and it falls just short of Jack White, who was scrambling in to make his ground. Unfortunately for the Steelbacks, it didn't quite carry, and Muyeye's got away with one there. Top edge. Probably landed about 6 foot short of Jack White, who was desperately running in from the fine leg boundary to take that catch. So Tom Taylor creating an opportunity. Beau Drummond will be on strike for the next delivery. That's defended into the leg side.
Yeah, interesting, that email from John in Poznan about whilst Northampton are under par, Kent have certainly not set the world alight with their batting this season. It's like Paul Gascoigne in the Euro 96 semi-final from Luke Proctor there, just inches away from putting one past Germany in the in extra time, but just not quite getting there. Not quite as much riding on it this time from Luke Proctor.
No, well backed up in the end, wasn't it, by Rob Keogh, who I'm sure probably looked at his captain sprawled out on the grass thinking,
well, that's what Gazza needed.
You could have just left that one. I would have picked it up anyway, but...
That's what Gazza needed, was Darren Anderson or someone, whoever it was, coming in, banging it in.
The intent was there nonetheless, and Beau Drummond tucks that one off his hip down to the square leg boundary and picks up a single. Safe Zabe's been all over the place, hasn't he? So far in this innings, he's been fourth slip, gully, short leg, cover, mid wicket, deep square.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Just going back to Luke Proctor on a serious note, that's part of his leadership, isn't it? It's the commitment he shows. Like, yes, I could have left that for Rob Keogh, but just like he chased that ball down earlier on, leading from the front in terms of his effort and commitment. I'd like to see him have a burst with the ball before the close. Assuming, this again is assuming that he is fully fit.
Yeah, did he... So he obviously scored that 100 against Yorkshire twos, didn't he, last week? I'm just going to have a look and see whether he bowled as well. I'm not sure whether he did.
It was an upper body injury, of
shoulder, wasn't it?
Shoulder or a abductor muscle that kept him out of the last 2 championship games.
Northamptonshire versus Yorkshire.
Jack White continuing from the David Capewell end.
So Luke Proctor bowled 9 overs, none for 34 against Yorkshire. Second 11 on the 19th of, well, starting on the 19th of June. So by that account, he's fully fit and ready to go. Yeah,
that's a good way of finding out. Well done, Dan.
But I would like to see a bit of spin.
Well, you'd have thought there'd be time for both.
Shorter from Jack White that time, and I think that one just kept a little bit low, and Beau Drummond did well to cover his stumps and keep that one out. Rob Keogh, as I said about seeing a little bit of spin, is just going through a couple of tweakers up the other end. So we might be seeing the finger spin of Rob Keogh into the attack before too long. It's defended again by Beau Drummond. It's quite an eclectic mix from John as well, wasn't it? A Glaswegian living in Poznan,
Kent
who's a
fan,
Kent fan.
yeah.
But there you can see on stream Rob Keogh just going through a couple of looseners. I think he'll be ready to go, which is great to see following those couple of missed blast games, following that back spasm that he picked up in the field.
Yeah, it's a good question, Dan. I'd like to know, if you're still listening, John, how you ended up as a Glaswegian supporting Kent, and equally how, as a Kent supporting Glaswegian, you ended up in Poznan.
I reckon I can figure out the Glaswegian bit.
Go on.
I reckon he might have been born there.
No, I said, how did he end up being a Kent fan?
Oh, no, I'm just saying, I reckon I could figure that bit out, and other than that, I'm completely lost.
Yeah, fair point. But how you then, it's about as far away a county as you can get from Glasgow, maybe Somerset.
Jack White's bowled 4 balls here to Bell Drummond on that off stump, challenging the Kent number 3.
Just to give our correspondents a bit more love. The other thing I noticed about the photo that Ray sent in is that in the background is a picture of a very nice looking golden retriever on the wall. I wonder if that is Ray's dog. So let us know, Ray, and whether, if so, whether he or she comes along with you to the cricket.
I haven't spotted a
no dogs
furry
today.
friend today, Sam.
Probably too hot for them, you know, genuinely, out in the stands. Much better for them to be in the shade somewhere.
And that felt like 6 of the same ball from Jack White. The same shot played by Daniel Bell Drummond. It's a maiden over, Jack White's second maiden of the afternoon. He's bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 30. And I think we are going to get a bit of Rob Keogh from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So he will take over from Tom Taylor for a bit of finger spin, and we will see whether Keogh can extract the same drift and turn that Hamadullah Kadri got earlier today for Kent. I think the wind has certainly died down a touch, so potentially isn't going to get quite as lavish movement away from the right-hander. But he batted brilliantly earlier today, Rob Keogh, to take Northamptonshire up to 237. So maybe it's his day. Maybe he's got a bit of a golden arm to go with that golden innings as well.
Yeah, well, Northampton's third leading wicket taker in the championship last year, I think with 34. Just the 5 wickets so far this term, but there have not been many opportunities for spinners to take wickets for Northamptonshire this year, not least because there haven't been many second innings to bowl in. But yeah, by no means a mug with the ball.
Oh, and a big appeal straight away. There is that drift, and the standing umpire's not interested. I'd like to see that one back on replay.
Oh, that's a good ball.
Bit of bat involved on that, maybe. Looks like it deviated, didn't it?
Yeah, you're right. Real drift in the air.
Lovely shape from Rob Keogh to open his account.
Yeah, very encouraging.
That breeze clearly strong enough then to continue pushing that cricket ball across. And Muyeye's up to the task. Pushes that one into the offside, and Alex Russell fields that one and keeps it down to 2. Defended this time.
quite a tall man, Rob Keogh, so you do get that dip, something that Kadri wasn't really getting.
And that is played through that same gap for Muyeye. I think it's just going to be, it is just one this time. Alex Russell doing the work again out there at mid-off. But no, you're right, Kadri a lot shorter. Than Keogh. But great to see Rob Keogh bowling. Beryl Drummond is down the track to Rob Keogh and works that one to Luke Proctor at mid-on and picks up a single off the last ball of that over. So Rob Keogh's first over goes for 4. And Kent is 61 for 1 in reply to Northamptonshire's 237. And it looks like, what are we focusing on here, Ben? Have you spotted something in the crowd, or the ice cream van's gone, which is a shame. Looks like we're just having a pan through of the Steelbacks fans. That's the twice I've said that now. The Northamptonshire fans sat in the football stand on the stream powered by Daffabet. So Jack White will carry on from the David Capel end with Beryl Drummond on strike. And 7 now of the same deliveries from Jack White to Daniel Beryl Drummond. Again, Jack White bringing Beryl Drummond's defence forward. Trent Bridge update. It's been a bit of a collapse for England. They're 73 for 4 now, needing 195 runs to win. Australia obviously just needing those 6 wickets. Emma Lamb was LBW to McGrath for 28. Heather Knight, LBW to Gardner for 9. And Beryl Drummond turns that one into the leg side for a single. Nat Skiver-Brunt goes for a 3-ball duck. And Sophia Dunkley is 5 not out, so 73 for 4 England. Sophia Dunkley and Danny Wyatt will be at the crease. And I can't imagine that Skiver-Brunt's had too many ducks in her international career in recent history. Shape from the hand from Jack White, defended by Muyeye into the offside. So yeah, not looking good for England at Trent Bridge. Australia fighting back. England with a lot of work to do to chase down 195, but 2 quality batters at the crease for England. And Jack White on the money again, just settling in to his work a little bit more from the David Capel end than what we saw from the Lynn Wilson centre ends in his first spell. Bowling that challenging line and length that we've come so used to seeing from Jack White. And defended down the track by Tawanda Muyeye. So 1 run off the over, 62 for 1. After 19 for Kent. I've just done an update of the test match. It's not going well.
Yeah, I've just had a look myself. Ashley Gardner, 3 for 9 off 3. Oh dear.
Bit of magic.
Offies.
Oh, if it's the right time of the evening for it. Rob Keogh,
Absolutely.
over to you, sir. Short leg in. Safe save is back under the lid. Vasconcelos at first slip. Shorter and turned from Keogh. Emilio Gay puts the dive in on the boundary and saves a couple of runs. Well played by Bell Drummond and excellently fielded by Emilio Gay. Shorter from Rob Keogh, which obviously he's not going to be that thrilled with, but encouraging to see the turn. Straighter. And a dot ball that time down to captain Luke Proctor at mid-on. Sweepers on both boundaries at cover point and backward square. And that is defended by Daniel Bell Drummond this time.
Talking earlier, Dan, about sort of merry-go-round of players at this time of year on loan and signings for next year. And announced today that Dom Bess is going to Warwickshire for 2 weeks.
Wow.
Which kind of makes sense given that he seems to have been told he's surplus to requirements because they've taken Dan Moriarty at Yorkshire. So he's gone, okay, well, I'll go and play my cricket somewhere else. So it is really hard to keep track of who is playing for who during the lone silly season.
Yeah, 3 runs off that Rob Keogh over. So he's bowled his 2 overs for 7. No, you're right. I don't know whether they obviously unearthed Jaffa Chauhan, didn't they, in the T20 Blast. I don't know whether they've got aspirations for him to play red ball cricket, but he had a good start to his professional career in that format for Yorkshire as well.
Yeah, I think he's the 8th or 9th graduate of the South Asian Cricket Academy to sign professional terms.
Yeah.
Incredible. Well, it's just wonderful that there's been this new pathway for people who've, for whatever reason, and not always very wholesome reasons, not been able to make it as professional cricketers so far, but just unearthing that talent.
Flicked into the leg side and beats the dive of Rob Keogh, and that has gone away for 4. Daniel Bell Drummond flicking that one through the leg side to bring up the 50 partnership between Tawanda Muyeye and Daniel Bell Drummond. Muyeye contributing 22, Bell Drummond 30. That's come off 93 balls over the course of the last hour, having lost Ben Compton for 4.
And this will be the difference in the game, is whether Kent can turn these 50 partnerships into 100 partnerships, 150 partnerships, which obviously Northants weren't able to do.
Straight down the ground, and fortunately for Northamptonshire, off stump did a bit of fielding for them there. Otherwise, I think we might have been talking about back-to-back Bell Drummond boundaries. .69 for 1, the score, with 10.5 overs remaining in the day's play. And that's off the back foot this time, and Bell Drummond beats point and picks up 4, moves Kent into the 70s, and Bell Drummond to 34. Jack White just straying in length that time, and Bell Drummond punishing the bad ball. And she said a guy that scored 111 in the Blast on Friday night must be seeing him quite well at the moment.
Yeah, and Jack White just starting to look a little tired, I think. He hasn't played a huge amount of cricket in the last month. in fact, has only played, as far as I can tell, 2 games of cricket since the last championship game. Both those were club games. For Penrith,
I think he might. Did Jack play against Gloucestershire second 11 maybe in that period of time?
not according to this database I've got,
Fair enough.
but that doesn't mean he didn't. But
Shorter, pulled into the leg side. I think that's going to be the fielder as well. No, it isn't. Well fielded in the end by Alex Russell to save a couple of runs for Northamptonshire. I must admit, I forgot Alex Russell was down there. I thought that was beating Ben Sanderson quite comfortably, but Alex Russell to the rescue to save a couple of runs.
and this is this we've been talking about it all day, but the flicking between formats. But if you're a red ball specialist like Jack White, then there hasn't been a huge number of opportunities to get overs under your belt, and we all know that match fitness is, you know, something you can only really get by bowling those overs, however many you bowl in the nets. Or
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So after 21 overs, Kent are 75 for 1. Jack White has bowled 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 41. And I think we might see a change of bowling from the David Capel end.
John Stephen, our Glaswegian Kent fan from Poznan. That rolls off the tongue, doesn't it?
It
He's
does.
back in touch. Despite identifying as a Kent fan, he says, I should have added that I had a soft spot for Northants in the early 80s, the powerful top 5 of Jeff Cook, Wayne Larkins.
Short from Keogh and pulled out towards Emilio Gay, sweeping on the leg side.
Powerful top 5 of Jeff Cook, Wayne Larkins, Alan Lamb, Richard Williams, Peter Willey. No disrespect to the batting lineup today, but I know who I'd prefer to be up against. And as to why he's a Kent fan, I'll tell you in a minute.
Got away with that drag down. Rob Keogh there just going for the 1.
I watched the 1977 Ashes and became hooked on cricket and the one-day games which often followed the next day. Kent was the easiest team to pronounce, much easier than Leicestershire, for example. The rest is history.
Short again and worked into the leg side. Going to come back for a couple this time, and Sam Whiteman's out there on the boundary doing the fielding this time around. So 2 more added to the score. I mean, it's as good as reason as any, isn't it?
And it is indeed probably the easiest one to pronounce. The only 4-letter county.
Yeah. That's efficient.
Yeah.
Drift into the pads of Daniel Bell Drummond, who works that one round the corner but finds Jack White lurking at 45.
I was going to say, with a Glaswegian accent, you've got to be a little bit careful supporting Kent, but we'll move quickly on from that.
Leg side again, just for the single. Sam Whiteman doing the. You don't fancy giving it a go live on commentary?
Let's leave that well alone. And John finishes by saying, "Great to hear you mentioned earlier the legend Gazza. Loved watching him at Ibrox." So yeah, there was a subliminal connection between Glasgow and this game, with my mention of Gazza earlier.
Rob Keogh finishes his 3rd with a dot ball. 8.79 for 1.
So John, who's in I read a great book called A Chip Shop in Poznan, about a British guy that goes to live in Poland, in Poznan, and works in a fish and chip shop in Poznan. I don't think it was John.
No?
No.
Based on a true story?
Yeah, it's a biography of what it's like being, you know, because it was during the time when there were a lot of Polish people coming to live in England, and so this guy went the other way and fell in love in Poland, both with, you know, romantically, but also with the country. And it was really nice book. So I don't know if John has read that. A Chip Shop in Poznan. Have you been to Poland?
I haven't, no. I would like to.
I went to Gdansk last year.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Really, really enjoyed it.
2nd biggest port on the Baltic Sea or something, isn't it?
How do you know that?
Oh, because I watched the Grand Tour the other day.
Oh, okay.
I can't even claim to be some kind
What's
of
the biggest?
shipping aficionado. I don't know. I have no idea. But anyway, Tom Taylor's having a bowl from the David Capel end. He will be bowling to Daniel Bell-Drummond. Tom Taylor so far this afternoon has bowled 4 overs, none for 15. Change of ends and hoping for a change of fortune for the Northamptonshire. That's short and punched into the leg side by Bell-Drummond, who has run the first one hard, but Sam Whiteman's kept that down to a single. Yeah, I can't claim to be any kind of shipping container or port aficionado or fan or badger or anorak, whatever you want to.
That's a great stat to whip out of nowhere. Of course, Gdansk, also the home of the Solidarność movement in the 80s, start of what many people say the start of the end of the Soviet Union.
Left well alone.
When the ship workers in, the dock workers in Gdansk rose up against the communist authorities. Things we end up talking about, eh?
Yeah, well, the next question I was about to ask you is, was there a museum of choice in Gdansk that you went there?
The Solidarność Museum was great. I spent about 4 hours going around that, and my wife by the end was furious with me.
Defended by Muyeye, who's on 36 off 55, and barring that top edge that we saw earlier on the live stream, has played a fantastic innings at the top of the order for Kent. He's just been overtaken by Bell-Drummond, who seems to be getting a little bit more comfortable at the crease against this red ball. They're both striking in the mid-60s, which is very healthy for red ball cricket.
Yeah, and like you say, without having to really take any risks, Northants have set quite attacking fields. There've been plenty of gaps, and they've been brilliant at anything short of length in particular, and anything with width they've latched onto.
Short from Taylor, and pulled and punished towards the ground staff's quarters, and Muyeye picks up 4 and he moves to 40.
What a shot. Short arm pull.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what I mean about anything shorter lengths.
He's looked very, very comfortable in his 57 ball stay here at the crease at Wantage Road this evening.
Just looking a little ragged in the last couple of overs, Northants.
Short again. This time Ben Sanderson's a bit more interested, but it's going to beat the Northamptonshire on the boundary. So back-to-back boundaries for Tawanda Muyeye to end Tom Taylor's first over from the David Capel end. The score now 89 for 1. Muyeye on 45. Bell-Drummond on 40, and 23 overs gone. Kent trailing by 148.
Yeah, so when in the 250 partnerships for Northants, the moment they started to play a little expansively, they got out, whereas this pair of Tawanda Muyeye and Daniel Bell-Drummond are just moving through the gears nicely. Ominous signs when the deficit is only 149 now. It's 7 overs after this one left in the day. So the clock just ticks past 6 o'clock, so won't be finishing too late.
Good news.
Yeah.
I have a second Scottish Kent supporter.
Oh, wow.
From the EU as well.
Tossed up by Rob Keogh, and Tawanda Muyeye almost plays French cricket to that one.
Well, speaking of French cricket,
Look at
David
this. Look at that for a segue.
I know, right? You tee it up and I'll knock it down. I'm probably going to do a horrendous job at trying to pronounce this anyway. But so David lives in Carcassonne.
Not bad at all.
In southwest of France, and have been sheltering from the heat intermittently today.
Just tossed up by Keogh, just trying to get anything he can out of this pitch.
As a youth player, I turned out for Ayr Cricket Club in the 1960s, the club where Mike Deness honed his skills prior to his professional career. I've enjoyed your coverage, which has been nicely balanced. Kind regards, David.
Oh, and again, flighted from Keogh, bringing Muyeye forward. Those clouds look darker on the screen than they are here in real life. They're still pretty fluffy white things up in the sky. As we look at the story of Kent's innings so far, Ben Compton, the only man dismissed. He went cheaply, Ben Sanderson clipping the top of his off stump when he was on 4. And Ben Sanderson has certainly been the pick of the bowlers. Jack White and Tom Taylor a little bit expensive, both around 5 and over. But Rob Keogh doing well with his off breaks from the Lynn Wilson centre end, but it's Tom Taylor that will continue. Bowled a couple of long hops in the last over that were given short shrift by Tawanda Muyeye, but he's started this over with a better length delivery. Very grateful to David and John for emailing in, and for everyone else that has made contact with us today. I'm sure a few people popping in wherever they are, whether it's the southwest of France or here in England, where it's also been hot, to escape the heat with a few overs of Championship cricket here on the Northamptonshire live stream, powered by Daffabet. You can get in touch throughout this game and indeed throughout the season via email, stream@nccc.co.uk, or on Twitter @NorthantsCCC. But we are always very grateful for your messages. It gives us different insights, different points of views. Oh, and Daniel Bell-Drummond just had a little nibble at that. It's a better over from Tom Taylor after a disappointing one, and we now see images of Alex Russell with his trademark moustache warming up down at fine leg, so maybe we will see a bit of leg spin before the close, just to see what the wrist spinner can get out of this pitch. No demons in this pitch whatsoever for the batters. Damage, you'd have to say, for Northants was done by a few moments of ill discipline, and then some fantastic, I think it was reverse swing from Wes Agar. Of course, possible to tell from up here, but it was the way it was ducking in to the right-handers. Certainly made light work of, well, it got crucially for Kent, got rid of Rob Keogh on 97 earlier on, Northampton's top scorer, and then made light work of the tail as Wes Agar took his third fifer of his first-class career, and indeed his first in English first-class cricket. Shout for caught behind. Umpire Bailey unmoved. It was only really Tom Taylor that went up. But a good over, maiden from Tom Taylor, finishing with a ball that just leaves Daniel Bell-Drummond off the pitch. Stays a little low as well. It is a bit of a featherbed, this pitch. Wes Agar also the only bowler to really get anything in terms of bounce out of the pitch off a length. Otherwise it's been not low, but certainly not offering a huge amount of lift. But it's played pretty true. Be interesting to see if that continues as the game goes on, or whether we start to see some variable bounce. Rob Keogh doing an excellent job with his offies, not giving much away. Just a couple of boundaries off him so far. And you'd say in early showings he's certainly been the better of the two spinners on display so far. Took a while for Amadullah Kadri to find his length. And that is 4 runs for Tuanda Muyeye, who moves on to 48 and within 2 runs of a second championship 50 this season. Short and pulled for 6 by Tuanda Muyeye, and that's some way to go to 50. A fine innings thus far for the young man. 54 from 69 balls with 8 fours and that's 6. And he's looked entirely untroubled. It's just a fraction short from Rob Keogh, and as he's displayed so far this innings, he is very quick to latch onto anything short of a length. Tuanda Muyeye. And a very comprehensive way to go to your 50 at a good strike rate as well. 78.3 runs per 100 balls for Tuanda Muyeye.
Yeah, there was that one short ball, wasn't there, from Tom Taylor from the Lynn Wilson Centre end that just caused a little bit of doubt for Muyeye.
Right,
but
yeah.
other than that, it's been brilliant to watch. He's looked in control, it's looked classy, it's looked powerful. It's been a really, really impressive 50 for the Kent opener. That's Tom Taylor takes a tumble. He's done a Mark Wood.
Well, Tuanda Muyeye will be eyeing up a big score here. No demons in this pitch, looking imperious. That was his, well, this is his 6th first-class 50, no centuries yet, a top score of 89 in his short career to date, 13. This is his 14th match. Fuller from Taylor and toe ended by Daniel Boyd Drummond. Has a good long look at the toe of his bat, which was what he played that last delivery with. .50 at the Oval for Muyeye, his top score of the summer so far in 4-day cricket.
Yeah, he's looked like a very, very good cricketer this evening. It's the first time I've seen him live. Sam, I don't know whether you've seen him before today or not, but I was similar to Arshdeep Singh. I was really excited to see him in action. I've heard a lot about him. I know did he win the Wisden School Cricketer of the Year, didn't he, in 2020, was it?
Yeah, I think that's right. whipped out to deep square leg where Ben Sanderson does the fielding. Yeah, I actually think, someone will correct me if I'm wrong here, as the Kent 100 comes up in the 27th over. I think Daniel Bell Drummond won it as well, maybe 10 years earlier. So two men out in the middle with their names etched into the history of the famous almanac. I think Bell Drummond was at Millfield School, Mieye Eastbourne College. Slip in a gully for Tom Taylor. They haven't had much interest in recent overs. Otherwise, the man at deep point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep square leg and long leg. And Kent chipping away at Northamptonshire's first innings total of 237. They're now just 137 behind with 9 wickets in hand. And I think we are going to get our first sighting of the young leg spinner Alex Dre Russell. Excited to see him in the flesh. Played that one game down at the Ageas, his first class debut. Didn't really get a chance to show off his skills, but he's going to get a chance now with 4 overs of the day remaining, so 2 overs for Alex Russell.
Yeah, 542nd player to represent Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. And leg spin's just fun, isn't it? Leg spin's exciting. Everybody of probably our age thinks of leg spin and they think of Warney and they kind of go, oh, it gives them the fizz, you know?
Yeah.
And it's just something about it. It's a dark art.
I think the late great Shane Warne both saved leg spin and possibly also killed it again, because everyone now expects leg spinners to be able to do ridiculous things, as Russell starts with a bit of a drag down and gets away with it somewhat as Mieye just turns it round the corner for a single. I should say Bell Drummond, excuse me. Short again, and Mieye looks to hit that into next week. But actually in the end as well, not to glove it behind to Lewis McManus.
Certain bounce, wasn't there, from that delivery from Alex Russell?
Yeah, it turned a significant amount. That's a nicely flighted delivery. Just poked into the point region for another single. Quite a diminutive figure, Alex Russell, not a tall man. Ooh, and, confident start from the young man. Not afraid to toss it up after a couple of short balls. Just finding his radar nicely towards the end of this over. Oh, and a beauty from Russell, which Daniel Bell Drummond manages just to get some bat on, otherwise it was looking pretty straight in front. So, encouraging start from 22-year-old Alex Russell. Tom Taylor continues to plug away at the David Capel end. 3 overs left in the day's play. Tom Taylor bowling the 4th over of this spell, his 8th overall. He started down here at the Lynn Wilson Centre end, switched after 4 overs to the David Capel end.
Have you been at all surprised that Kent have got to 102 for 1 without really being challenged here?
In a word, no. I think it's a, I don't think Northampton have bowled particularly badly at all. Few loose deliveries from Taylor and White. Pushed into the offside. Sam Whiteman does the fielding. Just think probably, if Northampton are being honest with themselves, they just didn't make the most of the first use of this pretty pleasant batting track. And when they were set, or partnerships had formed, just giving wickets away at crucial times, losing Whiteman on the stroke of lunch. When Saif Saib was starting to, had looked excellent, as he has done on numerous occasions in the championship season, looked really accomplished, rotating the strike, well organised outside off stump, and then out of nowhere losing his wicket just when he was trying to give himself room against Kadri.
Yeah, it's always something that England as a national team have been criticised for, isn't it, when going away from home and having to use the Kookaburra or the SG, that the bowlers that they take and that they use in the likes of Anderson, Broad, Wokes, Curran, Robinson, etc., the guys, the county championship guys that run in, nibble the dukes around, aren't as successful away from home with this cricket ball that doesn't offer as much, whereas the guys that are able to extract or able to put a bit more pace into it, the Australians, for example, what we've seen from Wes Agar, what we've seen from Arshdeep Singh earlier on in this game, they've got more out of this pitch, they've got more out of the ball, and traditionally you would say these 3 Northants seamers are very traditionally English, aren't they? 78, 80 mile an hour, stand the seam up.
Yeah, but neither Singh or Agar are that much quicker than that. And I think, again, it comes back to the fact that probably so far Kent have just absorbed pressure better. What Agar, I think good point you're making about experience on flat decks and using something other than the Duke's ball is, as a bowler, you have to really be patient. And that's something that Agar and Singh did really well, is not bowl very few bad balls. And then that forced a mistake, didn't it, from the Northants batters, where as fine as Northants have bowled, there have been sort of balls that release the pressure a little bit. But I know what you're saying, that when you're used to a ball doing plenty, you don't perhaps necessarily develop those skills of bowling dry, and I think maybe that's exactly what this whole plan with the Kookaburra ball is about.
Yeah. I think that's certainly the logic behind it, isn't it? To develop those different skill sets.
Yeah.
That are able to travel potentially slightly more effectively than what we've seen in the past from the England seamers in various touring parties.
Flighted again by Russell as he starts the penultimate over of the day, with the clock reading 6:22 p.m. how many overs of spin have we had in total today? Let's top them up. 20.2 in the Kent innings, and 6.2 in this innings so far. So 26.5 overs so far on the first ever championship game. Well, the dry weather has helped in the last few days, but certainly if the aim was to bring spinners into the game earlier, then it's worked so far here at Wantage Road. And not often, I think, you'd get over a quarter of your overs on day one being bowled by spinners, as Daniel Bell-Drummond cuts away for 4. Just a bit of width from Russell, and Bell-Drummond was quickly onto it. It wasn't short, just a little bit width outside off stump, and Bell-Drummond used his feet and his hands nicely as he moves on to 47, and the partnership moves up to 91. Good comeback from Alex Russell. Encouraging start, I think, from the young leg spinner. Nice flight, little bit of slow turn, which on day one is probably what you would expect.
Yep. No, he's looked good in that kind of short or small sample size that we've seen from him this evening. As you said, certainly given it plenty of opportunity to turn, given it plenty of opportunity to drift with that breeze going across the ground as well.
And it looks like we're going to finish the evening. Well, pigeons have finished their day early. They're tucking into their dinner. Bit of grass seed down there by the cinch logo. And the final over of the day is going to be bowled by Rob Keogh, the off spinner. Well, if Kent continue making serene progress, you'd imagine both Keogh and Russell will bowl a lot of overs tomorrow, or will certainly have a job to do. There's not a huge amount in this pitch for the seamers, certainly at this stage.
No, not at all. Bad news, England cricket fans as well. Just lost our 5th wicket at Trent Bridge. Sophia Dunkley is out, so 110 for 5. 158 to win with just 5 wickets remaining.
Yeah, Australia hot favourites now there. So who are the not out batsmen, please, Dan?
Danny Wyatt is 19 not out. And she has been joined by night watcher Kate Cross, has gone in ahead of Amy Jones and Sophie Eccleston. So potential Kate Cross Nighthawk innings.
Oh, and a bit of turn and bounce for Rob Keogh there. To under me, yeah. And just a ride into the onside. Well, pushed out into the offside. Yeah, you'd say Australia are hot favourites on what's, I think, clearly a pitch that's doing a bit for the spinners now. But Danny Wyatt scores her runs quickly. Amy Jones can bat. Some hope, requiring another, what was it, 140 odd, did you say?
158.
158. Yeah, still a long way off. Probably would, if they'd gone in 4 down, Dunkley and Wyatt, then still just about in with a chance, but have to do something special from here. Daniel Bell-Drummond won't reach his 50 tonight. He's off strike for the final ball of the day. Keogh to Mayeye. Mayeye smothers that to end a very good day for the visiting side. Kent finishing day one here at Wantage Road on 110 for 1, trailing just by 127 after Northampton were earlier bowled out for 237. Bell-Drummond 48 not out from 88 deliveries. Twanda Mayeye, who has been a joy to watch. 58 off 82 deliveries. And Kent will feel they've got the opportunity here to build a big lead tomorrow. There's the bowling figures on screen. Ben Sanderson as good as ever. Jack White a little expensive. But Tom Taylor plugging away, but not really looking like taking a wicket. And some decent spin on day one from Rob Keogh and Alex Russell. Dan, as the players make their way off, your assessment of day one?
You've got to take your hat off to Kent, haven't you? I mean, they bowled fantastically well on a very batter-friendly pitch earlier this morning, led by Wes Agar with a fantastic fifer. And the two batters walking off, Muyeye and Beryl Drummond, 58 and 48 respectively, have batted superbly. I've really enjoyed watching Muyeye bat. Northants have got an evening now to regroup, haven't they? It's encouraging the fact that there is turnout there. They have got Alex Russell, they have got Rob Keogh, they have got Saif Zaib in their ranks. So there is a chance for Northants to come back tomorrow after a regroup this evening and turn the screw a little bit more on this Kent team who have struggled for runs so far this season. Yeah, they're still 127 behind, but based on that start, it's 100%. It's been Kent's day.
Yeah, the high point for Northants, Rob Keogh's brilliant 97. He'll be desperately disappointed not to make 100, but probably even more disappointed that those around him couldn't keep him company for a bit longer. And thanks in no small part to career or Kent best figures for Wes Agar. Just when Northants were getting some partnerships going, they were snuffed out, and we finished day one with Kent on top. Thanks for your company, and we will see you from just before 11 o'clock tomorrow here on the Northamptonshire County Cricket Club live stream, powered by Daffabet.